Okay. Check. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, professors, scientists, stakeholders, researchers, students, both online and offline. It's our privilege to welcome you all to the third day of Agri Vision 2K22. It has been wonderful knowledge sharing experience since the last 2 days, and we hope for the same for the third day as well. And yes, first of all the beautiful ladies out there, happy International Women's Day. And it's our day, so let's celebrate it with all pride and a wonderful round of applause for ourselves. I'll request the ladies to clap and the gentlemen too. And today our sessions is divided into 3 segments. As always, we'll be having 2 breaks in between, coffee break and lunch break. And so let's not waste any more time and let's start the day off with a humble note. As I always say, any humble thing, any good thing should be started by seeking the blessings of the Lord above. So since it's an International Women's Day, so I would love to invite Dr. Ashna Oruj, Professor, University of Mysore. Please, ma'am, step forward and do the honor of lamp lighting along with Dr. Pushpalata Ganesh, Professor, CUTM, Parlakhel Mundi. We also have Dr. Sarat Kumar Pradhan with us, Principal Scientist, ICAR, NRRI, and Dr. Anjula Pandey. Ma'am, can we please have you here? She is Principal Scientist, ICAR, ND, PGR. Let's have a wonderful round of applause for all of them. And I would also insist, Mr. Divyanshu Prasad Das, our Program Director, Agri Vision 2K22, to be a part of the same. Can I request all of you to please stand up for a while? So let's repeat this after me. Jai Jagannath and Jai Mata Di, because today is the day of us. So since today is an International Women's Day, so the first few speeches, first few talks would be by the ladies, by the gorgeous ladies out there. But before that, let's have the opening remark, for which I would insist Mr. Divyanshu Prasad, our Program Director from Agri Vision 2K22, to join me on the stage. Thank you, ladies.
Jai Jagannath. Very good morning. I welcome you all to the valedictory day of Agri Vision 2022. At the outset, very happy Women's Day to all our women scientists, research scholars, students who have joined us in mass to make this Agri Vision 2022 a grand success. So it's our honor. We'll be having Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, Indian Meteorological Department with us as our chief guest for the valedictory session. So he'll be joining us in the second half. Prior to that, as discussed by Pinky, today we'll be having different sessions. In Annex 1, we'll be having our scientific sessions, and in Annex 2, we are having an exclusive farmers and industry meet where we'll be having our farmers along with few successful farmers who will be delivering their path of success and enlightening the farmers how to pursue farming as their career in entrepreneurship. So those who are interested, they can split up and they can attend the sessions. Also, they can join virtually. So without wasting much time, I'd like to thank all our sponsors and supporters. Not in order, Larsen and Toubro, Central Bank of India, Department of Tourism, Government of Odisha, Bank of India, APEDA, NABARD, Tea Board of India, National Medicinal Plant Board, Department of Biotechnology, NALCO, TIFED, CTCRI, Core Board, Botanical Survey of India, CIWA, CIBA, CIFA, Central Horticulture Experiment Station, Mahanadi Coalfield Limited, Canada Bank, Coffee Board, ICADA, CMFRI, Coconut Development Board, NRRI, Odisha State Warehousing Corporation, Bharat Petroleum, Odisha Agro Industry Corporation, NBPGR, National Seeds Corporation, CRIPCO, PCRA, Ruchi Food Line, HomeFed, Paradip Phosphate Limited, ORMAS, Odia Language, Literature and Culture Department, Government of Odisha. I also thank Department of Botany, Revensa University for their collaboration with AgriVision family and organizing this in a very grand way. I welcome you all again to the valedictory session of AgriVision 2022. I request Pinky to continue the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Divyansu, for starting the day off. And let's start with the sessions now. The first one is by Dr. Asna Uruj, Professor, University of Mysore, from Mysore. She'll be talking on the topic R&D strategies for sustainable food security and nutrition. Ma'am, can we please have you here with a wonderful round of applause, please.
Namaskar. A very good morning to one and all, those present physically and those connected virtually. At the outset, I thank Almighty for all the benevolence and all the gracious blessings He has been bestowing on all of us, and emerging victorious out of all the three waves. And as survivors of the pandemic, we should really be thankful to Almighty, and also render a small prayer for those who succumb in these hard times, and all the families. My grief and condolences to all of them. Today is International Women's Day. Well, at the outset, let me greet everyone, not only the women, also the men, because there is a man in woman. You just see the spelling, WOMAN, there is a man. God has not created us different. We are always together, as we say, two sides of the same coin, and that is how life should move on. I differ a little in saying, like, why dedicate one day for Mother's Day or Father's Day or whatever day? Every day should be our day. Every day should be a brother's day, a mother's day, a father's day, a wife's day, a husband's day, and everyone's day. So that way, I think we can bring down the grief and hardship and whatever we harness for each other. We can bring down all of this and we can live as a better society. Thank you anyways for the wishes. I think to keep us reminding that there are women around, we need a day to celebrate. Okay. Thank you. So at the outset, I thank the organizers of this wonderful event. I'm really impressed by the way it is handled. So meticulously planned and also executed. Mr. Das, a huge round of applause to him. I think he deserves it. And also the university, which has considered me to be part of this organizing committee of Agri since the last 2 years. So I'm glad I am here today amidst all of you. I am focusing my talk on what should be the strategies as scientists, that is, as scientists from different arena. How should we focus and what should be the strategies for eradicating this malnutrition? And also to ensure that there is food and nutrition security at individual level and at the society level and at the national level. So I will, in the next few minutes, I will run you through about what is food security, what are the challenges our agriculturists face today, and what efforts have been made at the national level. In very brief, I'm sure in the last 2 days, these aspects must have been wonderfully dealt. And as I can see from the big arena of sponsors, everyone who is involved in food and agriculture and any related are all involved in this. And I'm also impressed by the fact that there is a farmers meet with the industry that really brings them closer. And then we are also imparting or transferring some technology to the farmers in order that they make their livelihood much better and increase their productivity and minimizing the losses. So what should be the R&D investment and a way forward? Let me at the outset bring greetings from my 105-year-old university. It's one of the largest university. It's the first to be established in Karnataka and it is the 6th oldest in India. This was established by the Odayars, the Krishnaraja Odayar family, which is a royal family. We were ruled by kings earlier. So they are the ones, his vision was established with support from Diwan, Sir M. Vishweshwaraya, and all such learned people. And it was established in 1916. So you can see this is the main entrance, which has been revamped, and that is the boulevard we have, and an aerial view of the campus, which is housed in almost 960 acres of land. It's a huge campus. And that is our administrative building called as Crawford Hall because it was designed by one of the Englishmen, Sir Crawford. As I mentioned, it was the first university to be established in Karnataka in 1916. And since then, it has parented 4 universities. So we are very proud to say that Bangalore University has emerged out from us. So the womb of Mysore University has given birth to 4 larger universities. Bangalore is now trifurcated into 3, and Mangalore University, Kuvempu University, and the Karnataka State Open University. The main campus is Manasa Gangotri. We also have 3 satellite campuses, and we have about 240 plus colleges affiliated with Mysore University with 66 recognized centers, 157 outreach research centers, training centers, 47 specialized programs, 38 foreign collaborations and 27 national collaborations. These are a little more. Besides that, in the recently held 4th cycle of NAC, we got the A grade, and in NIRF ranking, our university is ranked 19th. So that's about my university, which I'm proud of. And this is about my department where I studied, and I'm now a faculty, food science and nutrition. Established in 1970, we offer masters and PhD in food science and nutrition, clinical nutrition and dietetics, and also another branch of home science, that is human development. Of late, we have also started, because of the insistence of FSSAI, that higher education institutes should deal with specific programs of food safety. So we have introduced a PG diploma in food safety and applied nutrition, and then also a certificate course in nutrition and health. This is specifically for those employed in health and nutrition sector, or only for employees, because employed, there has been a great demand that they want some online courses. And so therefore, with the Institute of Health Research Management, in collaboration with them, we are offering the certificate course in nutrition and health. It's a 6-month program. And we have well-equipped nutrition research laboratories, and those are our forte, that is the research areas. So with that intro about my university and my department, let's now move on to business. Well, the backdrop in which we are all here to discuss, why are we? It is not just to increase the gains, monetary gains of the farmer nor the industry. It is to reach out to the common man and to see that nobody goes hungry to bed at night. That is our major intent. And I hope and pray that this dream of us will soon be, reached, and we can fulfill this target. Though with all adversities, it's very sad to say that with all the development, we still have malnutrition existing in various forms, in various age groups, in different varieties. It is in different areas. Also, we find in some areas it is more, in some it is mild. Well, when you look at that malnutrition, it is poverty. You can see a plethora of words like, undernourished, poverty, food, malnutrition, poor, hunger, everything. Like, everything stems from poverty. So we can always connect malnutrition with poverty. And also malnutrition can be both undernutrition and overnutrition. Overnutrition because of ignorance, not lack of awareness. You don't realize, we don't have much food knowledge. So the food choices we make are not very intelligent. Well, here I would like to draw your attention. These are some of these snippets from the newspapers and magazines. India is home to 40 million stunted children. 17 million are stunted, and that especially under the 5 years of age. Definitely, these are not facts to be proud of. We must be proud of many things when we can say that the maternal mortality rate has almost come down, or infant mortality rate has come down. No child is left illiterate. Everybody is being fed food, shelter, clothing, as we say, kapda, मकान और खाना सबके लिए अगर मिल जाए तो यही बेहतर होगा. So as much as 48% of children under the age of 5 in the country are stunted. That means for their age they are still short, so they have not reached their potential. This means half of India's children are chronically malnourished. Malnourishment is higher among kids whose mothers are uneducated or have less than 5 years of education. These are some findings. And worst performing states, we must have all heard of the Bimaru states. Bimaru from various angles, economic, social, and various other developments also we are finding. But of late, there is a lot of improvement in these states. But despite all of that, we still find the worst performing are Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, and Bihar. And the child sex ratio has slipped from 945 to 927. This is for girls and boys, but now the gender balance has improved. That is, the women are outnumbering, but yet we have to take it with a pinch of salt, where in the child population, you still find a lot of gender disparity. How in adults, suddenly the gender disparity, the women can outnumber the men. Anyways, let's not debate on that. And there are many organizations who are focusing on this national and at international level. We can see this picture as a very pathetic. This is the severe acute malnutrition and severe chronic malnutrition. These are the two forms what we call as kwashiorkor and marasmus. So what India needs is a holistic approach, not just providing one free meal on one time vaccination or one time some kind of a help to them. So it's also on the, it's a corollary that every year in September 1st week, we celebrate it as National Nutrition Week. And with the introduction of this Poshan Abhiyan, National Nutrition Mission in various forms, with various nomenclatures in various states, still, it's irony that we say there's a national entire week. Now the entire month is devoted for nutrition, creating awareness and all. But just creating awareness and enlightening them or educating the masses is not sufficient without us providing them the resources. From where can they ensure nutrition, or from where can they ensure the food? That is something which is of great concern. Now, what are the determinants? It's not just non-availability of food. Sometimes even with food being available, we may not be making the right choices. So let's for a while focus on what are the determinants. You can see that hunger, ignorance, unsafe water, inadequate investments in health and other sectors, then the lifestyle and inadequate health sector, weak implementation of government nutrition schemes, though there are many schemes at the regional level and the national levels, but there's something going wrong. Where are we going wrong that we need to understand? And not to forget unemployment, poverty, casteism, child marriages, all of them in some way are the major determinants of malnutrition, especially in our country. There is a study which has been published in the Lancet, Child, Adolescent and Health in 2019, where the title is Burden of Child and Maternal Malnutrition and Trends in its Indicators in the States of India, the global burden of disease. Like, let's not assume that just it is the child is not growing to his fullest potential, or he's stunted, he's wasted, he's short, he's anemic, he's malnourished. But malnourishment can be the foundation for many diseases, early advent of diseases in your adult years of life. So that is the major concern. And today we recognize that malnutrition is a major contributor to the disease burden in India. And here they have highlighted. And another thing, what I would like the audience's attention to be focused on is the disability adjusted life years, what we call as DALY. This rate is attributable to malnutrition in children, particularly less than 5 years in these states of India. And the predominant risk factor is definitely malnutrition. And this is recognized as the leading risk factor for health loss for all ages, irrespective of whether you are under 5 or over 5. And this is responsible for nearly 17.3% of the life years, like, what you lose, disability adjusted life years. So this is a snippet of that publication where they are trying to show like 54%. What is the extent of neonatal disorders? Child and maternal malnutrition is the focus here. Neonatal disorders, and then followed by diarrheal diseases, and you have lower respiratory infections and so on. So in low birth weight and short gestation also, you can see the neonatal disorders are predominant. In child growth failures, like you can see that dietary insufficiencies and lower respiratory infections are predominant, and suboptimal feeding, if you bifurcate and try and understand, in the breastfeeding time, that is post-birth, infants are more susceptible to frequent infections, and that reduces their immunity and makes them more vulnerable to fall a prey for one more infection. And so therefore they get into a vicious cycle of lowering the immunity, respiration, undernutrition, so malnourishment. So you might have be aware of the National Family Health Survey. Recently, we have the NFHS 5 data has been released. It is available online. Everybody can see it. What does this NFHS 5 survey data say? Like, I only want to focus on two things: stunting and underweight. Like, I'm sure you might have understood what stunting is. A child has not achieved his full height potential. He's short for his age. Okay. So this is less height for age, we can say in simple words. So in less than 5 years, children, it has decreased from 38.4 to 35.5%. Well, okay, it is a welcome this one, that there is a almost 3% decline. Okay. And underweight children, that is again who are weighing less for their age, this has also decreased from 35.8 to 32.1. Now let's look at the other aspect, which we may not recognize as a serious health condition, but we should not forget that being anemic can be a weak foundation for everything. So a fraction of anemic children who are aged between 6 and 59 months has gone up, where stunting has come down, underweight children has come down, but sadly, anemia in children has risen, like which was in an NFHS 4 survey, 58% were anemic, the children, whereas here 67%. And percentage of all women aged 15 to 19 years has gone up from 54 to 59. Why are we so concerned about anemia? After all, we may say having low blood hemoglobin level. No, it isn't all, because hemoglobin does the major function of supplying oxygen to every tissue and cell. So when you don't have the fuel for the management, for the maintenance of the body, for the growth. Oxygen is needed for us, otherwise we don't survive. So then we understand that anemia can lead to adverse clinical outcomes such as low birth weight in a pregnant women, neonatal mortality, and premature births. This is concerned only with maternal nutrition. So today we say Women's Day, okay? But look at the sad part of it. Why are women in India malnourished? Okay, less than 50% women consume a wholesome diet regularly. Not all of us consume a wholesome diet. 47% only consume green leafy vegetables daily. Only 46% consume fruits once a week. This is based on these surveys. 45% consume pulses, 30% consume meat, fish or eggs. Not that we are promoting non-vegetarianism, but those food habits you can continue following, but this is what we have found out. Now, with all that, now let's move on to why are we focused so much, and why did I showcase all those facts and figures and the studies? Because hunger and malnutrition among children is one of the pervasive health problems in the world, not only in India, in every country, but more so in the underdeveloped and developing countries, which is contributing to the mortality at young age, especially among developing countries. Today, agriculture produces enough food for everyone, but we are failing somewhere in post-harvest, storage, supply, PDS, everywhere we might be failing. But the number of people experiencing moderate to severe food insecurity, it stands at a huge humongous number of 2 billion of the global population, according to the report on the state of food security and nutrition in the world 2019. Despite India being self-sufficient in food grain production, this is what I mentioned, it was home to 194.4 million undernourished people between the period 2016 to 18. Who are the victims of undernutrition? So far, from all these, you must have understood the one who are affected most are children and pregnant and lactating women. So these are the victims. Why are we so concerned? Why should we improve the nutritional status of women? Because it has a direct impact on the nutritional and health status of the child. The food and nutritional developments which are aimed at improving the diets of women, especially at the reproductive age, is very crucial to end this vicious cycle of hunger and malnutrition. Prevalence of undernutrition and micronutrient deficiencies like calcium, iron, vitamin A, vitamin D deficiency is more prevalent among disadvantaged women and children. And this can be addressed only by integrating nutritional sensitive programs. Whatever are our programs, they must be focusing on not just improving the food supply, it is the nutrient supply. So we need to shift our focus from food to nutrition security. And this can also be done only with the proper support for the farmers to improve their agriculture produce, to bring down the losses, because climate is unpredictable now. Then reduction of poverty and providing education. And with all of this only, a comprehensive effort, we can achieve nutritional security. Now let's move on to the other aspect, that is from understanding why are we focusing so much on malnutrition, and why should there be a necessity for R&D strategies to tackle this problem. Nutrition security is another thing. This is a term which we are using only in the last few decades. Post-independence, our effort, the government was fighting to ward off the communicable diseases. But now, sadly, our country is being affected by non-communicable diseases, and that too diet-related non-communicable diseases. The short form, what you might read, are NRNCDs, and that includes diabetes, obesity, cancer, and heart diseases. So let's focus on this, try and understand what is this. When we talk of nutrition security, what all aspects are encompassed in this are, what are our approaches, what is the added value of the food, which are the disciplines who can contribute to enhancing food security or nutrition security, and what are the interventions and what are the integrated approaches which are required. So to give you a glimpse of what is this, on the other side, please have a look at that. Just comparing, we were so for some time ago we were talking of only food security, but now our focus has shifted from food and nutrition security. Food security at home level will be availability of food. So we have food, we have raw ingredients to prepare for tomorrow. You have raw ingredients, you have your groceries stored in your storeroom for another month, you are secure. That is food security at the home level, at the domestic level. But at the community level, at the state level, at the national level, it kind of multiplies in a huge number. So food security, food intake, stability, how much food is available and how much food is accessible. Even if it is accessible, are we able to afford it? Affordability also matters. It might be available plenty in the supermarkets or in the market. Now, talking about the nutrition security, of course, it has nutrition intake, availability, but the caring capacity is the new component, and the health services and the environment in which you live, because health and hygiene is very, very important. So, food security, increased stability, increased availability, access to all, more effective food utilization. And what efforts have been made by our government? Bill has been introduced, white paper on millets, midday meal programs in various states, and very recently our Prime Minister has dedicated 17 new biofortified varieties of crops. Lots of events like this are being organized, contests are being organized, and I want you to focus. This paper is available, Nutritional Security in India, written by Sabira Saurabh, which highlights that there is a need for improving the technological innovations, investments in irrigation, creating rural infrastructure, and not to forget, raise the rural employment. These are the targets set by the National Nutrition Mission. I will not go through, there is a paucity of time. Let's now focus to the other aspect, third aspect, major problems of Indian agriculture, challenges. I'm sure this has been dealt, but I only want to spend little time on this. Indian economy, as we all know, is largely agrarian. There is water scarcity, climate change, land degradation, markets and intermediates, and also, as I mentioned, extreme weather conditions, rising input costs. So the agriculture sector, considerable expansion and change has been happening in research and extension. But the key questions remain the same. Is it sufficient to double farmers' income? Is there a need for a different approach? Or can it be achieved? These are the questions. So there is a new concept floated by ICRISAT called as science of delivery. They have developed this spectrum, and the core is demand-driven innovation to design, develop and deliver. And how it can be done? By bringing together agriculture sciences, information communication technology and allied sectors. So unfortunately, science of delivery is not taught. It's not mentioned in any textbook. Now, none of the agriculture universities have it. So it is very essential that agriculture universities and business schools must include this aspect in their curriculum. And the last part of my talk is R&D approaches. As I mentioned, there has to be a nutrition sensitive approach, research from the lens of increasing income and decreasing malnutrition. So promoting kitchen gardens, school gardens, etc., involving the children, rice-based agriculture systems to improve water use efficiency, then include education and agriculture domains in the National Nutrition Mission. Agriculture must be nutrition sensitive. It will be only when it addresses the underlying causes of malnutrition. It should support food security, adequate caregiving resources, and access to health services and hygiene. So in this context, I would like to mention biofortification appears to be as a sustainable strategy. I'll not go into the details of what is biofortification. I'm sure most of you are from agriculture background. You're all well aware of that. But there is a need. World over also, it has been recognized that biofortification will be sustainable to handle the dual form of malnutrition. This is a comparison between biofortification, fortification, and supplementation. So in all of these three methods which are very commonly used to address malnutrition, biofortification appears to be a longer and a sustainable and more practical approach. There are a lot of benefits because it can reach the rural populations without the need for farmer or synthetic supplements, which we have to do away with. And the second one I would like to propose is that integrated farming systems. So all of you are agriculturists, you know better, because agriculture, integrated farming system, there are two types, we all know, irrigated and rain-fed systems. And between these two, it is the irrigated ones which will support more than 90% of the value of non-livestock farm production, and integrated only about 10%. Remember, both of these will produce zero emissions. We cannot forget the Mother Earth. We need to be caring about her also. So what should be our recommendations to leverage agriculture policies and programs to be more nutrition sensitive, to ensure food-based safety nets, so that the PDS can work more better, and also it can be a means to supply the biofortified crops, increase access to health care, and provide liberal scholarships for women's education. On Women's Day, this is we are imploring that liberal scholarships. Of course, our government is doing, let's not deny that. So to end with, what I would like to say is it needs an integrated approach, plant breeding, human health and nutritional sciences, which will lead to sustainability, food security and nutritional security. So we started with food insecurity, and if we complete this journey in this way, I'm sure we can, and we shall, and we will. I think that should be the Atmanirbhar India, what our Prime Minister has been promoting. Thank you so much. And at the end, I salute to the father of our nation, who had so much vision. Just please read these and ponder about it for a while. Healthy and nourishing food was the only alpha and omega of rural economy. Today we talk of alpha and beta, gamma and various in your biosciences or in physics, but in nutrition we say omega-3 fatty acids. Okay, so he was aware of that, though he might not have known the nitty-gritty of nutrition sciences. And this one really draws my attention. There are people in the world so hungry that God cannot appear to them except in the form of bread. So at that time, you call them to pray, to involve in any this one. That is not what they want. They don't want God at that time. They want bread. So with that, a positive note, I leave this podium that we must work together to make this India of ours healthy. Thank you. And this one really draws my attention. There are people in the world so hungry that God cannot appear to them except in the form of bread. So at that time,
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very brief and well explained. And now let's have Dr. Pushpalata Ganesh, Professor, Centurion University of Technology and Management. She'll be talking on the topic Agri Genomics Transform the Future of Agriculture.
To make this India of ours.
Can I expect a wonderful round of applause for the lady? Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very brief and well explained. And now let's have Dr. Pushpalata Ganesh, Professor, Centurion University of Technology and Management. She'll be talking on the topic Agri Genomics Transform the Future of Agriculture. Can I expect a wonderful round of applause for the lady? Thank you. Now let's have Dr. Pushpalata Ganesh, Professor, Centurion University of Technology and Management. She'll be talking on the topic Agri Genomics Transform the Future of Agriculture. A wonderful round of applause for the lady. Thank you.
in the better it was not opening. Now it is opening. It is not opening. You can say it. Share it. थोड़ा शेयर कर लीजिए. पता नहीं वो रीड नहीं कर रहा है. यहाँ तो Agrivision GPL 2022 dot. It's not opening, sir. I removed it. I sent it to them. Maybe they'll ship it.
You just closely do one thing.
Should I send it?
You go for the next page. Go for the next page. नहीं नहीं इटा आपनकर we will go to the next presentation.
Problem is.
Now we will go to the next.
Check. So there was a little glitch in the last presentation of Dr. Pushpalata Ganeshji. So we will see that a little while later. So the next presentation for as of now would be of Dr. Sharat Kumar Pradhan, Principal Scientist, ICAR and RRI, Cuttack, and he'll be talking on the topic genomic assisted breeding for enhancing genetic gain in rented rice. So let's have the gentleman here with a huge round of applause. The presentation is already ready, so we will see that in a while. Yes, sir, please. Start.
Please. First. Oh, it has. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Only arrow.
हाँ जी, only
Yeah.
Do you want the color mic, sir? इससे हो जाएगा.
ना ना ठीक है ठीक है. Cursor is here ना. Very good morning to everybody, dear participant, organizers, faculty of this university, and online all participants. I welcome you all to my talk. This is genomic assisted
breeding for enhancing genetic gain in rain-fed rice. So, before I go to the talk, actually, I want to congratulate, I want to wish a best Women Day today, Day of Women. And I want to say a few words about women, role of women in agriculture. In the agriculture, though we don't know women are involved in the activity, but if you will be finding, so women are totally involved in the agriculture activity, starting from beginning to the end. So decision of which variety we will be growing, what type of variety, how much we need this variety, all these decision first is being taken by women. Then starting from the operation, transplanting, then all operation, weeding, then harvesting, all these activities, women are directly involved, though they are not seen in the picture. So I wish in today's date that more involvement of the women, so they are not involved, not less involved, it's totally involved. So in this day, we hope more involvement of the women in agriculture. So let us come to my topic, genomic assisted breeding. Why the concept of genomics? We achieved green revolution in the 60s. We are not getting enough food for our people. So we were begging to the developed countries like USA and other that we were shortage of food. We were begging always. But due to this green revolution, we achieved green revolution during 60s. Then after a few decades, then we become self-sufficient in food grain. So you can think the situation when we got independence. That time, our population was around 35 crores. And we were able to produce around 50 million tons of food grains. So if I will be telling about rice, it was around 20 million of tons of rice. And the cultivable land was almost like today what we are. It's around 30 million hectares. So you imagine 20 million tons by 50s when we got independence. Now what is the total production of rice, in the country? This year latest estimate is 127.93 million tons. From 20 million tons to we have jumped now 127. And last year in the 2021, our rice production was 121 million tons. So how much time we have jumped? And similarly also total food grain, if you will be thinking, this was 305 million tons last year. And this year latest estimate says it is around 316 million tons of food grains. So it's a bumper record production in our country. But then we are talking genomic selection, marker assisted selection. Already we achieved. I will be telling detail in my talk. I will be highlighting why we need, what is the concern, why we need to apply genomics, why we need to apply marker, why we need to apply CRISPR. Those things we will be discussing now. And that my topic will be one of that aspect, that is genomics assisted breeding. And particularly, let me come to the introduction. I may take a little bit more time, maybe 5 minutes here and there. Why there is a need of genomic selection? I will be covering and genomic selection. What is this? Then traits required, all the rice, rain-fed ecology I will be dealing. It's upland rice, then I will be going for shallow lowland, then semi-deep water, deep water, then breeding schemes for genomic selection, then how to optimizing the pipelines, means the lines will be getting intermediates, then finally models for genomic selection, then finally I will be concluding. So about rice already we have actually rain-fed rice I will be telling. Total rice is 43 million hectare in the country we are just cultivating, but rain-fed rice, we are covering around 21 million hectare, which includes 14.5 million hectare lowland rice plus around 6 to 7 million hectare upland rice. This constitutes rain-fed rice. So the productivity, rainfed rice is a production is linked with monsoon. So low productivity due to many biotic and abiotic constraints. Mainly biotics are bacterial blight, and abiotic is like submergence, drought. These are the main abiotic constraints. So the other problems, like you may find direct seeding is a problem. What is the problem? That farmers used to practice? It's not a problem, but farmer used to practice this. And what happens due to this direct seeding? Suppose there is a heavy rainfall, then due to the ponding of water, this germination hampers and plant stand. Means, the population, whatever we need, they are unable to maintain. As a result, there is low yield, low production. So we need anaerobic germination in that case. And we have to incorporate so many traits, biotic and abiotic, so that we can have a climate smart variety, so that either to drought, submergence, any biotic, abiotic, it will be a smart version. Okay. So I will be very briefly telling about you what is the trend now. If you will be seeing the cereal, it is a continuing increasing trend. I have given up to 2019 probably. So what I want to say here, the production and productivity is increasing each year. Similarly, total area, production and yield of rice, specifically, I will be citing the example of rice in between when I will be speaking. So here rice trend you see is production and productivity increasing, but total area is declining, or remaining something constant like that. That means we have to increase the productivity. So I was just telling before a few minutes. So if you will be thinking 50s, what was the food grain production and what was rice production? You see 20 million ton and food grain was 50. So, but subsequently we see 139 crores. And during independence, the population I told was around 35 crores. So you see the population has reached to 139 crores and the food grain is 305. That means enough. We are self-sufficient. Then why we are worried? Why we are going so many research projects and so many things? Where is the problem? Why we are panic? Panic is beyond 2030. Yeah, beyond that. Why? You imagine what will be our food grain requirement and rice requirement by 2030, 2040, 2050. So 2030 up to that, this year we achieved 127 million tons of rice grain. So our target by 2030 was 130 only, approximately. We achieved that. But thing is that beyond that, what is going to happen? My main concern is that lot of lands are being converted. This potential land, what we can say, rice land, food grain where we are producing, those lands are being converted to other commercial purposes, like house building, any commercial purposes. So that trend is declining. Total land, potential land we are not getting. And simultaneously we are increasing the population. You see the trend. And by 2050, we will be 180 millions. And we will be requiring around 170 million tons of rice. Where we will be getting? Our land are declining. Land by that time, what will happen? Now 43 million hectare, it is declining rapidly now. So I hope again you can eliminate this problematic ecosystem like upland ecosystem, deep water. These are having around 12-13 million hectare in the country. So out of 43, we will be deleting around 10 million hectare also. That means around 33. And again, urbanization and house building, other business activity. So we may reduce a lot of land. We may get finally around 30 million hectare by 2050 I am projecting. If 30 million hectare will be our cultivable land for the potential crops, and we will be by that time 180 crores of people, and we need around 170 million tons of food grains. So that means what will be the load per hectare? We have to produce around 7 to 8 tons of rice, and that too milled rice. So how much will be the rough rice, you imagine? Per hectare load will be around 10 ton. Is it achievable? That is the question to everybody. So that's why my topic is how to achieve that huge by 2030 or 40 or 50. So unless you think from today onward, you will not be able to produce around 170, 180 million tons of rice. So that's why we will be thinking how to increase the yield potential, how to increase the total production with less land. Another alarming situation is that, climate change. There is adverse effect of the climate. A lot of drought, flood, and frequency is increasing. You may not predict the calamities. You are unable to know after 5 days there will be a drought spell and there will be a cyclonic storm, like that. Under these situations also, you have to produce the food grain, your target. So that means these will be definitely a much challenge to the scientist. So that will be my concern, and I want to say about this, my topic. I introduce how to go ahead with 40, 50, 60 like that. Then my topic starts. I told you genomic assisted is one of the approach where we can achieve our target. Like your CRISPR case, your marker assisted, then this is genomic assisted breeding. We have to involve the genomes, whole genome. So here, what is my point of telling here is first thing, this green revolution we achieved through classical breeding approach. Mendelian's theory, mainly based on father of genetics, Mendel's theory, basing on that, we achieved our green revolution mostly for achieving classical breeding. That is through phenotype-based breeding, by observing the variability, we were selecting the plant type. Then what happens? We achieved, and we then our potential, production level stagnated, achieved a plateau. You understand the meaning? That means we could not raise further we could not increase our further potential, yield potential. Then what happens? Then we entered the era of marker assisted. Marker, it's molecular breeding. What happens? We achieved a lot. We developed variety like disease resistant, something utilizing some of the few genes, major genes. But the success of that is though enormous. But the complex traits like yield, any other traits, very complex in nature. They used to govern by very many genes. Means many small effect, a large number of genes where you cannot handle through this marker assisted breeding or through classical, conventional breeding. 100 of genes are involved in the yield. Till date, how many genes are cloned for yield? So many genes, reported around 200 yield genes. So how to put together, how to take into one background? That is through we can achieve by genomic assisted breeding. Okay, so now I want to say you through marker assisted, we are targeting few genes, few major genes. So we are successful. Classical, we are successful. Then we have to go to the genomic assisted. Here we have to see entirety, to whole of the genome, whole of the plant individual itself. In the genomic assisted, we will be thinking about all the effect of the genes. So we have to put together all the genes in one individual and how to estimate the effect. That is through various models. So that is basing on the effect of the breeding value. We will be estimating that through various model. I will be going to tell you how many parents we will be taking. For suppose you need a large number of traits together. That means 100 of parents line will be involved. So basically what in the plant breeding, what we used to do, we transfer from few parents, maybe 2, 3, 4, biparent, multiparent, and then we handle a breeding scheme. But we never handle a breeding scheme using 50 of the donor parents. How to go with that? how to handle 100 of genes, that is through models, that is we will be dealing through genomic assisted involving whole genome. So here basic concept is estimating the breeding value, yeah, all marker effect, what are the various marker for various traits, we have to estimate that, we have to phenotype, then how to accumulate all these things, that is through various model we will be discussing. So this is the main thing in the genomics model, genomic selection, yeah, genomic assisted breeding you can say. So here this genomic method is a method to predict the breeding value of individuals based on marker covering the whole genome using simulated data. So this is the best of this. And nowadays this genotyping is very cost effective, high density single nucleotide polymorphism you can get very easily. Also these models are predicting very accurately. So it is achievable and we can get this by this total variance we can capture and we can put together in one background, that is through this genomic assisted breeding. I hope you got my point, what I want to speak. Just here diagrammatically I want to say you need a few elite population where we want to get the characters here, traits, that we used to say training population. And you have to get very promising or elite parents where all the desirable traits are there, maybe 100, 200 baseline, best population you can say. So you have to get one training population where you genotype and phenotype. You know the worthiness, how much, and what are the various marker. Those I will be explaining you marker effects, then estimate the breeding value. Then utilizing those best population, yeah, training population, you have to develop a test population. That means through your breeding strategy, yeah, pipeline we are telling, you have to develop your test population and then phenotype and genotype and see whether your estimated breeding value of the training population is achieved in the test population or not. So this is in theme, and I will be at the end, I will be showing you the schematic diagram showing the genomic assisted breeding. So then we will be entering into the, please remind me when time will be, okay? So it is a long topic, may take time, so I will not be able to know. So about what are the traits, elite line, I told you test population, we have to develop a test population. What are the traits we will be just taking or putting for upland rice? Just you see here, in case of upland rice, the main trait is the drought tolerance. So by this time we have many drought yield QTLs. Under drought situation also, there are some genes which are giving yield. So these are like this, I have written here, yeah, QDTY 12.1, 2.2, 3.1. The parents carrying these genes, you have to get together, yeah, you have to collect to make the test population. Similarly, high water use efficient parents, you have to put, then direct seeded trait varieties, then poor nutrient condition also is a problem, weed competitiveness, seed vigor, also deeper rooting, draw gene, then pop gene, then nitrogen use efficiency, QTLs already known, root angle, better phosphorus uptake, then nitrogen uptake. There are many genes are reported. Those parents carrying these genes, you have to put in the training population, okay? Then also biotic traits like your rice blast, brown spot, sheath blight, yellow stem borers, leaf folder, gandhi bug, these donor parent you have to put together. Maybe around 200 parents you will be putting in the test population. So while coming to the lowland rice, lowland also is always frequently there is a submergence, there is a flood, there is waterlogging. What should be the trait? What are the donor parent you have to put, yeah, you in the test population, you have to put that. I will be telling you, the situation like flash flood, suddenly there is a flood. So to tolerate the flood, what parents you have to keep in the elite gene pool, yeah, test population, yeah, your training population. So these traits you have to see like flash flood, stagnant water, or tolerance to that. Yeah, anything like drought also in case of lowland is a problem. So these donor parent you have to collect also like that. Your salinity is a problem in the coastal area. Lowland combined with submergence and salinity. Those creates also problem. You have to collect those donor parents. So in case of shallow lowland, these type of lands are huge in our eastern India. Around 40% of the land are like shallow lowland. Shallow lowland, is around 40, time. 40% of our land is shallow lowland type. So we have to how to include the parents like high yielding with sub-1 gene, drought genes, anaerobic germination, strong corn, bacterial blight resistance genes, brown plant hopper resistance genes. You have to put this donor in the donor gene pool. Similarly, if you will be going to the semi-deep, you have to target the traits like waterlogging tolerance, drought tolerance, submergence, anaerobic germination, strong call, bacterial blight tolerance, stem borrow tolerance. These, what I want to say, you have to collect these genetic resources. You put in the training population. So similarly, also you have to see the trait of the deep water, very deep water rice and see the traits. And main thing what I am want to say here, your gain will be achieved by one equation. A breeder's equation is G K sigma square H delta A by years into cycle. This is the equation where we estimate the genetic gain. If you will be the upper side denominator, if you will be seeing years and cycle, that we can manage at our hand. If you will be having a improved breeding scheme, then we can reduce the year component. Okay, so your efficiency will be improved genetic yield. Similarly, if you are able to take more cycle per 1 year, so your genetic gain will also be improved. So, accuracy, those things I will be telling now, is time is very quicker than I have to finish. There are, many segregating generation like F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, which generation, how many breeding cycle will be handling, and also the parents in the cycle, how many stages will be in the cycle for breeding scheme we will be taking. That is also important. Also number of generation, as I told you. So if we will be going to a model based answer, if we will be per year, suppose we are having three seasons like wet season, then dry season, summer rice. Suppose any breeding scheme per year we are dividing into three seasons. So you imagine in the first season your gain is 0.208. If you are just increasing the seasons, you see your gain is here in the one generation in F2, it is 0.28. Similarly, if you are increasing the testing stages, you understand what is testing stages? If you are increasing the year of breeding cycle, that means your genetic gain is reducing. So there you have to reduce the cycle. Suppose it's like double haploid. In 1 year, you are getting one cycle. So there the gain is very rapid. Similarly, if you can have a speed breeding program, genomic assisted speed breeding, then you are reducing your breeding cycle to 1 year 2. So your genetic gain will be very high. So I want to say here your population size in case of, if the trait will be highly heritable, you see this graph indicate you have to go for highly heritable, then you will be getting quicker genetic, higher genetic gain. Similarly, replication, you can compare if you are increasing the replication in one trial. So you see 2, 3, 4, there is very minor replication difference. But immediately if you are having 2, then you are almost 2, 3. If you are having resources, you can go for neither 2 to 3 is okay, ideal for this. Similarly, what is the population size? If you have money, less money, what should be your, I told you 100, 200 plant you have to hybridize. There, how many you have to take? I think 100 to 200 will be ideal. And cycle, you see, if you are increasing cycle, you see, if you are increasing cycle to 7, your genetic gain is very low. If you are reducing the cycle, your genetic gain is very high, rapidly increasing. So lesson what we understand from this is we have to select elite parents in the gene pool, very promising parents. So then focus making the reduce the length of the breeding cycle. Reduce the cycle. Per year, how many you are taking breeding cycle? Then your individual should be highly heritable. Your trait should be individual trials. You have to see that your gain will be very high. Then I think these are the key points. I am showing one program how you will be handling the genomic assisted breeding. I told you initially you have to go with elite gene pool, all the ecology based trait I showed you, upland, lowland, midland. Here you have to accumulate all those test population here. Then you estimate the breeding value. You estimated the breeding value from that. Suppose 1 to 10 best breeding value estimated individually or donor parent. As per your choice, your desirable traits. You hybridize in all combinations and you got here estimate your best parents and then you reduced the breeding cycle here by speed breeding or through double haploid, so that in 1 year we can go for 2 to 3 cycle. So then you can have very rapid genetic gain and you can ultimately release. If you are unable to release, then again it will just again you go to the again another cycle that I am telling the breeding cycle. So second cycle, maybe after 2 to 3 years, those will be elite line will be pulled in the elite gene pool for the second breeding cycle. And similarly, you try to release a variety. If it is not possible, then go to third breeding cycle. I hope all the trait will be pulled together, all 100 or 50 character or trait you want to put together. That will be actually accumulated in one individual. Finally, after 5 or 10 years, at the end of the third breeding cycle or second breeding cycle, you will be able to put together all your desired trait together, and in one variety you will be able to release a smart version of variety where it will be drought tolerant and submergence tolerant, disease tolerant, pest tolerant, and will be along with a very high yielding type. That is the concept of genomic assisted breeding. Here I want to say you. So another thing I want to say, haplo-based breeding, haplotype breeding. So haplotype breeding is basically what is that? That is within a breeding cycle. Either you can advance directly through speed breeding or through markers you can deploy through haplotype, is associated through marker trait association. There are one trait is associated with so many traits. So if you will be able to establish that haplotype of those traits can be inherited together, and in a breeding cycle you can put together, so that quickly you can enhance also your breeding cycle and you can achieve the genetic trait. So similarly, you can have what is the marker type density? I told you SNP genotypes, and there you can opt for, if you are having a breeding scheme, you take a mid density type. You don't go for 50K or 1000, 100K. Don't go for that. 1K RICA chip is developed, which is usable, so you can have a very good genetic gain in that. So what I told you, finally, I want to conclude here. This is all the marker effect. How you will be knowing? You have many prediction models. So best prediction we are using now is G-BLOP. It's actually BLOP. It is genomic linear BLOP unbiased predictor, something model statistics model commonly used, that is nowadays, but that is what it gives. It is average value of the markers it will give. So if you will be targeting RR BLOP, that is more better. That means it assigns different value to the marker. Suppose you have 1000 markers, all the 1000 markers are different. But in the first case, your 1000 marker will be all are same, one effect. So there is an effect of RR BLOP. If you are thinking more better, you can go for lasso, EIN. But Bayesian, if you will be taking, Bayesian, all the marker, there is a predetermined effect to that, and you have your more precision in Bayesian, Bayesian lasso, there is model also. So that those are very advanced model, non-parametric, you can go also. So these are the models accurately you can, what I want to say, By employing these statistical models, you will be able to estimate the breeding value accurately. If you are employing 50 kg or 50,000 markers, you at the end you will be able to estimate what is the value of this material. At the end, whether it is estimate its breeding value is high, comparatively 10, 15, yeah, 20 parents, you can compare them and then you can use in the breeding scheme. So I think I thank you very much for this. It is a complicated talk and very applied in nature. I hope it is a, you may have many questions. You can ask me later when question hour will come. Thank you.
Okay, inviting Dr. Pushpalata Ganesh, Professor CUTM now for her address. Her talk is on Agri Genomics Transform the Future of Agriculture. I'll just check if it is played properly and then I'll give it to ma'am. Which one is ma'am? Which one? First.
I think it is not opening there.
No, he just. Check. It's not opening.
Why it's not opening in the mail? In the mail I have sent it. Yes, in the same pen drive. In the same pen drive you have put it.
इधर नहीं होगा. You check if you want. वो तो ही नहीं है. दूसरा पेन ड्राइव कोई है? If you have sent me the pen drive.
I don't think the pen drive is the issue.
No. So there's some glitches again. I believe there's something that is troubling with the pen drive and the file. We will just sort it out in a while. Until then, let's have Dr. Anjula Pandey. She'll be talking about the topic allium genetic resource in India, prioritization and study on neo-domestication trend. So here we have the lovely lady. Let's have a wonderful round of applause and let's hear it from her. Start. कौन सा वाला में?
Presentation.
कॉपी कर दिया. Paste.
This one. First. Let's listen to it.
डाउन एरो से आगे करेंगे।
डाउन एरो से मैम आप करेंगे, आपको फुल स्क्रीन करना है, ठीक है, वो कर देते हैं।
आपको पॉइंटर से नहीं होगा, बस यहाँ से, हाँ नहीं पॉइंटर से नहीं चाहिए, इसी वजह से फुल स्क्रीन कर। Yeah. So good morning, everybody. First of all, as ma'am has already, thank you so much, ma'am. And I congratulate each one of you present in this hall on this very august gathering, on the very important day of a day of celebration, International Women's Day. And on this occasion, I congratulate each one of you and thank the organizers for giving me the chance to present my work over here. And without wasting much of my time, I would like to start for this work on alien genetic resources in India, prioritization, and study on neo-domestication trends. As already indicated by my earlier speakers, they have said about the role of women in agriculture, and here comes the genetic resources collection, conservation, and utilization of alien genetic resources. Let me introduce with the word alien. When we talk about alien, it directly gives us the in our mind that alien means onion and garlic to a common person. But I would like to say that in Indian Gene Center, we have many, many more species available, which we are using and utilizing as in place of onion and garlic in the remote areas and the distant pockets, where we are using them as a seasoning purpose and also for the purpose of medicinal use in the diverse pockets of India. So when we talk about the diversity of allium globally, we have more than 1100 species distributed over Mediterranean region, Eurasian region, and Indian region, where 12% of the diversity is available here. This particular slide shows the distribution of ecogeographic distribution, diversity of allium with the special reference to the Indian Gene Center. When we talk about the Indian Gene Center, this means that India has been considered as one of the hotspots of biodiversity globally. Out of 32 hotspots, India has 2 major hotspots of diversity, rather 3, where we have so many species, out of which Western Himalayas and the Eastern Himalayan region are harboring the genetic diversity of allium per se. And my talk is, and my work will be focusing more on the allium work, on which I have spent about a decade of my research period. Coming to the key characters of allium, all these species I'm trying to show you over here are allium species present in our in the Gene Center of India. And these species are recognized by several key characters. All those allium species have the bulbous, well-developed bulb and the thin rhizomes. The leaves are sessile, narrow petiolated ones. Inflorescence is a skipper's umbel. These are some of the technical terms which I think some of you be aware of and others may not be, but in my talk I'll be referring to them very frequently. Bulbils are some of the features which are present in some species, not in all. Ovary is superior, because of which it was placed in Liliaceae family, and one particular feature of the allium genus per se, whether we are talking about onion or garlic, is the presence of a typical odor, because of which they also have high medicinal value and they impart a kind of aroma which could be garlic or onion type. Coming to the next slide, where we are talking about the genetic resources management of allium at ICAR and BPGR, from where I belong to. And the ICAR and BPGR is located in the New Delhi Center, where it's popularly known as the National Gene Bank, which is second largest at the global level, and we are holding about more than 4 lakhs of the seed propagated material in the form of germplasm, and we are supplying it for the student research purposes as well as to other people who are undertaking advanced researches. We are also providing collection programs. Direct collections are being undertaken regularly in diverse areas, diversity-rich pockets. Evaluation work is going on, and I think you very well know about the evaluation. When we undertake and grow the material, Dr. Sab in the CRRI Katak, he has already explained how they are evaluating the rice genetic resources. In a similar way, evaluation studies are most important when we talk about the genetic resources, because without evaluation, we cannot evaluate and put its value worth to it. Similarly, conservation, which is the major activity of the NBPGR, we are conserving large number of species, and later on I will be showing a table showing how many alien species we are maintaining and where we are maintaining. For the research and development purpose, we are supplying the genetic resources, the material, seed, as well as the vegetatively propagated material to different scientists, researchers all over the country. So I request the students to take care of this note, and they can always depend upon NVPGR for such kind of material in any form. Let it be any species, they can directly write to the director NVPGR for supply of material. Coming to the prioritization. Prioritization is one of the must activity which one should consider whether we are having large number of species available which are of genetic resource value. But unless we prioritize them, we cannot work research on so many species at the own time because of fund paucity, because of the labor paucity and other aspects. So we have to decide upon that one. The first priority for the NBPGR is on the basis of the need or availability in the gene bank, which we called as the gap filling. Next one is the RET species, whether the species attains the status of rare, endangered and threatened level. The nativity, whether the species is of native origin, to that we give the top priority. And last of all, the research need. If the demand has come from different researchers, we give it a priority for conservation and research mode. Here I'm trying to show one of my explorer colleague who is collecting the germplasm from a very, very difficult area, say about alpine belt, where these alien species are growing. Some of them I have listed over there on the right hand side, indicating that Allium tuberosum, Allium priscivilliscanum, Allium hookeri, Allium strachii, which is listed in the Red Edda book. So many of them, the species, and the last one over here, where I have just described this species for the first time, and it has been added in the global list of aliens. This level, and I'm proud to share. I'll be sharing the photograph and how the work was achieved by us and my team. Coming to the next slide, saying that field and herbarium studies are helpful in identifying what are the species and what is their value, and how do we ascertain the edible aspects of those taxa available. So this is germplasm evaluation and conservation. We have National Gene Bank over here. We are conserving the material as -20 degrees Celsius in the form of seed only. And here are some of the tissue culture laboratories where alien species, different wild species as well as cultivated species are being conserved in the form of tissue culture. And all of you must be knowing how it is done. I will not go into the detail how conservation is being taken in the tissue culture mode by developing different protocols for all those species. Down below is the field gene bank for alien, because alien is very photosensitive species. It doesn't grow, flower and produce seeds in all environments. So it has to be grown in near to natural conditions, which is nothing but in the Bhawali station. We have Bhawali is near Nainital, Uttarakhand, where we are growing allium in the field gene bank, and evaluation work is being undertaken there itself. And this particular area gets have heavy snowfalls, And when the material gets the vernalization, and after that the sprouting happens, and the material is maintained for many, many years to come, and evaluation work is being undertaken. Here only to show you the glimpses of ex situ collection, wherein we are conserving about over 3,000 accessions, where majority of the material is of Allium cepa, the cultivated elite types, very significantly important tropical onion species, tropical and subtropical types. I may tell you that Allium cepa, which was introduced long back into our country, was temperate types. They were only grown in the temperate regions. We were not able to grow them, but by gradual selection and practicing of evaluation methods, we are now able to grow the alliums in subtropical and tropical region. And now Nasik is the largest, the Maharashtra is the largest state which is producing a bulk of allium production is being undertaken over there. And all these figures indicate that so many wild and cultivated species we are conserving in our gene bank, either in the form of seed collection or in the form of tissue culture, and also maintaining them in the field gene bank. Field gene bank material does not produce seeds in enough quantity so that it can be conserved in the gene bank, so it has to be multiplied repeatedly year after year, and this material is maintained and is available for all different kinds of research. Here I would like to show 2-3 different important allium species which are under evaluation. One of them is Allium tuberosum. This species occurs in the wild condition as well as under cultivation in different areas of Himalayas, as well as in the eastern Himalayan region, where now they are also practicing larger scale cultivation of this Allium tuberosum, where leaves are highly nutritional and also provide iron, and we are told that they can take care of the nutritional malnutrition at different levels, other than providing the medicinal value. Another species which is called Allium hookeri, which is almost endemic to the eastern Himalayan region and going up to the Chinese region. This species is also under cultivation in the eastern Himalayan region, where different tribal people are growing them in their areas, and we have taken them from after cultivating them. Under evaluation program, we are trying to evaluate and produce the best types available. So all these species have entered into the neo-domestication mode. I will be explaining what is neo-domestication means. Another species is Rockyo, they call it, it's a Chinese allium, produces the underground bulbs just like that of the garlic and has a beautiful aroma. They are using in the northeastern region as a vegetable. It's a good vegetable, tastes very good along with different recipes they are producing. And also it's under evaluation in our Bhuwali regional station as well as in the northeastern region in our regional station in Shillong. One of the species which is called Allium royalii is native to us. And this is a very important genetic resource for us because it crosses very easily with the Allium cepa and also produces the fertile offsprings. And it also has the powdery mildew resistance in it. And in Germany, they have produced several F1s and produced the types and the genetic resources which are resistant to powdery mildew. But in India, we are not able to collect this species because it occurs at a very difficult terrain. And this year, our mission will go and collect large number of accessions of this material. Coming to the ampulopressum, which nowadays you can see them in the market, it is called as the large greater headed garlic, which some people confuse it with the normal garlic. It is a very big size clove is available, but the lesser of the aroma. This is one of the types which you can just watch some of the slides where inflorescence is there and also the aerial bulbils on the top row. Aerial bulbils it also produces, and sometimes underground bulbils are said to be very much important medicinal for rheumatic pains. And if somebody has gone to Vaishno Devi, they can see large number of bags full of that one, and they are selling it at a very 1,000 or maybe now 2,000 rupees a kg. These are the underground bulbils of amplopressum. Again, Allium aggregatum, which I think it's popular over here also, but in southern India, they are using it as an asset for making sambar preparation and others, very strongly aromatic and produces large number of bulbs in one, this thing. Seed diversity is very new to many of us. Alien species produce diverse types of seed by means of which we can identify them and we can just work upon it as far as the research this thing is concerned. And also the material is concerned, conserved in our gene bank using these seed material. If we want to compare and contrast and compare the species with the kind of, comparison between identifying a species, we are taking help of MAT-K sequence analysis, where if we are confused between the identity of some material, we take help of this one. Herbarium is one of the facility where students as well as people from taxonomy can take help of. Also, neo-domestication, where new and new species are coming into cultivation. And these are the ones where we can shorten the domestication process, which takes place in the form of selection and putting up. This is one of the seasoning Himalayan Asian species, alien species, on which I have worked upon. All these 4 alien species are in the commercial market and adding a high economic value to the tribal people of Himalaya in the northern as well as eastern Himalayan region. This I would like to explain that this new species of alien named as Allium nagianum, this species has been added to the world list of Himalayan aliens. And this is the species which I have myself and my group has explained. And this is being sold in the Bhotia region of Niti village, Munshari village, and other places where it is also being exported and adding money to our farmers there. So developing, and the principal bottlenecks I am trying to explain, that lack of documentation, lack of knowledge on this group, and many other identification related issues are creating bottlenecks on this one. Similarly, other studies on domestication and all that are very difficult. So because of that, we are not much into the subject, but my group has taken a lead in this one. We are collecting material. And last of all, I would like to thank my NBPGR team to provide me help in conducting research as well as exploration program, which I myself go for exploration to different areas and gather knowledge on edibility. And last slide is dedicated to one of the alien leader, pioneer worker, late Dr. K.S. Negi, who has set up our Bhumali station, which is open for all researchers. Thanks one and all, and thank you organizers for inviting me, and thank you all audience online as well as present in this hall for patient listening. And thank you my colleagues who have shared beautiful photos for this presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll take a 10 minutes tea break and please join us once you are finished. Post this, we have the sessions which are left. The first session would be by Dr. Puspalata Ganesh. Your pen drive is ready. Okay, please go and enjoy your tea and snacks. Thank you.
home to nature. Come home to divinity. Come home to calm. Come home to the world of art and craft. To beauty. Come home to nature's nest. Come home to adventure. Come home to self-discovery. Come home to serenity. Come home to eco in Orissa. Orissa, India's best kept secret. Home to nature. Come home to divinity. Come home to calm. Come home to the world of art and craft. Come home to nature's nest. Come home to adventure. Come home to self-discovery. Come home to serenity. Come home to Orissa, India's best kept secret. Home to nature. Come home to divinity. Come home to calm. Come home to the world of art and craft. Home to beauty. Come home to nature's nest. Come home to adventure. Home to self-discovery. Come home to serenity. To history. Come home to eco in Orissa. Orissa, India's best kept secret. Come home to nature. Come home to divinity. Come home to the world of art and craft. Home to beauty. Come home to nature's nest. Come home to adventure. Home to self-discovery. Come home to Orissa, India's best kept secret.
Okay, thank you for coming back on time, and I believe we are all set to go and start the next session ahead. And this time, let's have Dr. Pushpalata Ganesh, Professor, Centurion University of Tech and Management. She'll be talking on agri-genomics, transform the future of agriculture. Ma'am, can we please have you here? Yeah, let's start the presentation from there.
Good morning, everybody. The gathering is less now comparatively to the tea break. Anyway, I wish everybody a happy Women's Day. During the tea break, we had a discussion among Dr. Rasna ma'am and Pandey ma'am. So we were also thinking about these endangered species of the plants and its nutritional benefits or exploration of various crops, whether the crops here, rice, field crops or horticulture crops or endangered species. Today, this topic of mine would give you such an exposure where we all know about it. Please go to the next slide. Next slide. Yes. So Dr. Sharan sir was also saying in the morning about the importance of genetic resources. And as we were discussing also, genetic resources is very important to explore whether it is a nutritional benefit, whether genomics or transcriptomics, or you go into the details of the omics approach. Why I'm giving this background is just to tell everybody here that genetic resources is so very important that if we do not safeguard it, we will end up with nothing. So this genetic resources is a key for all the experiments that we do, all the exploration, research exploration that we do. And you can see there's lot many experiments that we are doing under genomics and linking that into agriculture. Agriculture, as you all have learned in these past 2 days of AgriVision, that we have not only the omics approach, agriculture has got, it is a century is back process. It is man-made procedures, and it is definitely, when it is omics approach is applicable, it gives, we can dwell into the depth of the crop. So here you can see the picture is taken from Abhirami 2013 publication, almost a decade back publication. Here we are able to see omics approach, genomics, transcriptomics. Under that, several aspects have been covered. several genotypes. I take the example of rice because my specialization is in rice. Several genotypes, of course, sir is here, and we have lots of germplasm genotypes that are available. But still, we are following the same technologies that we are applying the technologies repeatedly on different genotypes. That means what? You can say that this genetic resource is very, very important. And a decade back, all these were followed. Along with the transcriptomics, genomics, and proteomics, of course, it is not mentioned here. Gene expression studies, especially for the students who are sitting here, gene expression validation of this transcriptomic data is as important as we get the data once we perform the experiment. And finally, what should be our concept objective is to produce a novel genotype to the farmer community. So this started years back, decades back. Please, next slide, please. And after a decade, you can see Lee et al. In 2018, almost a decade after that. The same, I just wanted to show that slide in comparison with this, where there is genomics, there is transcriptomics, proteomics, metabolomics is involved, is applicable again on the genetic resources that are available, or it still has to be improved. But the technology needs to be more advanced. So in addition to all the technologies, all the omics approach that we have been following from decades, it is genome editing that is added after a decade. Here, technology, if you, I'm specifically saying to the students, if you do not get advanced with the technology, it becomes a mundane, a very routine kind of a process where you say, keep on saying research, but then we do not end up with anything. In that direction, Centurion is working on several aspects of research. Please go to the next slide. One of the aspect of this genomics, agri-genomics that we are working is on allele mining, where several mutants have been produced, made with M1 and then M2. Then explore that further for several traits, very important traits. I'm just giving an example of folate here. Of course, we are doing it. Yesterday's Young Investigator Forum, my student has presented this, Harish. So this ma'am must be very interesting in this topic, because we are dwelling into the depth of alleles and further into the haplotypes. Dwelling into the gene at sequence level is very important when it comes to the nutritional aspects and connected to rice especially. So folate is a vitamin B9, where this is required for men and women at 400 micrograms. But with childbearing women, it is required even more than a normal men and women is required. So if it is consumed in the rice, I think they do not, many women do not aspire or do not try to eat vegetables, and there are many vegetarians, especially towards south. So if it is consumed through rice, I think this will really help the poor level population, and also the routinely consumed rice. So in that direction, when we started working on that, this has given a sequence level variation at SNP, and we are further dwelling into haplotype identification. Next slide, please. This is another research aspect where we are working on. Here I want to show the very important aspect of abiotic stress, salt stress, and using of introgression lines of KMR3 and rufipogon or isorufipogon, where this is a wild derivative introgression that we have used here. This work is in collaboration with IIRR, that is Indian Institute of Rice Research, Hyderabad, and NRCPB, New Delhi, IIRA. So this transcriptomic work of two extreme introgression lines that we have used showed drastic difference between the tolerant one and so-called sensitive ones. So this is considered to be the tolerant one, S478. Next slide, please. The next one is the sensitive one. This is considered to be 198 is considered to be the sensitive one among all the introgression lines that we have screened. Of course, we have worked on the introgression lines that were derived from Swarna into Nivara. So we have taken one as a wild type, and another is the cultivated genotype. So there are differences that we saw, and we still are exploring the same thing apart from transcriptomics to deal with the genes that we are going to identify. Next slide, please. This is very important and advanced research. Not very advanced, but of course, yes, many of us are exploring this. Of course, this is not in rice. This result, I have not given the complete result because it is unpublished yet. There is a genome-wide identification and gene expressions of certain genes that we are working on, which is specifically associated with growth and development of several crops, including tobacco, maize, cassava, and sugar beet. We are working on that, where the Western countries are really interested into working these on these crops. This is genome-wide identification, where some of the genes like FRS it works on the growth and development of the tuber and other parts of the reproductive organs in the plants. But this not only gives you this is in silico work, and we give additional supportive research to support this in silico work through gene expression. But this in silico work will predict that how many number of genes are present, what are those genes, and once the genes are identified, what are the predictive motives that will be associated with the genes, what are the predictive functional characters that are associated with the proteins that are already there, which is basic for these genes. All these will be predicted through genome-wide identification, if you know the technology again. So this is to say agriculture with technologies, we can achieve lot of advancements in agriculture. Along with that, I just want to say that Centurion, a private university, is working towards all these aspects by encouraging the faculty members with the proper facilities of the laboratories. Next slide, please. This is the facility. Of course, I don't know if all of you know, Centurion is having agriculture courses. Along with that, the faculty members are encouraged to work with the supportive funds and encouraged to get external funds and work on agriculture connected with genomics. For the present day students generation, being advanced, being associated, go along the advancements of the technologies is very important, and that Centurion is doing. And it is encouraging, irrespective of it is private, public, or government sector, it is encouraging all the faculty members to impart their knowledge and on to the students, and also helping helping the faculty members in building the capacity. So this is the facility that we have for tissue culture. Along with tissue culture, we also have the agri-genomics laboratory in the campus. Of course, we have 5 campuses. Main campuses is in BKD, that is Parlakimundi, Bhubaneswar, and Vijayanagaram. All the campuses do have this facility without any partiality. Next slide, please. So, okay. Along with why I'm talking about, of course, all this is to connect this agri-genomics with the facility that we have. And also students and any other farmers should utilize this facilities that are available. Being a private university, I am proud to say that it is imparting this knowledge of genomics, agri-genomics, with collaboration with several central institutions that are in and around Orissa and Andhra Pradesh. We are imparting this knowledge of agri-genomics, including plant tissue culture, genomics, transcriptomics, all these to the students. With 2 months internship we are providing, and then we are giving this hands-on experience for all the students and whoever is interested. So we are working on at present Grand 9 banana. When I am talking about the production, we work on productions and also research, because production will give kind of a revenue to the university, and research will give satisfaction, and there may be a product later on. Next slide, please. So this is a protocol standardization in tissue culture, where we are standardizing many protocols for bamboo. Some of the protocols for horticulture crops like chrysanthemum has been done, and that will be, this is at research level, and we'll take it further into production level. Next slide. So these are the laboratories. Of course, this is in Parlakimundi. The previous slides that I showed you are in Vijayanagaram campus. So we do research and help the organization get benefited at production level, and the students will learn so many technologies that we are imparting, and then they also can become, there are many examples that they have become entrepreneurs, and then we also are getting external funded projects. We have got 2 projects at present, SERB Power Grant and also TER, we have got it. Next slide, please. With this, I want to say only 2 things, that agri-genomics along with agriculture and genomics together has given many products. We are also working towards production of plants, and that is required, that is based on the genetic resources that is available, and maintenance of that genetic resources is very important, and that is going to happen collectively. And this is to acknowledge all our collaborators where we are working together. Of course, I should remember my friend Dr. Seher from Turkey, national level research organizations where we are working with IARR, NRCPB, NABI Mohali, And the industry partnership is with Atlantis, where DBT has been recognized, and we are also aspiring for to get DBT recognition. So I end my presentation here. Thank you all.
So thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful presentation indeed. And now let's have Dr. Kalidas Pati, Regional Center ICAR CT CRI, Bhubaneswar. He'll be talking on the topic molecular and biochemical characterization of tuberous legume crop yam bean. So let's have him on stage with a wonderful round of applause.
देखते हैं कि open हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है। हेलो हाँ ठीक good afternoon everybody, respected chief guest, respected guest of honor, respected August gathering, students and faculty of this university, all the researcher and all the other colleague of our different private university as well as different state government university as well as ICRs and other institute. A very good afternoon to all. So since morning we have seen many major crops like Pradhan sir is already talking about rice, madam is already talking about rice, other madam is talking about allium. So all those things are major crop and which are very much important in our day-to-day life. But as a CTC, I am working in CTCRI, Central Tuber Crop Research Institute in Bhubaneswar. So actually we are working on mainly tuber crops. It's include like cassava, sweet potato, taro, elephant foot yam, yam bean, arrowroot. These all kinds of crop. We are working with regional center. And today my talk is only on one underutilized crop. This crop is actually leguminous tuber crop. So it's produces seed for your propagation purpose, but tuber for food purpose. So my today's talk is molecular and biochemical characterization of tuberous legume crop yam bean. That is actually sakarkand aloo or sakarkanda. So as a normal introduction, this is a very starchy root crop with sugar content, moderate sugar content as well as ascorbic acid. This tubers contains more than 82% water, 1.5% protein, 10% starch and 5 to 6% sugar. Stem is also fibrous and many people in tribal areas, they are using as a netting purpose. And this also many Western world, they are using this is as a processed food, canned food, many sweet and preparation are, and another important things that this crop as a legume, everybody knowing that it's a biological nitrogen fixation this crop produce. The yam bean is an underutilized vegetable crop, but it's gaining lot of importance day to day because of their medicinal and nutritional importance as well as nitrogen fixation. You people have known that nowadays, earlier we have seen in our village area, after rice we are going for one pulses crop, but day by day it is reducing because there are a lot of free rice and other things are coming. So people are also little interested, or maybe people are coming to city. So this belong to Fabaceae family, which is related to soybean. It's also known as sakalu or sakarkanda alu in Odia or misrikand in Hindi, and different parts of India also it is cultivated. Pachyraceous erosas, this is one species. There are 5 species in this yam bean. So there are 3 species which is cultivable and 2 species are wild. But basically we have only one, that is Pachyraceous erosas.
It is grown mostly in Central America, China, India, Southeast Asia, Bangladesh, Caribbean island, and then French Guiana, Brazil, as well as Central and West Africa. In India, mainly it is producing in Odisha, West Bengal, Assam, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, and Eastern UP. I have started earlier some preliminary studies in this crop about cytogenetics, that this is a self-pollinated crop having bisexual flowering. Chromosome has 22. It is diploid crop. So we have done the genome size by based on flow cytometry analysis, and it is found that this is the Erosas as having 572 to 597 mbp, and in case of tuberosas it is 523 to 533. So it is not a big genome size. We are working on genome sequence also. So we have done by using this technique, that flow cytometry. So what we have done, rice as a reference, international reference standard, internal reference standard we have used as a rice. So already established rice variety is there. I think I have used IR36. Then that two, first we have run with this Oryza sativa, which is known as a diploid, that is 50,000 K channel. Then again we are using as a Pachyraceous erosas, that is also coming under 50,000 channel. Then again we are simultaneously run both the things in Oryza sativa and Pachyraceous erosas. Both are coming in a same area. So we can conclude that this is also a diploid crop. In case of molecular genetic diversity, very few report has been published or available in whole world. We have only two report we have seen, that 2014 one report we have done based on AFLP, and 2013 there is a only 17 polymer 17 SSR primer is available all over the world. So based on that we have studied that molecular and biochemical characterization of this crop, and then we have taken 30 this is our gene bank in CTCRI Bhubaneswar, and this maybe many people are knowing but maybe not understanding what is yam bean. So this is the yam bean crop. You can understand by all the things. You can see that it's producing tuber as a food purpose and seed as a propagation purpose. This seed has a very immensely value for the protein and oil content, but we cannot use this seed because this seed contain rutonin as a alkaloid. So it's poisonous, we could not eat. But in the whole world it is going on, mainly International Potato Center, they are working on this maximum genotype available on International Potato Center, that if there is a, again I am saying, if there is a available of germplasm without rutonin content, then this is the one of the best crop for going as a pulse crop. This is also a crop which is used for a biodiesel purpose. So there is a no, nowadays this is a, I can say rutonin is there in the seed. So there is a no competition between food versus fuel. So the seed can used as a fuel purpose also. So people are also studied that this crop used for fuel purpose. This rutonin also used as a pesticide, organic pesticide in case of rice paste, as well as cabbage also they have used this crop. So there are two hypothetical things we can say, that if this seed is used as a pulse crop, if there is no rutonin, again we can say in the tuber there is a 90% water content, so we cannot use it as a vegetable like potato. But if we go for, there is a some germplasm in the study, that this germplasm having up to 70 means 20 to 22% dry matter content, so we can use as a vegetable also. If we can go this kind of germplasm and we are crossing all those and this trait we can convert it into our this crop, so we can go as a little bit higher dry matter content, so we can go as a vegetable purpose like potato, we can use this crop, or as a sweet potato. Another interesting thing in this crop is a very low glycemic index in this yam bean, so it is very good for diabetic patient also. So we are working on this aspect also. I am also in this aspect, that glycemic index of different tuber crops, and we have seen that some of the report is there which is less rutonin the low glycemic index content. So these are the 30 germplasm we have working on. We have just started with this 17 this is also basically very limited number of germplasm. We have more than 150 germplasm, but this is, we have started with 30 germplasm and 17 SSR primer. Already we are going for marker development with whole genome data. So we have started with, we already made more than 100, we have sequence, we have made primer for 100 SSR, then we are going for validation. So after validation, we can again go for some work on this crop. So these are the 10 polymorphic primer you can see in, we have run all those 10 primer in this crop. In these statistics, we can see among the germplasm that this this major allele frequency is the highest in AIP 15. Mean expected heterozygosity is 0.498. Observed heterozygosity is 0.0943 and PIC value is 0.34. The observed is more than the expected. It may be the isolated breaking effect, that it may be mixing of a two previously isolated population. This is the primer of polymorphism we can see in AIP 23. So based on the UPGMA classifying cluster and analysis based on Jaccard similarity coefficient, in this 30 germplasm, we can say three lines which are very close, and you can say it is more diverse than the others, all the 27. So YBBL 15, YBBL 12 and EC 100 544. These three are the diverse among the 30 lines. So these lines we can use as a breeding population for new variety, for development of new variety generation. So this is the similarity pattern. We can say that some of the lines which are similar to the Y axis and X axis, and some of the which are the diverse, like you can say in YBBL 15, which is the diverse among EC 100 550, 543 and 542. So this is phylogram generated by UPGMA cluster analysis based on this 10 marker with 30 yambin, and we can say in that 4 groups, it is made 4 groups which is similar and close with among them. And last 3 lines you can say YBBL 12, 15 and 544. This is the most diverse line. Based on the biochemical analysis, we can see the starch content, sugar content, ascorbic acid content and dry matter content. So all those 30 lines, the starch content which is highest in EC 100 556, in lowest YBBL 8 and mean is 11.28%. In case of sugar, you can see that moderate amount of sugar it is available for the highest in YBBL 7, that is 6.21, and in case of EC 100 548 it is 4.22, among mean value 5.31. In case of ascorbic acid, you can see highest ascorbic acid content in EC IW 562 and minimum content is EC 100 547 and mean value is 13.94. And dry matter content, I told you that this is highest water content, means more than 90% water. So in this our germplasm 30 we can see only highest value is 10.97 and lowest value is 6.02, and this average content is 8.82. So in this case we have we are working on this aspect, that if we can find out some of the germplasm which is more percentage of dry matter, then we can use this variety as a breeding purpose, and we can use this variety for developing a hybrids, or developing a hybrid which is more content of dry matter, and that can be used as a vegetable purpose. Now these are used as a salad or food purpose. In Bhubaneswar market you can find out that in the season like Saraswati Puja, during Saraswati Puja this crop is like this is available in the fruits seller fruits market, and it is going up to 70 to 100 rupees kilo. Nowadays also it is like 40 to 50 rupees kilo. So high demand is there. So we are working on many development of varieties in this aspect, and some of the things we are also working on, like more number of marker assisted selection or identification of some novel gene on this aspect. We are working on rutonin aspect also, that low rutonin content germplasm is available, then we can go for some other aspect. We are working on that if there is a dry matter content is available, highest availability of vitamin C is also there, and in case of major thing is glycemic index. This is the crop. There we can tell that this natural insulin is available in yam bean. So the sugar is also good for the diabetic people. So in that aspect also we are working. In this graph you can see the biochemical characterization of different in 30 germplasm. In the conclusion, I can say that 17 primer we have screened. Among them 10 primers are polymorphic in 30 cultivars, and observe heterozygosity is higher than the expected heterozygosity. The study revealed that most diverse cultivar are YBBL 15, YBBL 12 and EC 100 544, and they are maybe used as best parent for future breeding program and variety development in yam bean breeding program. Yam bean has highest starch, sugar, ascorbic acid and dry matter content, hence can prove the potential food security source, having essential nutrient. Also it can help providing food and nutritional security to the developing countries. All the information obtained will not only help the proper utilization of this underutilized crop, but also conservation and proper discrimination of genetic level. So this is our very first work. In only 30 germplasm we have started with 10 primers, but we are working on 150. In future we are working on 150 germplasm with more than 100 primers, and so on. Some transcriptomic work also we are studied based on that gene expression analysis regarding rotanin content and other things. So I conclude my talk, and thank you all for patience hearing.
Thank you so much, sir, for finishing this on time. And that was very brief. Thank you so much once again. And now the next two session would be chaired by Dr. Sharat Kumar Pradhan, Principal Scientist, ICAR, NRRI, and Dr. Asna Uruj, Professor, University of Mysore. The following sessions are first from Sayani Shah. She is from National Institute of Technology, Durgapur. She'll be talking on the topic, a novel report on Piper cyclobutanamide, with strong antimicrobial and allelopathic potential from the stem of Piper chaba hunter, which is a less known species. And the next session would be by Dr. Ravi Kishore Pamarthi. He is from ICAR, National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, New Delhi. He'll be talking on the topic, identification of diagnostic keys from Vijna vexillata, RH. Let's have Sayani ma'am on stage with a wonderful round of applause, please. On now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shayani Shah. I am presently in my final year of BTech at NIT Durgapur, and I have done my first research work at ISI Kolkata under the supervision of Dr. Suparna Mondal Biswas ma'am, and this I have done during my internship there. My presentation is entitled A Novel Report of Piper cyclobutanamide A with Strong Antimicrobial and Allelopathic Potential from the Stem of Piper chaba, a less known species. Piper chaba is a plant of the Piperaceae family with both medicinal and spicy properties. As known to all of us, piperine is a compound which is found in almost every member of the Piperaceae family, but it is mainly present in the leaves and the fruits, as a result of which it is very less in quantity. On the other hand, Piper chaba has most of its compounds present in the swollen stem, which is abundant in quantity. This swollen stem is edible and extremely effective against cough and cold. Our experimental rationale is that medicinal properties of Piper chaba have been studied extensively, but its other biological activities have not been done so far. Therefore, in our present study, we have tried to focus on the phytochemical constituents, antimicrobial, and allelopathic activities of different fractions of Piper chaba. Based on the performance of different fractions towards the above mentioned assays, we further proceed to identify the compounds of the most potent bioactive fraction. To begin with the experiment, we have formulated our objectives as follows: collection of samples, extraction, isolation, and purification of different fractions from the stem of Piper chaba, phytochemical analysis for the detection of total tannins, total phenols, and total flavonoids, antimicrobial efficacy of different fractions of Piper chaba, to assess allelopathic activity of different fractions by dose-response bioassay, and identification of the compounds from the most potent bioactive fraction by LCMS analysis. For the isolation of compounds from the stem of Piper chaba, we air-dried 100 grams of the stem sample, grinded it into a fine powder, and soaked it in methanol. The mixture was then vortexed at 3000 RPM by the mechanical stirrer for 2 hours and filtered through the sintered disc funnel. The mixture was then concentrated in the rotary vacuum evaporator. After that, we fractionated the mixture from non-polar to polar concentrations using hexane, ethyl acetate, acetone, and methanol. 4 fractions were recovered from the concentrated stem extract of Piper chaba. Fraction 1, PCHF, hexane fraction of Piper chaba. Fraction 2, PCEF, ethyl acetate fraction. Fraction 3, PCAF, acetone fraction. And fraction 4, PCMF, methanol fraction. These fractions were then subjected to column chromatography to further purify them. After that, we did phytochemical analysis of all the fractions to determine the total tannins, total phenols, and total flavonoid content. The total tannin content was determined by Burns method using tannic acid as the standard. The reagents used were 0.35% ferric ammonium citrate and 0.8% ammonia solution. The absorbance was taken at 525 nanometer, and the results were expressed as TAE mg per gram dry extract. The total phenolic content was determined by Follin-Sayakal-2 method using gallic acid as the standard. The reagents used were 10% Follin-Sayakal-2 reagent and 7.5% Na2CO3. The absorbance was taken at 765 nanometer, and the results were expressed as GAE mg per gram dry extract. The total flavonoid content was determined by the method of Zishan et al. Using quercetin as the standard. The reagents used were 5% sodium nitrite, 10% aluminum chloride solution, and 1 molar sodium hydroxide solution. The absorbance was taken at 510 nanometer, and the results were expressed as QE mg per gram dry extract. Furthermore, we performed the antimicrobial assay by well diffusion method. Approximately 200 CFU of 1 ml microbial inoculum was added to molten media, mixed vigorously, and then pour plated. After that, the diameter of the inhibition zones was measured. The area of inhibition at X concentration was calculated by the formula pi TRX whole square minus R square, where X is the concentration used, small r is the radius, and TRX is the total radius of the inhibition zone at specific concentration of the sample. This procedure was followed for evaluating the bactericidal activity against E. coli, Streptococcus aureus, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Similarly, for evaluating the fungicidal activity against Aspergillus stammeri, Aspergillus niger, and Aspergillus fumigatus, the same procedure was followed except for using sterile saline water to add the loop full of fungal suspension. After that, we performed the bioassay guided dose-dependent germination inhibitory activity on viable rice seeds. The viability test was done by the flotation test. The rice seeds were surface sterilized and treated with different concentrations of all the fractions of Piper chaba. A control group was maintained where the rice seeds were treated with equal volume of distilled water. After 4 days of incubation, The root length and shoot length of both the control and the treated sets was measured. Inhibition was calculated based on the shoot and root lengths of the treated sets with respect to the control seedlings. The inhibition percentage in shoot or root length is calculated by the formula control length of shoot or root minus the treated length of shoot or root divided by the control length of shoot or root into 100. Moving on to the results, for the detection of total tannin content, a calibration curve was prepared using tannic acid as the standard and different other dilutions, the R-square value being 0.959. From the calibration curve, it was evident that the maximum tannin content was found in hexane, about 64.88 milligram, followed by methanol and ethyl acetate fraction. Similarly, for the detection of total phenolic content, a calibration curve was prepared using gallic acid as the standard and different other dilutions, the R-square value being 0.99. It was evident from the graph that maximum phenolic content was found in hexane, about 1073.11 milligram, followed by ethyl acetate and methanol fraction. Lastly, for the detection of total flavonoid content, a calibration curve was prepared using quercetin as the standard and several other dilutions, the R-square value being 0.959. The maximum flavonoid content seen was in ethyl acetate, about 244.57 mg, followed by hexane and methanol fraction. The results of antibacterial activities of different fractions of pipette chaba show that the methanol fraction exhibited significant inhibitory activity against E. coli, Streptococcus aureus, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. In case of Streptococcus aureus, as we can see in the graph, the methanol fraction shows optimum activity at 1.5 mg per ml. And in case of Pseudomonas aeruginosa, acetone fraction, in addition to the methanol fraction, exhibits significant inhibitory activity against all the tested concentrations. The results of fungicidal activities of different fractions of pipette chaba show that against Aspergillus fumigatus and Aspergillus tamari, the methanol fraction exhibits significant inhibitory activity. And in case of Aspergillus niger, it is evident from the graph that except for acetone fraction, all the fractions exhibited significant inhibitory activity against all the tested concentrations. The results of the dose response germination inhibition assay by different fractions of pipette chaba are shown in these graphs. These graphs depict inhibition percentage. The positive axis you can see in the graph is inhibition, and the negative axis is stimulation. PCHF shows slight stimulation at low concentration, and inhibition is observed at high concentration at about 500 and 1000 ppm. The percentage is nearly 20 to 25%. PCEF shows no inhibition. PCAF shows inhibition of root length at about 60 to 70%, and shoot length inhibition is about the shoot length inhibition is about 20 to 25%. Amongst all the tested fractions, the methanol fraction exhibited significant inhibitory activity of root and shoot length. However, the root length inhibition was more, about 90%, and the shoot length inhibition was nearly 60 to 70%. Since the methanol fraction exhibited strong antimicrobial as well as allelopathic activity, we were further interested to isolate the bioactive compound from this particular fraction, that is the methanol fraction. For this, we subjected the methanol fraction to TLC followed by mass spectrometry. The LCMS analysis was done, and the spectra, as you can see here, have shown two peaks. The major peak that is being shown at the top is material plus sodium, that is 593, and the corresponding hydrogen peak that is shown in the bottom is material plus hydrogen, that is 571. Thus, the molecular weight of the compound that is found is 570. LCMS analysis identified this compound to be piper cyclobutanamide A by comparing the mass spectra with the spectral data of the NBS 75K library provided by the LCMS control and data processing software. Hence, we can conclude by saying that in our present study, we have isolated piper cyclobutanamide A from the methanol fraction of piper chaba stem. It is a tetra-substituted cyclobutane arranged in trans configuration. It is the first reported compound from the stem of Piper chaba. This compound exhibited strong antimicrobial activity as well as allelopathic potentiality. These properties of the compound may be utilized in development of various agro products like biopesticides or herbicides, which can be further utilized in eco-friendly and sustainable agriculture. This work is currently under review with biocatalysis and agricultural biotechnology. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Shuparna Mondal Biswas ma'am for giving me the opportunity to do this work in her lab. I sincerely thank Ekta Bhattacharya for helping me from hypothesis to formulation of the research. I would also like to thank Dr. Debjani Datta ma'am, HOD of the Biotechnology Department, NIT Durgapur, for allowing me to attend this conference and showcase my work. I am thankful to the entire organizing committee of AgriVision 2022 for providing such an honorable platform to present my work. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my family and friends for their continuous support and encouragement. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all, and myself, Ravi Kishore Pamarthi, working as a scientist in National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, New Delhi. And here I am presenting my work as identification of diagnostic keys for Vigna vexillata. And it is one of the underutilized legume. Now it is in progressing. And while see the introduction and distribution, it is located in different states of the region, and SR Yadavattal already it is given. And see the introduction part, the local names is Suryapari, Machali, Halunda, Kattupariya, and Mugdaparni. Some of the local vernacular names these are. And mostly it is the closest to the cowpea. That is Vigna unguiculata. It is nearest to the cowpea. And multiple uses. It is having a uses of seeds, pods, tubers, and forays. Generally, while we are looking into the other legume crops, we have very minor utilization. That means minor importance. But we are here, if we see the multiple uses, that means all pods we can use in different purposes. And it is a pan-tropical crop and climate resilient legume. It is having diseases also, very limited diseases, and no need of water, very less water use efficiency, and resistant to biotic stresses, and proteinaceous tuber and seeds. Almost we got a 12% protein in seeds. Now we registered that germplasm also. And our Indian National Gene Bank in New Delhi, we are conserving nearly 89 accessions from different parts of the country we collected. And here, if you see the in leguminous, that means Vigna vexillata, the leaves are used as a herbage. It is having a more quality of herbage property, and pods are also edible, and seeds also edible, and beyond that, tubers also edible. And one of my senior colleague from CTCRI, they displayed their exhibition also. Here they displayed the Vigna vexillata tubers also. And by seeing the characters in this Vigna vexillata, that means the diagnostic features, then leaf is also diversified, and it is shows a tremendous diversity in the shape of the leaf characters. One is that is lanceolate shape. The leaves are very narrow type and elliptic ovate, oblanceolate, ovate, and ovate, obovate, elliptic. Also, different parts of, and leaves are also having the pubescent is another parameter, and which is a natural resistance of biotic resistances. And if you see the stipule, that means the shape of the stipule is also different approach, and the size of the stipule is also different. That means the measurement also very different. That is a chordate shape. It is like, and lanceolate shape also. And stem characters is a common one. It is shows different colors, generally light green and green color. But here dark green also there, light purple, purple color also. There is particular difference in different accessions. And considering the stem pubescence, here glabrous or smooth is also one of the parameter, and sparsely pubescent and moderately pubescent and highly pubescent also. And particular these accessions are a residence of naturally, they are having very particular wild habitat. That means, and see the flower characteristics, you can see the flower variation also there. That means flower size is a major part, but we are taking a minor importance of flower size, but coloration is a very important parameter. It is showing some whitish yellow color, whitish purple, and purple color also. Sometimes due to the sun exhibition, there is a deep purple color also will come, but very less accessions we got a very this purple color. And a leaf size, that means flower size is also variance is there. And next, pod characteristics. While if you are seeing the mature pods, these are the pod curvature is different. That means straight, curved type, and highly curved, slightly S-shaped also there. And most of the accessions are showing the highly curved type only, and some less accessions are showing this slightly S-shaped curve. And see the pod pubescence. Pod pubescence is also important parameter. Actually, insect resistance is that means insect. This is a biotic type, very less damaged by the insects. That is, one is smooth or glabrous, and another one is sparsely pubescent, moderately pubescent, and highly or densely pubescent, we can say. And this is a seed shape. That means seed shape is also one of the major feature in this particular species. Here only I drawn the line illustration. That means in a different shape. One is kidney shape and rhomboid shape and ovoid. These are all a particular accession also we got a good results regarding the seed shape. And this is a seed characteristics. And while 123 accessions we searched and we thoroughly 3 different years we done, and we got a different parameters. That means this is, and also we developed based on the IBPGR descriptors and the NBPGR descriptors also. This is copy, we took the most of the, that means the coloration, that means based on the copy accessions also. This is, and here mottled gray, mottled cream is somewhat is in similar nature, and burgundy color is there, mottled brown, fawn, and mottled apricot buff, and black color and buff also there. These are the particular different colors which is showing, and we consider the Q coloration. Royal Horticulture Society Q color chart is also there. Generally, these are all used by horticulture, mostly horticulture research. We are taking this one. And next, the tuber shapes is also most important in this particular species. Here, this is also we consider the IBPGR descriptors, sweet potato descriptors, and tapioca also we considered. Then we drawn and we showed this different types are there. That is, ovoid shape is there, oblong is there, long elliptic, and off triangle. Tapering also ends are there, like carrot, and mostly oblong and tapering are most number of accession, and log irregular curve also there. And this is a tuber color, and mostly tuber color is cream color, yellow color, most dominant type of colors, and it is light red color also there, and pink also there. That means light pink color. And this is tuber extension. That means the tuber is having this some extended part of the main tuber. These are tuber extension also. Some are having, there is not have any extension growth, they are sessile, and some are having a pedunculate. And this is also different types, that means different numbers and different size also there. And this is tuber characteristics. In this particularly the annual rings also there. That means one narrow ring in cortex and one is a broad ring. And if we see the cross section of this species, we are getting epicarp and cortex is also there. And especially they displayed in our stall also, one stall actually these are edibility, while boiled tubers are, it is exactly like the taste of this groundnut, actually boiled groundnut, this one. And still in Kerala mostly people are using this is, and Meghalaya also people are using. And here I am concluding with a, that means the future scope, actually need to explore more in the wild habitat. Here the population is, that means more number of this internal variability are diversified in Vigna vexillata. We have to explore more in the wild habitat and to be a popularized as a tuber crop mostly. This is, and the mechanism of resistance to biotic and abiotic stress also need. That means we need to detailed study of this biotic and abiotic stresses, and it can be utilized as a donors in Vigna improvement program. That means actually it is a very nearest to Vigna unguiculata, and Vigna unguiculata is having most of leaf mosaic. That is especially in Delhi conditions, it is a more prevalent, susceptible to the mosaic, and it is having some resistance. We are that means a detailed study, and we can use in the, as a donors in Vigna improvement programs. And thank you very much. And before thanking, I'm very thankful to acknowledge to NBPGR and my director, my senior colleagues, and my team. Actually, this is one of the world. This is second national gene bank, biggest gene bank in the world. And I really thank you, and thank you for giving me opportunity to complete this one. And thank you.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. We'll have lunch break now for 1 hour. This is 12:45 now. We will continue the next session from 1:45. The question answer session is at, is anybody having any questions? Yeah. Any questions for the speaker? Please, sir. Ma'am, please hand him over the mic.
My question is to the previous speaker from CTCRI, regional station. Is he here?
Yeah, he is here. Dr. Ravi,
Pati, I think.
so this question is for you.
Yeah, the question is, I think that it's yam bean. So we saw the sugar content is 5 to 6% in the tuber. And the moisture content was about 80%. Yeah. It's not the speaker here. Oh, anyway, and this is
Sure.
you. I don't know who is the speaker. Can please. Okay. Thanks.
Tell me question, sir.
So,
Please,
so
sir.
you can answer this. If the moisture is 80%
Yes.
and sugar is 5%,
Yes, sir.
why you are categorizing this as a low glycemic one? If you are removing water 80%, then the sugar is becoming very high, around 40 to 50%. So why it is low glycemic you are telling?
Sir,
How it is anti-diabetic?
sir, actually, even sir, sweet potato also low glycemic index having. Sweet potato, sir, as per I said, for pre-diabetic person, potato is not recommended to take. But sweet potato, a person having pre-diabetic, it can take. Because sir, this means all these tuber crop having low glycemic index. It is growing very slow in our blood. But if you take potato, it will increase immediately. The graph will look like that only. Immediately they will make the sugar level higher in blood and go down. But all the tuber crop, even sweet potato also having low glycemic index. But in taste, as per potato, it is sweet than potato. But potato are not recommended for pre-diabetic person, but sweet potato pre-diabetic person can take.
So sugar is here fructose or something else?
Sir, that one I cannot confirm, sir. But sir, this is low glycemic. Even yam and all the tuber crop mostly, sir, low glycemic index.
Yeah, thank you. That is a good one.
May I add on to that? We have analyzed the starch digestibility and glycemic response of Dioscora alata. Please refer to our publications on this. We don't consume it in a dehydrated form. None of the tubers, neither the potato nor the yam or any other roots and tubers. So we need not worry much about it. When a food has got 80% moisture and the rest of the solids will be within the 20%. The problem will be only when you want to consume, you want to dehydrate and consume it. Unfortunately, in our cuisine, we don't dehydrate any tuber or any vegetable and consume. And the other thing about glycemic index is the method you prepare your vegetable or your tuber and eat, it depends on that. So we cannot blindly go by what is the percentage of the sugar in it. We need to look into the cooking method. And for yam, the Dioscora alata, we have used different methods of cooking, and we have found pressure cooked one gave lower digestibility. We have yet to investigate in diabetic subjects. So we cannot come to any conclusion and say, have you all investigated the glycemic index in diabetic subjects? Then you cannot make a claim that it is a low glycemic index unless it is clinically analyzed.
Yes,
okay.
For sweet potato, we have found literature, but that work had not done by Dr. Kalaspati.
That's fine.
Yes.
But even then, if it is the solids are less than 20%, it will not elevate the blood glucose.
Yes, madam.
But it depends how much you eat.
Yes, madam. But I am sure that he has not worked on that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for putting up that question. And I believe now we may proceed towards the lunch arena. We will resume the next session by 1:45. So be here before that. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. We have couple of more sessions before the valedictory ceremony, which would be where we would be having chief guest Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Director General of Indian Meteorological Department, Government of India. He'll be here in a while, but before that, let's finish all the sessions which are left. We have Dr. Sushil Kumar Raina, ICAR NB PGR Regional Station, Srinagar, and he'll be talking on the topic self-incompatibility studies in almond cultivators in northwestern Himalayas. He will be joining us on the virtual background, so we will try and connect him now. Can we connect with Dr. Raina, please?
Should I share, sir? Just 1 minute, I am sharing.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, respected Chair Dr. S.K. Pradhan, Dr. Asna Aruj, and other respected audience. Myself, Sushil Kumar Raina, Scientist Senior Scale from ICAR NBPGR Regional Station, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir. I am here to talk on the topic self-incompatibility studies in almond cultivars in northwestern Himalayas. Almond is an important nut crop. It belongs to the species genus Prunus and subgenus Amygdalus. And it is one of the oldest and major tree nut crops that is originated in the Central Asia. However, over the period of time, it has been growing over a range of the countries all over the world. The chief among them are United States of America, then Spain, then Greece, Italy, Tunisia, Morocco, Italy, and some other countries including Turkey, and a part of its cultivation is also practiced in the Kashmir region of India, which falls in the northwestern Himalayas. Since the crop has very much an economic importance, it has gained the attention of scientists across the world. The crop has several problems as regards its production and management practices. However, the important problems that have been being investigated by the scientific community around the world are the development of late blooming cultivars and the self-incompatibility in the cultivars. These are the two main problems. While early blooming has been found to be an important drawback in the almond cultivars, because in most of the cases, the frost in the early spring, particularly in February or the beginning of March, will lead to the freezing of the reproductive parts, and it will reduce the activity of the pollinizers also, because of which the pollination and the resulting fertilization are very poor, which leads to very poor crop set and causes a huge loss to the growers worldwide. For ameliorating the problem, there is constant effort on the part of breeders to develop the late blooming cultivars. Now then, second is the problem of self-incompatibility. Self-incompatibility is the inability of the pollen of the same genotype to fertilize the ovule of the same genotype. It means you need to have some pollen from another genotype in order to fertilize it. Though self-incompatibility is very important for the purpose of population diversity. Since it promotes cross-pollination, it leads to diversity in the population, which is important. However, from the management and the crop production practices perspective, it is a very big nonsense, since it leads to crop failures. Hence, to address the problem of the self-incompatibility, the first step is to diagnose what type of self-incompatibility is there. In almond, it is gametophytic incompatibility. Although in some other crops, the incompatibility is also because of sporophytic nature. However, in the almond, it is the gametophytic incompatibility. The problem is that most of the cultivars of almond, which are very much in vogue in the commercial market, possess this incompatibility. Hence, development of the cross-compatible almond cultivars is very much needed for enhancing the productivity of almonds. There is up to date around the report of around 56 SI alleles from different cultivars in the almond cultivars. However, the sum of the almond cultivars which are native to the Kashmir region, there are no reports regarding the SI alleles in these cultivars. The cultivars of choice which are prominent in the farming community of this region are Magdoum, Shalimar, and Waris. These three cultivars are very much common in the farming community. Among these three cultivars, Magdoum is an early flowering cultivar. The Shalimar is a little bit later, while as Waris is comparatively much more later compared to the earlier mentioned cultivars. That is, Magdoum and the Shalimar, compared to these two cultivars, the Waris is very much late. One more advantage of the Waris is that it is able to withstand the frosts, which sometimes occur in the early spring. Hence, it also produces a good crop yield. Owing to these advantages of these almond cultivars, they were selected for study of the SI alleles. For the purpose, we extracted the genomic DNA from these three cultivars, that is Magdoum, Shalimar, and Waris. We also used some other seedling origin cultivars as well as some improved lines and observed them for the SI alleles. For the purpose, genomic DNA was extracted from these cultivars and it was purified. The purified genomic DNA was used for PCR amplification of the self-incompatibility alleles. The primers that we used were AS1 to F, that is forward primer, and MEC5, or that is reverse primer. Since these are the universal primers for SI allele studies, we also chose these primers. They were amplified and they were used, and the bands of different lengths were obtained. As we can see from the gel, 1% agarose gel, we observed the bands corresponding to different sizes in the three cultivars. For example, in the lane 1, which is the genomic DNA extracted from Magdoum, we observed a band around 600 base pairs. Similarly, when we see in the lane 2, that is Shalimar genomic DNA, we observed a band around 800 base pairs. Then in the lane 3 is the genomic DNA extracted from Waris. As we see here, we observed a comparatively bigger band that is around 2000 base pairs. Then we can see in the lane 4 to 7, there is a band that is around 700 to 750 base pairs, which was amplified in these improved lines and the seedling origin almond cultivars. So this band clearly shows that the SI alleles in these three cultivars are different alleles. To further validate their identity, what we did is that these bands were gel eluted and purified. The purified products were sent for the Sanger sequencing. And when the sequencing results were blasted using the blast X, we observed that the SI alleles that was amplified in the Shalimar showed a hit with and high identity with Prunus dulcis sRNase S53. Similarly, when we did the bioinformatic analysis of the SI allele amplified from Magdum, it showed identity with the SI allele S57 from the Prunus dulcis. So these bioinformatic analysis confirmed that the alleles which were amplified from these cultivars, they belonged to different SI alleles and validated their identity as belonging to different SI alleles. However, we may mention here that since the Varis showed a comparatively larger fragment that is around 2 kb, it is being amplified using multiple primer sets, and we are in the process of sequencing it, and we will be submitting later. So what the present study identified is that we have cultivars which have different SI alleles. So this is an important discovery, and while going for developing a new orchard, it is very important to go for different cross-compatible cultivars. Otherwise, if we are planting a single cultivar, it may not produce a profitable yield owing to the lack of pollination. However, to be more sure about that, we have to carry a study in the field level also. For this purpose, we are in the process of bagging these cultivars and observing the fruit status. However, it will take some much time, but what the present study crux is that the SI alleles that are present in these different almond cultivars within this region have different SI alleles, and before going for laying out of new orchards, it is very important that we also go for cross-compatible cultivars and not for single cultivar. I would like to thank all my seniors and all the support that I garnered from my seniors, from my headquarters at New Delhi, and from my seniors and heads at the regional station. I would also like to thank all my colleagues who helped to share this study. I would like to thank ICR, and I would also like to thank AgriVision for providing me an opportunity to present my work. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rana. The next speaker hasn't connected with me yet, but still I would announce his name. If he's here, please come and join the podium. Dr. Dalip Ranjan Sadangi, ICAR NRRI KVK Cuttack. Is he here? I believe no. Dr. Reshmi Raj KR? Yes. Ma'am, since he is absent, we'll continue with your talk first. She'll be talking on the topic evaluation of double haploid population from grain morphological traits. She is from ICR NRRI Cuttack. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Chair, Dr. S.K. Pradhan, sir, Dr. Asna Uruj, ma'am, and all researchers, scientists, and students. I am Reshmi Raj KR, working as scientist at NRRI Cuttack. Today, I am here to present the research findings of my preliminary research on double haploids, that is evaluation of double haploid population for grain morphological traits. So let us see what is double haploids. Double haploids are plants that are derived from a single haploid cells which undergo chromosome doubling, and they will be completely homozygous at all locus, and they are diploids. So they can be used as permanent mapping population. Now let's see what are the steps involved in double haploid population. So it includes 3 steps. First is development of haploids, and this will be discussed in the next slide. And next is after the regeneration of the haploid plants, we will determine the ploidy level, because once we are on the process of formation of double haploids, there may be the formation of diploid plants also. During tissue culture, the somatic cells will become diploid cells, or there may be diploidization where the spontaneous doubling of chromosomes in haploids will occur. So ploidy level has to be determined. So this can be done by so many techniques. So first will be the through the plant morphology, or either to identification of the number of chromosomes in the organisms, or due to the or by the number of chloroplasts in plastids, or due to the number of nucleoplasts. And then next step will be chromosome doubling. As we know that the haploids are weak and they will be sterile. So we have to convert these haploids to diploids. So this can be done by chromosome doubling by using the chemicals like colchicine. And this colchicine can be treated either in the roots or in the leaves or in the bud stage. Or we can give it in the nutrient medium also. So let us see how the haploids are induced, or how the haploids are developed. So there are 2 types of haploids, that is haploid developed from maternal parent and haploid developed from paternal parent. So the maternal haploids are developed by 2 processes. So one is in situ and another is in vitro. In situ method, we will pollinate the desirable maternal plant by pollinating it with irradiated pollen, or by using a pollen that is of same species, which can be inducer. This inducer has the ability to eliminate the chromosome from this species, or we can go for wide hybridization. And the next process is in vitro process, where we will go for tissue culture. And here we will go for gynogenesis, where the unpollinated flower parts like ovary, ovule, and flower buds will be grown in tissue culture medium to develop a double haploid. Now, next is the development of parental haploids. It is mostly done through in vitro, that is through androgenesis. So here also 2 types are there, androculture and microscope culture. So now let's see how this androgenesis is happening. So in androgenesis, as I told, there are two cultures, that is pollen culture and androculture. So first, an immature or young flower bud will be taken, and it will be pre-treated. Pre-treatment can be done by hot treatment or cold treatment or by the use of chemical ether. So from these flower buds, we will first surface sterilize it, and then we will wash it with the sterile water, and then we will isolate the anther. After anther isolation, that means we will remove the calyx and corona will be opened and anther will be taken, and the intact uninjured anther will be plated on a petri plate, and then it will develop into callus, and it will be put in rooting medium and shooting medium, and it will develop the haploid planlet. And the next type of culture is pollen culture, where we can isolate the pollen or microscope from the anther. In this method, we will keep the anthers in a nutrient medium, and we will rub it against the beaker using a glass rod, and this pollen will be isolated, which can be filtered and centrifuged, and it can be put in a nutrient medium, and it can be plated in a tissue culture medium, and from this an embryo will be formed. And from this embryo, a haploid planlet will be formed, and from this we will go for colchicine treatment, and we will develop a double haploid homozygous plant. So usually in rice, we will go for anther culture because it is very easy and it is also effective also. So in anther culture, what we are doing is we will cross two desirable parents, and when F1 will be developed, and the immature spikelet is taken and the anther is collected. And here we will go for the confirming the stages of anthers. That is binucleate, that in the top you can see only one nucleate, and below it is double binucleate. So either these two stages, that is late uninucleate stage or early binucleate stage, is best for the anther culture. So anther will be then developed in the tissue culture. Then we will go for callus development. After that, haploid plant will be induced, and then colchicine development. And then we will go for the hardening of the plants in the greenhouse, and then it will be shifted to the field. So now let's see what are the application of this double haploids in plant breeding. So it is very important because it will complement the conventional breeding by shortening the breeding cycle. Because in conventional breeding, for getting a completely homozygous plant, it will take several years of selfing. But through double haploid, only within one generation of crossing, we will get a completely homozygous plant. And next is that it can be used in case of double haploids. The recombinant rate is more in double haploids as compared to F2, and thus the selection can be done more effectively even in the nutrient medium. And they are also used in the genetic studies like mapping and QTL identification, etc. And next, it is also used for, it is also combined with other breeding procedures like improved mutation breeding, backcrossing, hybrid breeding, etc. And in rice, around 40 varieties are developed. And the study's objective was done to identify the genetic variation present in the double haploid population. So let us see what are the materials and methods. So the materials used are the double haploid population. That 117 lines was there by crossing two varieties, Savitri and Pokali. Savitri is a high yielding rice variety, while Pokali is a salt tolerant variety. And the data was recorded, and the grain length and grain width and L/B ratio is calculated, and diversity, correlation, and PCA was studied. So it was observed that there was a variation between the double haploid lines for grain length and width, because the grain length in the total range from 6.9 to 10.27, while for parents it was 6.9 and 8.5. And for grain width, it ranged from 1.8 to 5.78, while for parents it was 3 and 3.3. And these are the diversity observed in the lines. And L/B ratio, it also ranged from 1.73 to 5.33, while for parents it was 2.3 and 2.58. And as per ERI standard evaluation system, we can categorize these parents as, the parents can be classified as medium gains. The parents Savitri and Pokali can be included in the medium groups, while all the double haploid population can come under the bold, medium, and slender. So we can tell that there is enormous variation for the grain characters. And the correlation study was done, and it was observed that grain length and L/B ratio was positively correlated, while it was negatively correlated with grain width, and grain width was negatively correlated with L/B ratio. So PCA was found and 3 PCA was identified. Among them, the IG eigenvalue more than 1, that is 2.27, which is in of PC1 was more significant among these 3 PCA because it accounts for about more than 75% variation observed in the double haploids. So this is the biplot. And thus we can conclude that double haploid technology is a powerful technology which can increase the efficiency of breeding, but by reducing the time, energy, and resources. So in the present study, it was found out that there was significant variation among these one-ones and double haploid lines by crossing with Savitri and Pokali. So it can be further used for other genetic studies. So thank you. Thank you, Director NRI, for giving the facility to the work, and the PA of the project, Dr. Sangamitra ma'am. And I thank you, the organizers, for giving me an opportunity to present here. Thank you.
If at all anybody has any questions. Okay. Done. So the last speaker for the day, Dr. A.P. Shivamurugan from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore. He'll be talking on the topic effect of new generation herbicides on weed density, yield attributes, and yield of irrigated maize. He'll be also joining us over the virtual platform. So we'll try and connect him. Okay. So I believe he was there, but then we have somehow lost connection with him. Is he there? Please check. I guess he's there. Check. Post this, we will merge the session which is happening parallelly at the second hall, and followed by which we will have the valedictory ceremony. So I guess we could connect. Welcome, sir. If you could please try speaking something so that we can check whether you are audible or not. Okay, we again lost connection, I believe. So we are losing connection with him multiple times. I believe this would be little tough for us to connect with him. So please wait for a while. We'll merge both the halls simultaneously and would be doing the farmers and industry experts interaction here at this hall. Couple of more minutes to go. Thank you.
Madam, my voice is audible or not? Hello? Madam, my voice is audible? Madam, my voice is audible or not? Hello?
Sir, you are audible.
Okay. Sir, good afternoon. I am Dr. A.P. Shumaran. Now I'll be discussing on effect of new generation herbicides on weed density, yield attributes, and yield of irrigated maize. So this experiment was conducted with different herbicide combinations like pre-emergence herbicide as well as post-emergence herbicide. So usually the pre-emergence, it is atrazine in different concentrations, and also the two post-emergence herbicides, topromazone as well as tembotrione. So these treatments were tried in different combinations. So this was conducted in Kharif 2020 at Department of Millers, TNIU Coimbatore.
Can you hear me?
Right.
Hello. Sir, if you could hear me.
Yes, I'm here.
Sir, we could hear your presentation. If you can start once again. Sir, if you can restart your presentation because we could not hear the initial beginning of your presentation. I believe so, sir, but he was speaking something, so I just said that. In the meantime, आम चाषी भाई भौणी मैंने आसिकी एठी पहुंची जाइछन्ती हमें हमर इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स मनकर अपेक्षा रे अछु तापरे हमरे जो इंटरैक्टिव सेशन सेटा आरंभ करिवु टू ऑल द पीपल हु डजंट अंडरस्टैंड ओडिया हमारे फार्मर भाई और बहन लोग यहाँ बैठ चुके हैं जिनके साथ हमारा एक इंटरैक्टिव सेशन है फॉर हाफ एन आवर जिसके बाद वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन शुरू होगा तो वो यहाँ है हम इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स की वेट कर रहे हैं बस वो आने के बाद विल स्टार्ट दैट. And in the meantime, if we can connect with Mr. Murugan, please try and bring him online. ଆମର valedictory ceremony रो आज रो जो chief guest Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorological Indian Meteorological Department Government of India, से already भुवनेश्वर बाहरी सारी चंदी. We are expecting another half an hour he'll take to reach here. ଆଉ ଅଳ୍ପ ସମୟ ଭିତରେ ସେ ଆମ ଗହଣରେ ଥିବେ. ତା ପରର जो valedictory ceremony ଆମେ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବୁ and ଏବେକା ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ जो session ଆମର ଅଛି ଯୋଉଥିରେ ଆମେ panel discussion କରିବୁ with our industry experts. ଆମେ ସବୁ expert ଏଠି ପହଞ୍ଚି ସାରିଲା ପରେ we will start the session. Please don't leave the hall if you are coming in because the next 1 hour is very crucial. जहाँ आपण 3 दिन भितरे देखि चंती सुनी चंती तारो वर्तमान आपण जति की क्वेश्चंस अछि आपण को मन भितरे बा हमरो जो चासी भाई भौणी माने अछंती आपण भी पचारि परिबे हमरो डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट रो सेटा मु अनाउंस करबी को डिपार्टमेंट रो लोक एठी अछंती आपण को मन भितरे जदी किछि क्वेश्चंस अछि इन फैक्ट द प्रोफेसर साइंटिस्ट इवन इफ यू वांट टू आस्क एनीथिंग टू आवर industry experts you are free to do so. So just giving you a brief, what are we going to do now? Since the last 3 days, we have experienced a lot of knowledge sharing sessions by the professors and the scientists who have been apart from different parts of the country, who have come here from different parts of the country and also, Bujili, of course, but for the professors who don't understand Odia, we need to speak in the other language. I can see multiple faces here who don't understand Odia. ମୁଁ ଆଉ ଥରେ ରିପିଟ୍ କରିବି ଯାହା କହିଲି ସେଟାକୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ରିପିଟ୍ କରିବି ଏବେ ଆମ ସହିତ ଯେତିକି ମାନେ participants thile last 3 days jo professor scientist in fact amaro different organization ro jo experts mane achanti tanku ame request kolu ki definitely a session ru amaro jaha pai a session hochi agriculture is about farmers चासी भाई भौणी मानक पाई ही स्पेशली तो तांकर भी मन भितरे बहुत सारा प्रश्न थिबो एंड एमिति सिचुएशन बा एमिति जगह जोठी आपण यांको सहित सामना सामनी हे कि देखा ही परिबे निजरो प्रश्न पचारि परिबे सेटा हुए नाही सो वी आर गिविंग यू अ चांस टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस आमे आपण गोटे छोटो चांस दोछु आपण को मन भितरे जदी किछि प्रश्न अछि पचारंतु एंड definitely माने आपन को आंसर करिवे and if not the answer at least आपन को गाइड तो करिवे ही करिवे so requesting the experts from APEDA ICARDA Department of Biotechnology Government of India National Medicinal Plant Board Coconut Development Board please
I request the following experts to please come and join us. One from each organization. ICARDA. Can we have someone from ICARDA? Okay. Department of Biotechnology. DBT. Sir, please. National Medicinal Plant Board. Coconut Development Board. CDB. CTCRI. CTCRI, Central Institute of Women in Agriculture, Cribco, okay. Central Horticulture Experiment Station, CIFA, Central Institute of Freshwater Aquaculture, CIFA, okay. Central Institute of Brackish Aquaculture, NBPGR, NRRI, National Rice Research Institute, Coffee Board, please have a seat, sir. Can we have someone from ICADA? अच्छा वर्तमान समस्त कृषक भाई और भौणी मान को मु जनइबा चाहे जे एई जो कार्यक्रम टी होची जहा मु सकाळे आपन को एनेक्स 2 रे कहि रखथिली आम पाखेरे उपस्थित अछंती भारत सरकार एवं राज्य सरकार कर विभिन्न अनुष्ठान माने जे माने कि तांकर विषय वस्तु ऊपर से माने एक्सपर्ट से माने आपन को गाइड करिवे धरा जाऊ किछिटा कृषक अछंती जो माने धान चाष करछंती किछिटा कृषक अछंती जो माने डाली जातीय चाष करछंती तो आम पाखेरे सब फील्ड रो एक्सपर्ट माने आपन को पाखेरे उपस्थित अछंती आपन को मन रे जहा प्रश्नवाची रहिछि बा जहा क्वेश्चन रहिछि आपण माने तंको सीधा सड़क भाव पचारि परिबे हमर एंकर पिंकी मैडम आपन को भितरे इंटरैक्ट करिवे तेनो सर्वप्रथमे मु चाहिबी जे हमर जो माने पैनल एक्सपर्ट अछंती से माने तांको ऊपरे एक संक्षिप्त विवरणी देवे से माने को अनुष्ठान रो एवं तांकर अनुष्ठान रो कोन भूमिका रहिछि कृषि एवं कृषक मध्य रे तेणु से माने तांकर इंट्रोडक्शन देला परे आपण माने जानि परिबे जे माने को अनुष्ठान रो एवं तांकर भूमिका कोन रहिछि सेहि पर भाव रे आपण को मन रे जहा प्रश्नवाची रहिछि आपण माने सीधा सड़क पचारि पारंती so for all the experts I would request all the experts to introduce themselves short brief introduction let it be in Hindi or English so that the farmers can understand you first then they will be asking you the questions starting from CDV it's preferable to speak in Odia for the farmers sir please
myself Rajat Kumar Pal मैं कोकोनट डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड से हूँ it is under Ministry of Agriculture Government of India
नमस्कार मु डॉक्टर चिन्मय रथ रिसर्च ऑफिसर बॉटनी नेशनल मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स बोर्ड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष आउ मु होची एलुमिना मेंबर ऑफ रेवेन्शा यूनिवर्सिटी आउ 2002 पास आउट फ्रॉम दिस यूनिवर्सिटी आउ मु किछि ओडिसा पई हमर अवेयरनेस क्रिएशन करिया पे चाहू छी सेति पई मु आज इंट्रोड्यूस हेछि हमर ऑर्गेनाइजर तरफ रु आउ मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स रो जति की उन्नति करियार अछि हमर ईस्टर्न पार्ट स्पेशली ओडिसा रे तार प्रमोशन और तार प्रोपगेशन केमती हबो से पे नेशनल मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स बोर्ड इज अ फंडिंग एजेंसी सी असिस्टेंस प्रोवाइड करे इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट्स तो कृषक भाई माने एनजीओ से तो मिसी गिरी स्टेट मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स बोर्ड से तो टाई अप करिकरी हमको प्रोजेक्ट दियंतु ताकि हमें तांको फंड प्रोवाइड करबो और से माने हमर मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स रो आगो कल्टीवेशन करिवे तबे ताको ई कॉमर्स थ्रू रे ताको बिक्री करियार रेवेन्यू जनरेशन करियार सक्षमता करिवे थैंक यू
मु डॉक्टर कालिदास पति क्षेत्रीय केंद्रीय कंद फसल अनुसंधान संस्था रो हम डिफरेंट कंद फसल उपरे काम होची जेटा माने को कंदमूल अछि कसाबा अछि ओलुआ अछि सारू अछि तथापि माने माटी नीचे आलू छाड़ी के जो क्रॉप गुला होची से क्रॉप ऊपर हम रिसर्च करा होची एमनी हम 9टा डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे ऊपर एबे कंद फसल जोटा कि हम कैरोटीन बेसी अछि आ एंथोसायनिन बेसी अछि दुईटा हम कंदमूल वेराइटी डेवलप करा अछि दुईटा किस्म बाहर होईची गोटे भूसोना गोटे भूकृष्णा सेटा हम एबे पॉपुलर करा होची एबे 9टा डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे ऊपर काम चलुची जोटा हम पॉपुलराइजेशन ऑफ ट्यूबर क्रॉप्स इन ओडिशा तापरे हम दुईटा डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऊपर हम ट्राइबल सब प्लान ऊपर चलुची सेटा मेनली हम फोकस होची हम बायो फोर्टिफाइड क्रॉप ऊपर एति कहि के एबे या करछि। थैंक यू।
नमस्कार, मु डॉक्टर अर्पिता महापात्र मु केंद्रीय कृषिरत महिला अनुसंधान संस्थान रु आछि। एठी कृषि रे एक्चुअली कृषक कहले गोटे पुरुष को आमे भाबुछु किंतु सेमती देखिबा गले 70% योगदान रहउची महिला मानकर। महिला माने बहुत भाबरे कृषि रे काम करचंती, धान काटिबाठू नै कि वीडिंग करिबा सब थ्रेसिंग करिबा सब जिंस रे अछंती। केवल कृषि रे नुहे, कृषि और अलाइड सेक्टर वेटनरी रे हो जेमती कि कृषि रो मतलब गाई रखी कि गाई रो खीर दुइबा, घर सफा गुहाल सफा करिबा, गोबर रे घसी परिबा, ए सब जिंस गोटे स्त्रीलोक ही करूची। कुकुड़ा रखिबा घर अगणा रे, तो ए सब ऊपर आमे सेमानंकु स्त्रीलोक मानंकु केमती आमे आर्थिक दृष्टि रे आहुरी अधिक सशक्त करिबु से ऊपर काम करूछु। तांको भीतर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट करूछु, तांको एम्पावर करूछु। तांको कोनस प्रकार सहायता दरकार होची, मानकर से माने गाई रखुचंती तो चारा तांकर जति घास देले से माने घास चाष करि परिबे ता ऊपर करूछु। जदि मशरूम देले मशरूम कल्टीवेट कर परिबे से प्रकार आमे सहायता करूछु। तेणु आमे पर्टिकुलरली इंस्टीट्यूट ए संस्थानटा स्त्री लोक मानंकु सशक्त करबा पई काम करछि। धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार, मु डॉक्टर लिसा प्रियदर्शिनी सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ब्रैकिश वाटर एक्वाकल्चर आसीची। एटा मेनली क्षार जल रे केमिति माछ चाष हे परिबो सेटा हमें ये करछु। तो सीड प्रोडक्शन तार क्षार जल रे माछर सीड प्रोडक्शन, ब्रीडिंग, तार ब्रूड स्टॉक मैनेजमेंट सेटा पर हमें ये करछु। केमि चासी मानकर केमि इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट हे परिबो और केमि इनकम जनरेशन हे परिबो ता पर हम मेन फोकस करछु। थैंक यू।
सर नमस्कार, एनपीपी मो नाम सारंदर बारिक। अच्छा आमर बेस ये बाहर कलेक्शन विभिन्न प्रकार सीड कलेक्शन करिके आमे जीन बैंक रे नै रखुछु। से 50 वर्ष पर यूज होउची ये हमर। थैंक यू। नमस्कार सर। वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून, माई सेल्फ डॉक्टर एसके प्रधान। हमर जो नेशनल राइस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट कटक अच्छी से प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट एवं आमर जो इंडियन सोसाइटी ऑफ जेनेटिक्स एंड ब्रीडिंग अच्छी तार भी मध्य वाइस प्रेसिडेंट। आउ यू नो आपण माने जानती जे वर्तमान धानटा होची आम मुख्य खाद्य शस्य, जे कि आमे जेते भी कम तार प्रॉफिट पाइले भी आमे कहीं छाड़ी पारुया नहीं। कहीं ना आमे चाहूचे जे धानटा गोटे आम एंतिया फसल जोटा कि आमे ताकू गोटे लिंक्ड विथ कौन आम जो सोसाइटी रे रही लाइफ विथ राइस एटा कहबा आमे माने जीवनटा धान संगे संश्लिष्ट। तो से कि आमे गोटे जन्म रु आरंभ हो कि मैरेज हो कि जहाँ किसी हो फंक्शन हो ये चाउल रु आरंभ करते मार्क करेंगे। चाउल जन्म हेले ताकू पूजा हम चाउल रे हेबो, बाहागर हेले चाउल रे हेबो, इवन इफ डेथ हेले सेरेमनी चाउल रे हेबो। तेणु लाइफ इज राइस, राइस टा आमे माने जड़ित। ये हला गोटे कथा। 2 नंबर कथा हला जे आम ये मुख्य खाद्य, ये खाद्य किंती उत्पादन आम अधिक अधिक करि परिबा। आ ये पृथ्वी रे इनती गोटे देश आम करुचे जोटे कि आम आय बहुत कम। तेणु बहुत भाव में बेसी खर्च करि पारु नाहंती। तेणु करी ये आम इम्पोर्टेंस कम दिया होची। आम प्रोडक्टिविटी भी कमी जाउची। जे जड़े जदि चाषी करुची चाष नुआ जो चाषी माने से माने कौन भावुचंदी ना इतरे तो प्रॉफिट बेसी होनी कौन चाष करिबा बरम खाली छाड़ देबा, सेमतिया कथा नुह। वर्तमान एताकू कमर्शियल भाव में करबा को हबो। बन्या बात्या मरुड़ी भितर किंती सहनी शक्ति थिबा दान किसम आमे सब बाहर करूछु, सेई गुडा को हमकु चाष करिकि शिखिबा को पड़िबो। एवं आमे उत्पादन आपण जानि कि आश्चर्य हेबे जे आमे स्वाधीनता बेले आमे थिले केते, आमे 35 कोटी लोक थिले, आमे 20 मिलियन टन धान उत्पादन करुथिले चाउल। वर्तमान आज आसिकी आमे 139-140 कोटी लोक हेलेनी, तांकू खाद्य जगाउछंती। आमे वर्तमान आम लास्ट एस्टिमेट जो हेची सेइतरे 127.93 मिलियन टन चाउल उत्पादन हबार आमर प्रेडिक्शन हेची। तेणु एटा चाषी भाई मानकर गोटे बहुत उपलब्धि एवं साइंटिस्ट मानकर भी जोटा कि 20 मिलियन टन रु आज आम 127 को पहुंचीचे। तेणुक यहीटा हूँ आम अभिप्राय आउ केमती बढ़ बर्तमान तो आम टार्गेट रे अधिक है कि आम आम एक्सपोर्ट भी करुचे बर्तमान आम जो प्रॉफिट नाही बोली भी भावुचे सेमतिया कथा नुह ये जो आम सफिशिएंट होती खाद्य रे आग को कौन हम को गोटे आफ्रिकान कंट्री रे ये बहुत जगह कम धान चाष होची तेणु आम अन्य मानक खाद्य बर्तमान जगई परिबा तेणु आम कहि परिबानी जे वी आर सेल्फ सफिशिएंट एटा गोटे मेन फूड क्रॉप तेणु बहुत इंपोर्टेंस तार अच्छी आपण मनकर जहाँ भी किसी क्वेश्चन पचारिबार अच्छी आपण पचारंतु मु होची डेवलपर जे कि 52 राइस वेराइटी डेवलप करिछि आपण पॉपुलर वेराइटी जेते आपण पूजा सपन हो कि प्रधान दान हो कि आपण मौडमणि हो कौन सी समस्या आपण थिले आपण पचारिबे थैंक यू वेरी मच
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Vishwaranjan Bhoi from Coffee Board of India. Coffee Board comes under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and having one office at Koraput Coffee Board. And it's a head office at Bangalore. In our Odisha, only 4,000 hectares of coffee has been planted, out of which Koraput is the main district in which coffee is cultivating around 2,000 hectares. अन्य डिस्ट्रिक्ट मानकरे क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन जहाँ अच्छी सेथिरे 3.5 lakh hectares but we are at only 4,200 hectares of planted area. So we request all anywhere if it is possible we have to expand our areas for better productions. Thank you very much.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम गंधर्व नागपाल है। मैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी नई दिल्ली से आया हूँ। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के अंडर आती है। डिपार्टमेंट का मेन मोटिव बायोटेक्नोलॉजी का प्रमोशन कंट्री के अंदर, वो किसी भी फील्ड में हो, चाहे एग्रीकल्चर हो, चाहे मेडिकल हो या फिर पब्लिक वेलफेयर हो, किसी भी माध्यम से हो, इंडस्ट्री हो, उसको सपोर्ट करना डिपार्टमेंट का मेन मोटिव है। एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड कई डिवीजन है डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर, एग्रीकल्चर, प्लांट बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, एक्वाकल्चर, फिशरीज एंड एनिमल बायोटेक्नोलॉजी। और डिपार्टमेंट के दो मेन मेथड्स हैं बायोटेक्नोलॉजी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए। पहला है कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग। कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या रिलेटेड फैसिलिटीज या फिर फैसिलिटीज को एक्सेसिबल बनाना। और दूसरा है ट्रेनिंग ऑफ मैन पावर, जिसमें स्टूडेंट फेलोशिप्स, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, ट्रैवल विजिट्स, असिस्टेंस, ये सब आता है। थैंक यू।
नमस्कार, मो नाम बसंती सड़ंगी। मैं रिसर्च स्कॉलर ऑफ डेवलपमेंटल सेक्टर। करेंटली आईकाडा रे मो अच्छी। आईकाडा स्टैंड्स फॉर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर फॉर एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च इन ड्राई एरिया। पर्टिकुलरली आमे राइस फलो एरिया को टार्गेट करूछु। राइस फलो कहले कोन बुझू ना, पैडी परे जो टाइम टा हमरो पड़िया पड़े जमीटा, से टाइम टाकू आमे फार्मर एम्पावरमेंट करिया पई आमे सेथिरे अरहर माने पिजन पी, ग्रीन ग्राम, ब्लैक ग्राम, चिकपी, लेंटिल ए सब जिनस फार्मर्स मानन को प्रोवाइड करू। तो थ्रू आउट द प्रोसेस आमे खाली सीड प्रोवाइड करनु, आमे तंकर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करू, आमे तंको हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट दो। लास्ट ईयर आमे वीएसएच थ्रू रु ए सब जिनस प्रोक्योरमेंट करथलु। दिस ईयर आमे एफपीओ मॉडल को नैछु। एफपीओ मॉडल रे देला परे आमे नॉट ओनली फार्मर एम्पावरमेंट, आमे जेतु एटा आमे गोटे प्लांट प्रोटीन प्रोवाइड करछु एज एन अल्टरनेटिव इनकम, आमे न्यूट्रिशन टाको भी टार्गेट करछु। अपार्ट फ्रॉम पल्सेस आमे फोडर हिसाब रे स्पाइनलेस कैक्टस को भी डेवलप करिछु। 40 to 43 टाइप्स ऑफ स्पाइनलेस कैक्टस को आमे एज अ लाइवस्टॉक फोडर आमे फार्मर्स मानन को प्रोवाइड करिछु। पर्टिकुलरली दोज एरिया जो थिरे हमरो वाटर स्कार्सिटी बहुत अछि, लाइवस्टॉक्स मानन को पानी ठीक से मिलुनी, से मानकर वाटर जति कि तांग दरकार सेति से माने पाउ नांती। तो थ्रू कैक्टस आमे से जिनसटा को फुलफिल करिया पई चेष्टा करूछु। थैंक यू।
नमस्कार, मैं बोटनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया से आया हूँ, अंचल कुमार विश्वास। बोटनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया जैसे ये रेवेन्शा यूनिवर्सिटी का बहुत अच्छा एक हिस्ट्री है, बोटनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का भी हिस्ट्री बहुत अच्छा है। ये 1780 में
सर जॉर्ज किंग ने बॉटनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का जो मूल स्थान है बॉटनिकल गार्डन स्थापना किया था बॉटनी की और ज्यादा अपग्रेडेशन करने के लिए। तो उन्हीं का काम 1954 में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक्वायर किया, फिर तब से ये रिसर्च प्रोग्राम चल रहा है वहाँ। मेनली टैक्सोनॉमी, फ्लोरिस्टिक डाइवर्सिटी, ये सारे चीज के ऊपर बहुत ही अच्छा रिसर्च हो रहे हैं वहाँ। बहुत रिसर्च स्कॉलर भी उधर ट्रेनिंग लेने आते हैं और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का प्रोग्राम भी बहुत होता है। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का तरफ से ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्रोसेस है, बहुत अच्छा कोशिश है। और ये उड़ीसा में बॉटनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का पहली विजिट है। ये एग्जीबिशन अवेयरनेस के लिए हम लोगों को भेजा गया, तो बहुत ही अच्छा रिस्पांस मिला। हमें लगता है कि उड़ीसा में और भी ये बॉटनी का एक्सप्लोरेशन के लिए और भी थोड़ा ये देना चाहिए सरकार को। तो दैट इज ऑल। थैंक यू।
सो आपण समस्तंकर टिके टिके ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन सुनी देइचंती के को डिपार्टमेंट रो। जदि आपनक भितरे कहारो किछि प्रश्न अछि आपण डायरेक्टली आंको एबे पचारि परिबे। एनीबॉडी, even if it's like some scientist, professor, anyone can ask. कहारो जदि किछि प्रश्न अछि तो प्लीज सर।
ओडिसा रे को मेडिसिनल प्लांट लगा जाई परिबो जहाँ फल कि लाइफ माने हमर जो चाषी बंधु माने हेल्प पाइबे। अश्वगंधा हला किंबा अन्य को क्लाइमेट कंडीशन रे हम कटक, भुवनेश्वर, बालेश्वर ये जो कोस्टल बेल्ट जो बर्तन कॉन्फ्रेंस होउची जदि किंबा गडजाते रीजन रे भी किछि यदि कोन हे परिबो ता बारे किछि कहले भलो होंता। कारण को मेडिसिनल प्लांट लगेइले चाषी माने लाभ करि परिबे, लाभ हे परिबे।
कोविड-19 सिचुएशन रे जतले मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष तरफ रो च्यवनप्राश आउ काढ़ा पीवार जो दिशा निर्देश दिया जायतला, तो से हिसाब रे मु आपन कहि परछि कि ओडिसा इज रिच इन हाई बायोडाइवर्सिटी जोन, सो यू कैन प्लांट व्हाटएवर यू कैन, बट अश्वगंधा, गिलोय, that is गुडुची, टिनोस्पोरा कॉर्डिफोलिया, and of course तुलसी, ओसिमम सैंक्टम। ये तीनटा आपण समस्ते लगांतो कंपलसरी। आउ एथर आपण माने जानि थिबे 26 जैन रे नेशनल मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स बोर्ड, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष इन एसोसिएशन विद मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस जो इनविटेशन कार्ड सब मिनिस्ट्रीज को देइथिला। सेथरे तीनटा थिला, एलोवेरा, सेकंड अश्वगंधा और थर्ड गिलोय। गिलोय ऑफ कोर्स स्टेम, आउ अश्वगंधा सीड, आउ एलोवेरा रो जो जेल तार सीड, आउ तुलसी, ये तीनटा रो से देइथिला टू क्रिएट द अवेयरनेस अमंग द चिल्ड्रन, अमंग द मासेस। आउ हमर बड़िया कृषक बंधु माने, जदि कृषक बंधु माने एठी सताबारी रो एस्पेरेगस रेस्मोसस सेटा रो जदि से माने लार्ज स्केल रे कल्टीवेशन करि परछथि, which is an ingredient official substitute of च्यवनप्राश, and it has been written way back in centuries when Rishi Ashwini Kumars were there. In Charak Samhita it has been written कि सतावरी is an official substitute of the main ingredients of च्यवनप्राश, which has got 48 ingredients. Thank you, sir. सतावरी के हाँ आ तुलसी गिलो सब जगह रे हे परिबो, सब जगह रे हे परिबो। ओडिसा, भुवनेश्वर, कटक दीटा जगह रे हे परिबो।
सर नमस्कार सर, मु सुधांशु रंजन। एक्चुअली मु इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग सहित जड़ित अछि एवं आयुर्वेदिक सहित मु फार्मिंग को आगु बढ़ौछि। बेसिकली हमर दुईटी जिंस रहउछि, जेमति कि एनिमल हस्बेंडरी आउ क्रॉप साइंस रे। क्रॉप रे कीटनाशक आउ एंटी फंगल ए सब रो बहुत व्यवहार होउछि। तो आमे चाहूछु केमिकल को न जाई। आई एम माय सेल्फ अ केमिकल इंजीनियर। मु चाहूछि जे केमिकल रो यूज मिनिमम अति इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन रे हो बट नॉर्मली एज अ प्रिवेंटिव जदि हम आयुर्वेदिक नौचे ताले हमको क्योर रो आवश्यकता होबन बा किछि डिजीज आसीबो नै तनो करी प्रिवेंटिव हिसाब रे किछि जिंस मु मोर निज फार्म रे यूज करे तो जदि नॉर्मली किछिटा डिजीज रहे जेमति कि एनिमल मानकर इश्यू आसे हमर जानिथि नॉर्मली ज्वर ठंडा सीजनल चेंज आउ आसे हमर फर्टिलिटी प्रॉब्लम तो एई सब जिंस पयका जो जो जिंस गुडा का आयुर्वेदिक रे अछि तार प्लांटेशन जने जदि करबा को चाहिबो ताले को पर्टिकुलर प्लांट्स गुडा का एनिमल हस्बेंडरी पे बेटर हे पारियो एज अ प्रिवेंटिव सेकंड गोटे प्रश्न रहउची जने जदि इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग रे हॉर्टिकल्चर वेजिटेबल्स आ बाकी सब करूछन हमर तो आजकल यूट्यूब रे बहुत प्रकार जिंस आछि बट आमे समस्त तो यूट्यूब देखि पार नांदी फार्मर माने आज आमे देखि पारुछु करि पारुछु निजे बट नॉर्मल लोकंकर हेल्प होवा पयका को जिंस गुडा को ब्लॉक किंबा पंचायत लेवल रे आपण हेल्प करि पारिबे को प्लांट किंबा जने जदि निजर बाड़ी अगणा रे लगेया को चाहिबो सेई गोटा को से माने यूज करिकि तांगा धान फसल हो मुग बिरी कोळथ आउ बाकी जहा फसल से माने करूचंदी एज अ प्रिवेंटिव जदि यूज करिवे ताल तांको सहाय्य होबो तो को प्लांट्स गुडा का टिके ता ऊपर आलोकपात करंतु धन्यवाद
आगे आपण जो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी क्वेश्चंस करिले एटा पार्लियामेंट्री क्वेश्चंस आस्तेला तापर भी म आंसर दे दोची फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर सेकंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हॉर्टिकल्चर थर्ड हैला मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष रे जो आयुर्वेदिक डॉक्टर्स अछंती स्पेशली द्रव्य गुण विज्ञान से मानको ए तीन जन का एसोसिएशन रे आपण जो मेनी फोल्ड्स क्वेश्चंस अछि तार आंसर आसीबो ताको मु समराइज करके आपण कहूची आउ ता पई आपण को द्रव्य गुण विज्ञान रो गोटे बही अछि कुनाब जल अभिनव चिंतामणि रो बहीटा सेट नै कि सेटा हमरो भुवनेश्वर रो जो आयुर्वेद रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट अछि सेठी आपण जदी जाई जोगाजोग करिवे भरतपुर रे सेठी आपण से बहीटा से लाइब्रेरी मिलिबो आताको सेटा वे बैक इन आई थिंक ड्यूरिंग आफ्टर चरक संहिता सुश्रुत संहिता सेटा से बहीटा तयारी हेतला सेटा को ही वृक्ष आयुर्वेद को जाउछि जोटा आपण कहउछथि ताको कहउछथि हमर आयुर्वेद रे वृक्ष आयुर्वेद
जो प्लांट्स गुडा का हमें कल्टीवेट करिया को चाहिबा ताको हमें इजीली कोठी पाई परिबा
प्लांट्स आपण निज ऊपर आपण को डिपेंड करछि बिकॉज़ एवरी प्लांट हैज गॉट मेडिसिनल वैल्यू
नहीं नहीं हम जो नॉर्मली प्लांट्स हमें प्लांट करे जेमति अश्वगंधा शतावरी जस्टी मधु आउ जहां भी किछि अछि हमें यूज करूचे गुडुची ताको हमें इजीली कोठी अवेलेबल हे परिबो किछि किछि चारा हमें जदी लगेबा को चाहिबा
सेटा आजिकली सब जगह रे अवेलेबल अछि लोकल नर्सरी रे हमें प्लेंटली तांको अवेलेबल करछु आयुष आपके द्वार रो गोटे प्रोग्राम रो अंतर्गत रे हमें तांको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेछु फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ऑल ओवर इंडिया तणो आपण माने सेठी पाई परिबे हमर लोकल नर्सरी माने करबे ता व्यतीत हमर जो भुवनेश्वर रे जो आयुर्वेदिक रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट अछि संस्था अछि सेठी आपण जोगाजोग करंतु सेठी सी हमको डिटेल हबो और अदरवाइज आपण हमको ईमेल करंतु ये info-nmpb@nic.in रे ता पई आप समस्त पई आमे गोटे मोबाइल बेस्ड ऐप इंट्रोड्यूस करछु ता ना होची ई चरक रे आपण को ऑल ओवर इंडिया रो मंडी रो इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल होबो जो हमर बंधु कहउचंती को प्रकार गछपत्र कोठी मिलिबो कोन मिलिबो सेत्री कंप्लीट बायोडाटा कंप्लीट इंफॉर्मेशन ई चरक रे अछि echark.com अछि अदरवाइज www.nmpb.nic.in रे जदि लॉगिन करिवे सेत्री ई चरक मोबाइल बेस्ड ऐप आसीबो आ सेठी आसीकी से सब डिटेल इंफॉर्मेशन आपण पाई पेरे आ तार जदि जो माने को यार ई चरक विषय रे तार डिटेल मिलिनी से माने हमर स्टॉल नंबर 2 को विजिट करिकी सेटू पैम्पलेट नै पारिबे थैंक यू
आमे एका साथरे छेली आ कुकुड़ा चाष करि पारिबु कि कारण लोक कहउछन छेली आ कुकुड़ा एकाले रखिले रोग हो छेली आ कुकुड़ा देसी कुकुड़ा आ छेली आ भल ब्रीड छेली हम ओडिशा पई ओडिशा जलवायु कोन बढ़ी पारिबे आ से तार ना कोन हम जानिया छ
जेतले हमें छेली और कुकुड़ा पालन करू हमें तंग गोटी जगार केबे रखुना तंग पई अलगा शेड बनाऊ रखू कारण कुकुड़ा इज मोर प्रोन टू डिजीज ताको बहुत जल्दी डिजीज हे जाए और गोटे को हेले सेटा एते स्प्रेड कर जाए पूरा फार्म टा हे जाए गोट गोटे होची रेजिस्टेंट ब्रीड ताको एते जल्दी रोग हुएनी तेणु सिप गोट को आम कहे रेजिस्टेंट से माने पुअर मैंस काउ बिली आम कहू कहीं से माने पुअर लोक जी बेसी इन्वेस्ट करि परिबनी जी बेसी हेल्थ केयर पई प्रैक्टिस करि परिबनी किछि प्रकार रो मेडिसिन्स देई परिबनी खाइबा अच्छा देई परिबनी भलो खाइबा को देई परिबनी से माने सिप गोट रखि परिबे गोट रखि परिबे तेणु जेबेले आम रखुचे सिप गोट को एमती किछि नाही जे गोटिए जगह आम रखुचे अलगा भाड़ा करिकि रखुचे तेणु सेठी किछि असुविधा हबनी फर्स्ट जिंस सेकंड आपण कहले को गोट ब्रीड टा भलो प्रथम जिंस होची आम गोट एठी मेनली मिल्क पई रखुनु आम राज्य रे आम मीट पई रखुचु मटन जोटा कहूचु कि एक्चुअली सिप मीट को मटन कह जाए कि आमर एटा लोक कथा चली आछि जे आम गोट को भी मटन कहूचु से मटन पई आमर होची ब्लैक बेंगल गोट मिलुची ब्लैक बेंगल गोट टा एठिकार ये गंजाम गोट मिलुची गंजाम और ब्लैक बेंगल गोट को आम ओडिसा रो प्राइड बिली भाबुचु कहीं ना सेटा सिना सुंदरबन एरिया रे देखा होची किंतु मोस्ट ऑफ द आम पाखरे जो ब्रीड्स गुडा अवेलेबल अछि दैट इज आल्सो ब्लैक बेंगल गोट आउ से माने छोटो भी छुआ भी अधिक दियंती ताका प्रोलिफिकेसी बहुत अधिक तेणु गोटे मीट पर्पस जे रखुची ताको बेसी नंबर ऑफ एनिमल दरकार होची सेठी हमें कर परिबा ता छडा राजस्थान रो सिरोही गोट अछि जोटा कि विभिन्न जगह रे एडेप्टेबल होची तार हाइट भी बहुत भलो रहउची मीट क्वालिटी भी भलो रहउची तेणु से प्रकार ब्रीड भी आम रखिपर जोटा एडेप्टेबल ब्रीड चारिया रही पार बट लोकों प्रिफरेन्स अनुसार ओडिशार लोकों प्रिफरेन्स अनुसार देखा गले आम लोकल ब्रीड जदि देखा ताले ब्लैक बेंगल और गंजाम ब्रीड को आम रखिपर
मैडम मु भी गोटे गोट फार्म स्टार्ट करछि तो 20 गोट स्टार्ट करछि मो भाड़ी सिस्टम करछि 4 फुट तळे भाड़ी अछि ता तळे कुकुडा रखिया चाहूछि रखि परिबि कि
भाड़ी काहे करचंती आको कोन
भाड़ी एत पय करछि कि मु YouTube देखिली एकल कि तांकर जो छेले जो परिश्रा एटा से तळे पडियो जेंति डिजिट होबनी
तो तळे जदि आपण कुकुडा रखिबे केमति रखिबे
मु किछि पर्सन करी कि जोते कुकुडा रहबे
हां सेति की जगह रे से गुडा को पडिबनी
हां
या तो आपण से ड्रॉपिंग से जगह रे आपण सेटा न करी कि आपण मशरूम कल्टीवेट करंतु करंतु कुकुडा करिवार किछ असुविधा नाही कारण से ड्रॉपिंग टाको जदि आपण यूटिलाइज करबा को चाहू चंती यू कैन गो फॉर मशरूम कल्टीवेशन कोनस प्रकार रो किचन गार्डन ता भीतर कर परिबे जोटा कि आपण से ड्रॉपिंग टा यूज हबो काहे कि ना सीप गोट रो जो ड्रॉपिंग टा रहउची झाडाटा रहउची सेटा टाइट गोटे कॉम्पैक्ट देखिबे ड्रॉपिंग टाइप रो गोल टाइप रो रहइबो सेटा सस्टेन्ड पोटासियम रिलीज करछि सस्टेन्ड आपनकर फास्फोरस रिलीज करछि धीरे धीरे रिलीज होछि दैट रिक्वायरमेंट अनुसार गच्छ सेटा पाउछि सेति पई कोआ जाय कि तांकर मैन्योर ता बहुत भलो एज कंपेयर टू काउ मैन्योर कारण सेटा पतला रहउछि काउर मैन्योर ता एका संगे माटरे मिसी जाउछि बट इट स्लोली रिलीज्ड एंड आपनकर गच्छ पई जहा दरकार ता दबा आपण कुकुडा रखंतु बट गोटे अनहाइजीनिक कंडीशन रे काई रखिबे से जगह रे आपण रादर किछि किचन गार्डन कर परले बेटर हबो मुली म भाबुछि
थैंक यू
I believe our बहुत सारा questions अच्छे, but in between that we have a happy news. Our chief guest of the day, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, Indian Meteorological Department, Government of India, is already here. So we welcome you on behalf of the entire family of Agri Vision 2K22. And जदि आउ किछि क्वेश्चन नहीं ताहले आमे आगु को बढ़िबा एंड नेक्स्ट मु रिक्वेस्ट करिबे समस्त को ऑल द प्रोफेसर्स साइंटिस्ट sir as our chief guest in between because we want a group picture with you so mu request karibi sir jodi apan please samaste on stage asi paribe it's an honor that sir could find time for us and we know jetebale agriculture ro katha uthe to weather is directly related to agriculture to आज सर को एठी पाई कि डेफिनेटली हमको लागू कि हमर 3 दिन रो जो इवेंट आमे एग्री विजन 2022 जो विजन नहीं कि आमे आरंभ करिचु सेटा डेफिनेटली वुड बी अ ह्यूज सक्सेस अधा लोक को तळ को अधा लोक ऊपर को एम्ति करी कि गोटे ग्रुप फोटो बड़ ग्रुप हमरो तो एडजस्ट हे परिबा ए वॉच में सामने चेयर अच्छी केतेटा लोक बसी जांतु ता पछ रो रे भी आपण समस्त छिड़ा हे परिबे Thank you so much, everybody. But before you disperse, I would take a moment of all of yours to clap for each and everybody here, because the last 3 days have been fantastic and we have learned a lot, we have experienced a lot, and we suppose that jo bhi aapne yahan seekha, whatever you have learned from here, you will definitely make the most use of it, maximum use of it. And now, please, everybody is requested to settle down. I would request our chief guest of the day, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, Indian Meteorological Department, Government of India, to please come on this podium and address this August gathering. Yeah, yes. After 5 minutes, I would invite sir to join me on stage. So we'll take just 2-3 minutes to clear the stage. Now, as I can see the gentleman approaching on stage, I'll request everybody to have a huge round of applause for the gentleman. Sir, namaskar.
Namaskar, good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I congratulate Agri Vision and Ravenshaw University for coming together to organize this workshop, which is very relevant for general public, the farmers, the people dealing with the farmers' affairs, including the government agencies, non-government agencies, and various types of agro-based industries. So I'll just give a brief presentation about the weather forecasting and agriculture, what is the recent status, current status, and what is the way forward. As all of us know that our country is confronted by a number of natural hazards. And if you look at various types of hazards, about 80% of the natural hazards are weather related. So in this diagram, if you just look at, this is the major hazards. earthquakes, cyclones, floods, droughts, heat waves, cold waves, snowfall, heavy rainfall or rainstorms, floods, tornado, thunderstorms. So among all these, if you just count, earthquake is not weather related, but otherwise, whatever I show, I'm showing here are all weather related. And if you consider Odisha specific, again, you will find that Odisha is such a state. I used to say in my interview, you might have told, and in many meetings I have told, Odisha is the gateway of India for disasters. Like Bombay is considered the economic gateway, Odisha is considered the gateway of India for the disasters. There is no such disaster in India which is occurring and is not occurring in Odisha. So Odisha is confronted by all types of disasters, starting with the cyclones, floods, droughts, heat waves, cold waves, thunderstorms, lightning. We have got a large river systems. Therefore, almost every year, the state is affected by either cyclones or floods or droughts. And now the season is coming up, March, April, May. You will have the lightnings, thunderstorms, the Kala Boisakhi. So therefore, throughout the year, even in the winter season also you will find the northwest Odisha especially experiences cold waves. And be it summer, then you see the cyclones, thunderstorms and all the heat waves. Be it monsoon, then you come to floods and droughts, heavy rainfalls. Then be it post-monsoon, again the cyclone season. So like that, the people in the state and all agencies are always prepared or should be prepared to face any type of disasters at any time. Just like this year, just for example, I think all of you are from agriculture background. In the month of October, November, December, the rain continued. Odisha continued to get heavy rainfall in the month of December. So it affected our harvested crops. So there is a lot of investment by the individual farmers, but at the end, when the farmer is going to harvest the crop, again, it is confronted with the disasters. So a farmer experiences the continuous confrontation with the weather. Then what should we do? So we should have the information about the weather as a part and parcel of all farming activity, starting with sowing, then transplantation, then vegetational growth, then the flowering stage, and then you have got the harvesting stage. Everywhere we should incorporate the weather informations. Not only that, all the crop practices, be it the application of fertilizer, or be it application of pesticides, or be it application of irrigation, whatever irrigation we have, that also should have in the background of the weather informations. Now, why am I telling so? Our study says, we have conducted one independent survey by the National Center for Applied Economic Research. And study says that if the farmers utilize the information from India Meteorological Department, there will be a huge gain in their output. Now let us consider poor farmers. Let us consider farmers where there is no irrigation. In such an area where there is no irrigation, there can be a net gain of 12,000 rupees if we utilize the weather informations. If we do not utilize weather informations, take a group and take another group, those who are utilizing weather informations, you will find that there is a net gain, all India level we have calculated for below poverty line people, farmers, there is a net gain of 12,000 rupees. So it is a huge gain. If you really want to go for doubling the farmer's income, you cannot do it without the utilization of weather and climate informations. So therefore here, agri-vision can play a dominant role. All agriculture universities, students, professors, and extension service workers, and early warning service providers like IMD can work together with the general public in a public-private partnership also. so that we can reach out to each and every farmer to explain them. You see what is the gain to you. Those days are gone. When I was a child, I was listening, Mangoli Bhai was talking in the All India radio and nobody believed. That was the case at that time. Weather forecast was not so accurate. But now, situation has changed. Weather forecast accuracy has improved. People are believing. There is another survey. 95% of people believe in early warning provided by IMD for cyclone purpose. Similar is the case to other informations. Of course, in other cases, it is not 95%, but still it is more than 60 to 70%. So with that type of confidence, that means confidence level of the people has increased, accuracy of the forecast has increased, the service delivery of IMD has increased in terms of the textual message, graphical message, audio message, video message, local language message. At the same time, there is impact-based information. We are not only telling that what is the rainfall, we are telling what is the impact of rainfall on agriculture, what is the impact, whether we should go for irrigation or not. That advisory has developed in a joint exercise with Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, central and state level universities, agriculture universities, and various public and private presence like MS Swaminathan Foundation, Reliance Foundation. There are many. And there also agrivision also can play a dominant role. So however, with this background, I want to say that my talk is just to excite all of you to take up the utilization of information about weather and climate in each and every sector of agriculture, be it agro-industry. Even agro-industry people also need the information about weather and climate if they want to increase their profit. And our managers, they want this information if they want to keep the stock at hand prior to the season or during the season. So for example, the distribution of fertilizer during the season becomes an issue almost every year. How to solve that? That can be solved if you have got the weather information at the earlier stage about the sowing, whether it will be delayed or it will be early, about the expected rainfall. We have come up a long way. Nowadays, we are providing the spatial distribution rainfall for the entire country. And we are providing what is the probability of above normal rainfall, below normal rainfall, and normal rainfall. All these informations can be very well utilized. There will be error. There will be understandings sometimes going beyond what is expectations. But that error is decreasing over the years. And hence, there is utilization and people say that, yes, we can utilize. Okay, so this is just about the distribution. You can say how the country is confronted with various types of cyclone, floods, droughts. The last diagram is the rainstorm at the down that indicates the area when there is a large scale rainfall activity. And you will see the rainstorm areas are starting with Odisha, West Bengal, up to Gujarat and North Maharashtra. So this is the area where we have the maximum floods. And also, of course, Indo-Gangetic plains in the northern parts of UP and Bihar. Now, similarly, if you just look at the flood-prone area, yes, you can find out we have got 7 river systems in the Odisha, and there are 153 river catchments in the country. And IMD is providing the forecast for 153 river catchments. I just want to say one more information. You may say that why I am talking about this. So when I was talking about the weather and agriculture, the one thing is that we should provide the specific advisory for the different stages of the crop, for the specific crops, and for the different scheduling of the crops, and for the type of variety which is being to be used in the crops. But at the same time, also we should have information about the expected hazards. So these are the hazards, natural hazards, because hazards are going to affect not only the crop, hazards are also going to affect our farmers. The study says in the month of July, the number of deaths is maximum. The farmer's death, I'm telling you. Why? In the month of July, it is the main monsoon season and farmers are outside. And there is lightning. Frequency of lightning is maximum during monsoon season. So therefore, number of deaths due to lightning is maximum. So therefore, we should also have a technique or an arrangement where not only the information only on the crops, but also information about the farmers, what steps to take while they are in the field. So we have come up with all the solutions. I'll just go through that one by one. I just want to say that the area is confronted with all types of mesoscale events. Here you can find out the hailstorms, thunderstorms, tornado. Hailstorm is a major issue for the farmers. So hailstorm demand, specifically hailstorm destroys the winter crops in northern India. Of course, in Odisha, we do not have much crop in winter because we don't have much irrigations, but still slowly that is coming up. The horticultural crops are there. So horticultural crops gets affected. But hailstone frequency is not so high in Odisha, but hailstone frequency is quite high in other parts of the country, especially foothills of the Himalayas. Okay, now if you just look at, there is an institutional mechanism. India Meteorology Department is responsible for all types of weathers and hence weather related extension services for various sectors, including agriculture. Today morning I went for malaria, and this time I'm just talking about the agriculture. So there is no such sector which is not affected by weather and climate. So therefore we have to go for collaboration, and there are different institutional mechanisms for this purpose. And India Meteorology Department is responsible for all types of weather and climate related disasters and services. So I was just talking about the various sectors. If you just look at, and you just think about a farmer, and farmers stands everywhere. So for example, disaster management is required for farmers. Climate information, shipping, agriculture, sustainable urban development, tourism. There is no such sector, I'm just telling you, which is not affecting or not being affected by the weather and climate. So what we have done actually, because of this improvement in weather forecasting services in recent years, there is a demand. People also demand nowadays. Earlier, people are not looking at weather information. If we say it will rain, they are saying that no, it will not rain. Accordingly, they were proceeding. But now they are believing, and therefore demand is increasing. As demand increases, supply has to increase. So India Meteorology Department should improve its supply system so that it reaches out with new and new information which is required by the public. And we are trying for that. And in agricultural sector also, we have taken some new initiative. I'll show you afterwards. So if you just look at all the information system and weather forecasting system, what we have done actually, we have gone for a seamless forecasting system. When it is seamless, that means there is no break. It is a continuous system. That means what we do actually then, say for example, let us take monsoon season, which is the main season for farmers. We go for the long range forecast of monsoon rainfall. For the first stage, we issue on 15 April, which gets updated by 30th of May, second stage. Then what we do actually, we give what is the rainfall expected for the country as a whole, for different parts of the country, distribution of rainfall for the season as a whole. Then also we give what will be the amount of rainfall in the month of June, what will be the amount of rainfall in the month of July, in the month of August, in the month of September. So that type of distribution also is being provided. Then also we go for providing the onset forecast, at what time monsoon will arrive, whether monsoon progress will be normal or it will be delayed or it will be faster. So all these informations are being provided at the seasonal scale, then the monthly scale. It is being followed up by an extended range forecast. Extended range forecast is nothing but a forecast valid for next 4 weeks. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. For 4 weeks, we provide a forecast. What will be the average condition of the weather? There we give information whether there will be a hot weather or cold weather or hot spell or cold spell, or there will be heavy spell, dry spell or wet spell, and in which area and what period. So that type of information helps to plan for the farmers. Okay. Earlier it was not being provided. It was being provided earlier only for country as a whole. But now what we do actually, we give a distribution of the expected rainfall and expected temperature entire country. So therefore, our Met Office in Bhubaneswar also issues every Thursday the extended range forecast for Odisha state. So there we give the distribution of rainfall expected, or temperature expected for Odisha for the next 1 week, next 2 weeks, like that. Now, this extended range forecast is being followed by short to medium range forecast that is valid for next 7 days. It is issued every day. Special warning is being issued for next 5 days, and warning is being issued now at district level. For each and every district, warning is being provided. Now, this forecast being updated twice a day, morning and evening, and infrequently when there is a severe weather systems. Now, this short range forecast is again followed up by the very short range forecast, which is called as the nowcast. Nowcast means just now I am forecasting. That forecast is valid for next 3 hours, and this nowcast is being provided for again for all the districts and about more than 30 stations within Odisha and 1,089 stations in the country. So like that, we have gone for a seamless forecast in the temporal scale, in the time scale. In the spatial scale, if you just look at, we have got the forecast for India, we have got the forecast for homogeneous regions of India, we have got forecast for 36 meteorological subdivisions, we have got forecast for all districts, 735 districts. Now also we have got the forecast for the stations. You can find out, if you want to know what is the forecast at Cuttack, you can find the forecast of Cuttack. You can find the forecast of Bhubaneswar, you can find the forecast of Angul, or any major city, whatever you want, you can find the forecast from our website. And this forecast is being provided for next 7 days. Okay, so that is the spatial scale. So that therefore we say that, but the target is that we should have information at each household. That is our target. By 2030, every household should be enabled to have the information so that he can directly utilize the information from India Meteorology Department. Not only that, every hour, that means हर टाइम इंफॉर्मेशन जो जरूरत होता है आपको मिलना चाहिए और हर घर में इंफॉर्मेशन होना चाहिए. That household information at every hour, that is our vision and target. That will be done by next 5 years. Now, if you just look at the suites of prediction models, we do not predict as it is. We're just looking at the sky. There was the proverb earlier. We believe in that proverb. Morning shows the day. But I don't believe any of you present here will say that morning shows the day. Morning does not show the day. Okay. So that was the day when the civilization came off in the surface of the earth. People thought that weather and climate is a part and parcel of life. So we have to predict weather. By that way, everyone became a weather forecaster, knowingly or unknowingly. I will tell you, one of you also a forecaster, because every morning when you get up from the bed, you look at the sky. How is the day today? And you yourself predict, okay, aaj din theek hai. Okay, but that is not valid now. Morning does not show the day, because in a state like Odisha, there could be the thunderstorm at any time in the particular day. You can have the blue. There can be bolt from the blue. I will say some proverb. There can be bolt from the blue. That is thunderbolt from the blue sky within half an hour. There is a blue sky within half an hour. There can be thunderstorm. So therefore, the morning shows the day doesn't. So what should you do then? So you should look at the forecast for today. You should buy India Meteorology Department. And if I want to know what is the forecast accuracy, yes, it is about 80% accurate as far as local forecast is concerned, whether there will be rain in Bhubaneswar or not, or rain in Cuttack or not. 80%, 20% is still there. So like that, there has been a lot of development over the period. How is it possible then 80%? It is possible because the India Meteorology Department has come up with the technology. Technology is key to success. So what are the technologies? Technologies in terms of the observational instruments. We have come up with the satellites, come the radars, we have automated weather stations, automated rain gauges, wind profilers, microwave radiometers, and various types of agromet related, there is agriculture related automated weather stations like that. So that provides the continuous observation from the surface of the earth, from the ocean surface, and also from the atmosphere. So there is an observational mechanism around the clock in 3 dimensions. So if you remember Einstein's relativity theory, it is a 4-dimensional observational system continuously. So, okay, once you take the observational systems, you are in a stage to monitor continuously and find out what is happening now and what has happened in the past, how it has evolved during past 24 hours or past 6 hours, and how can it evolve in the future. So that basic concept, that theory or the knowledge, experience, expertise of forecasters utilize to assume that idea from those technological instruments. At the same time, all these observations are integrated with a high performance computing system, which has the capacity at present in India 10 to the power 15, that is called as petaflop. 10 petaflop machine is there, which enables us to perform all types of mathematical operations. You can just imagine 10 petaflop means 10 to the power 15, 10 into 10 to the power 15 floating point operations per second. That means in 1 second, 10 to the 15 mathematical operations can be carried out in that computer. So with that type of strength and speed, you can solve the equations. Why so much is required? Because the equations which are governing atmosphere and oceanic processes or land surface processes are non-linear in nature. That means 2 plus 2 is not equal to 4 in the science. So therefore, you have to solve it non-linearly. If you've got mathematical background, you know that in non-linear mathematics, we go for numerical methods. Therefore, the models are called as numerical weather prediction models. In these numerical methods, what we do actually, we feed the polynomials. So when you feed the polynomials, it does not give you the exact solutions. They are non-linear differential equations. So therefore, you have to find out the solution with the approximations. When you approximate in a particular time series, then certainly there is an error. So therefore, if you've got more approximation, then more error. So that was the case earlier. Now the approximation is reducing gradually because we have come out with the high performance computing systems. We can go for n number of terms in the mathematical equations, and that is reducing the error. And it will in future also it will reduce because we are also planning for further augmenting our modeling system with the high performance computing system. Now target is 30 petaflop in next 2 years. So we have got the various types of models, the global models to provide the forecast for entire globe, global welfare. We are not only doing forecast for India, we are doing forecast for entire South Asia, Southeast Asia, Middle East. And entire global community also depends upon IMD's forecast. It goes, and we are proud member of the global community. We are not telling that we are just depending upon you, you are also depending upon us. So if you just think about the self-reliance India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, certainly this is one of the field where we should feel proud that we are Atmanirbhar, we are self-reliant. We have got all type of mechanism at present to monitor the weather and predict weather, which was not there in the pre-independence era or even before 1990. We did not have any models. We did not have any supercomputers. First supercomputer came in 1988. And now we have come up with the performance systems. Okay, so we have got these different types of versions of models to prepare forecast at different resolutions, say station specific forecast or say district specific forecast, and accordingly we go for different types of models. But here problem comes, models differ from each other, just like doctors differ. If you go to, even if you have the cold, you go to one doctor, he will write one medicine. You go to another doctor, he will write another medicine. Okay. So maybe generic medicine may be same, but medicine will differ, whatever it is. The reason may be different, I don't know, I will not tell. So here similarly, the models differ. Why models differ? Because the model is nothing but, it is just like a garbage in and garbage out. If you give the garbage in, then garbage will out. So like this is just a method. High performance computing is nothing but it is processing the system, solve the mathematical equations. But if the initial observations taken from the atmosphere, ocean and earth are not correct, they are garbages, then you will get garbages. Forecast will not be correct. So model performance depends upon the what type of data it is ingesting, how much data it is ingesting, what time of data is it ingesting, how frequent it is, how dense it is. So why it is? Because weather forecasting is the initial level problem. If you remember now numerical mathematics, when we solve the equation y is equal to fx, a0 plus a1 x to the power 1, a1 plus x to the power 2, like that, an x to the power n. So you solve this equation, what we do actually? We go for fx, say we go for fx plus delta x. So then delta x approaches 0, that limitation. So that concept is that you have to numerically solve this equation by iteration or by interpolation or by fitting the polynomials, etc. So here also same process is carried out. So therefore, we always try to have a very accurate, very dense, and very frequent observations from all the sources over atmosphere, ocean, and earth. If that is correct, then all these mathematical equations can be solved very easily and your solution will be okay. But what happens? There are different models with different physics, different types of mathematics, different types of chemistry. In atmosphere, you have got all forces, physical forces, chemical forces, all types of forces. So your physical mechanism, whatever you have in the model, may differ from each other. The amount of data going to model may differ from each other. The resolution of the model may differ from each other. And therefore, the models differ from each other. Then what will do then? So we consider the consensus among the models. So we have about 7 models being run in Ministry of Earth Sciences. Every day at around 10:30, we have a video conferencing system with 29 forecasting offices. They work together and analyze all these model output and observational systems to find out the consensus from the forecast, utilizing an objective decision support system. There are certain dynamical statistical modeling also. So by that way, we come up with the forecast. And this forecast is specific again with respect to the requirements. There is specific modeling for agriculture, there is specific modeling for example, polar region, specific modeling for cyclone purpose, specific modeling for aviation purpose, for marine purpose. So for various purposes, again, post-process modeling also carried out to serve the purpose. So I was just telling about the long-range forecasting system, what we have in recent time, which provides you the forecast for entire country. You can find out the forecast, and this forecast is updated every month. Now it is followed by that external forecast I was telling you about. The forecast is being utilized for all sectors, including the agro, and then heavy rainfall, floods, etc. Then also for severe weathers, and also we are waiting for vector-borne diseases, as you are telling about for malaria, dengue, etc. Also, we can provide these informations. Basically, when you consider this, when you consider these applications in the extended range, for example, forecast for next 2 weeks, what we find actually, we have very large applications in agriculture. Because farmers want to plan, for example, when he will apply for fertilizer. Farmer wants to plan when he will go for sowing. Usually we know Akshay Tritiya, on Akshay Tritiya we go for sowing. But every year it doesn't occur like that. You may not have the suitable condition in Akshay Tritiya to have the fast sowing. Doesn't happen. So therefore you need information. But whatever we have, the basic knowledge that has come from climatology of our forefathers, it has come. And that is, of course, that is useful. But that needs to be improved further with the information from the weather and climate forecast. And this is the schematic of how we go for forecasting on day-to-day basis, apart from the long range and extended range. We take all observations. I've already explained this. We take all observations from satellite, radar, and surface-based network, like automated weather stations, and automated rain gauges, aviation weather systems, buoys, floating platform over the sea, and the special observations from the hills, etc. So all these observations are digitized and they are used in a decision support system to analyze and find out the weather systems at present and their evolution in the past. At the same time, all these informations are integrated into the high performance computing system to run the numerical models, as I have told. And finally, we get the forecast from the models. So there will be various types of forecast. And we've got various types of observations. We have to compare, comprehend, analyze. To do that, we have a decision support system. And by that way, we come for an forecast. And at present, if you go to IMD website, you can find out that the forecast is available in geospatial applications. So you can find out your village. For your village also, what is the forecast you can find out in the geospatial applications. So geospatial technology has come up very useful recent time. You can find all types of severe weather from IMD is going in geospatial applications. Now, one more thing what we have done actually, this end forecast when we generate, that should trigger action by the public. That should trigger action by the stakeholders. That should trigger action by the disaster managers. So how? It will be possible only if I say what will be the impact of this forecast. Okay. If I say, for example, if you remember cyclone time, I will be telling, okay, you harvest your crop now, cyclone is approaching. So that is the impact-based forecast. If I do not say anything, I simply say that no, cyclone is coming to Odisha. What action is to be taken? What will be the damage? So that information, unless you give, this forecast will not be very useful. So nowadays, therefore, what we have included, so for cyclone, of course, we are giving it for a long time. For other events like heavy rainfall, thunderstorms, heat waves, cold waves, etc. Now we are providing, since 2019, we are providing impact-based forecast. Not only that, we are also providing the response actions. What action is to be taken by the government? What action is taken by the public? Okay, so that is called as the end forecast. It is an end-to-end system or end-to-end solution which can be utilized by the decision makers. So this is what we do actually. At present, earlier we are doing only weather informations. It is going to the general public. What we are doing at present, we are converting the weather information into the impact informations. That means weather information is being translated into the impact estimation. And from impact estimation, we are creating the response scenarios. What could be the response? So when I say there will be heavy rainfall, for example, over Cuttack or Bhubaneswar, I should say which area of Cuttack and Bhubaneswar will be inundated. So that government can take action, which slum will be inundated, which road will be inundated, so that transport sector can reorganize. So they will say that no, don't go to that road. For example, when you go to Google, if you have put off your Google network and traveling in a car,
you can find out that they will be advising you, don't go by this road because there is jam. So how do they get it? Because of AML. So like that also, if you are traveling and there is heavy rainfall, so people should be known that yes, there is heavy rain in the other part of city. I am going to airport, for example. Now I am starting from Cuttack. I should get information that near Manivihar there will be flooding or inundation, so that I will avoid Manivihar road. I will go to Cuttack-Puri road. So by that way, there will be appreciation of this forecast by various sectors. If there is impact, and response also has to be generated accordingly. So this is what we are doing now. So when we are earlier generating weather forecast, we are feeling that we are great. We are doing a lot, everything. But now when you consider the impact forecast, what we have started for last 3 years, you see that, just see the two wedges. Our weather forecast is the green wedge. It is just, I was thinking it is very big. No, it is very small when you go for the impact. Impact is so high in different sectors. So therefore, if I want to have a realistic information about weather and impact, then these two wedges should merge with each other. It should become a rectangle. Then what I want to say, that IMD alone cannot serve the people. State government, central government, various agencies, geospatial application, product generation, and also the various other stakeholders like socio-economic attributes. For example, unless I know the drainage system of Cuttack and Bhubaneswar, I cannot give you which drain will be inundated. Unless I know the occurrence of slum area, I cannot tell you which slum will be affected. Unless I know where is the bus adda, that means bus stand or railway station, I cannot give you whether railway station will be inundated or not. I know means what? I know where is bus station in Bhubaneswar and Cuttack. But what I actually know, I want the digital data. I should know the latitude, longitude, altitude of that particular place. So I don't know that. So GIS plays a dominant role. You should have digital surface modeling. You should have digital terrain modeling. Who will do that? The remote sensing application of ISRO is doing to some extent, but entire country is not covered. You need high resolution modeling. You don't need resolution at the height of 30-meter resolution. So these are the requirements. There is a huge requirement of the country, which will be done by various stakeholders who are working with all to carry it forward. We are collecting data from various state governments, various space agencies, and various other stakeholders. It is a new beginning, and I am hopeful next 5 years, we will have a very authentic impact-based forecast and risk assessment for each and every severe weather, which will help everyone, including the farmers. And special for farmers, we have taken a lead. We have come up already the Agro-DSS system. We have a Satark system with government of Odisha, which is working. There, very specific information is being generated, and there is provision also to make it more specific in future for agriculture. Okay, so this is another example what we do with respect to cyclones. I think I will not discuss here. All of you know about the cyclone. It is a cyclone-prone state, and we have got a very specific information about the cyclone, starting with extended range forecast, followed by short to medium range forecast. Then we have got different stages like pre-cyclone watch, cyclone alert, cyclone landfall, etc. Then this is the impact-based forecast for warning. Now heavy rainfall warning for each and every district and each and every capital city. Okay, so all these informations are being provided in different stages like heavy rainfall watch, heavy rainfall alert, heavy rainfall warning. Once heavy rainfall starts, we are going to update every 3 hours. Every 3 hours, you can find out how much rainfall has occurred in Cuttack and Bhubaneswar if you are monitoring in our website. And also this information is being submitted by the state government through mobile apps, etc. It is also being transmitted. Now this is for flood forecasting. For flood forecasting, we have taken 3 assumptions now. One is the river and floods. For river and floods, we have got the flood met offices at 14 places in the country, which prepare the quantitative precipitation expected during next 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, and 5 day. This information goes to Central Water Commission. They have got a flood forecasting division. IMD is not nodal agency for floods. This is the Central Water Commission. But our input goes with our input, our model output. They run their hydrological model and they prepare the flood forecast. And the flood forecast is given to state government. Not only flood forecast for the river catchments, but also for the reservoir management, like say Mahanadi Reservoir. Okay, so these are also taken care in a joint collaborative manner with Government of Odisha, Central Water Commission, and IMD. But what we have done recently that because of this climate change, now the lighter rainfall are frequency of light rainfall or moderate rainfall is decreasing. The frequency of heavy rainfall is increasing. So how to tackle that? That means over a very short period of time, there is downpour. And remaining part, there is no rain. So what is the impact then? So impact is on the farmers, impact is on the common people also. So you don't have any rain, so therefore you could not plow. Now already field is submerged. So your sowing will be delayed. Directly you have to go for transplantation otherwise. You cannot have, we have got two types of cultivation in paddy, for example, in Odisha. Direct sowing, then plantation, transplantation, and also we go for sprouting, then after sprouting also we go for implementation there. So therefore, there are various types of adverse impacts also. So to take care of that, what we have done actually, we have gone for South Asia Flash for Guidance System. Every 4 kilometer forecast is generated. What will be the flood depth if we are expecting the floods? So this information is updated 4 times a day. It is valid for next 12 hours. It is available in our website. It's also being provided to all concerned. Now, another part is that the city-specific flood forecast, like say urban flooding. Now we have implemented urban flooding model for Chennai and for Delhi. For Kolkata is under consideration. For Bhubaneswar and Cuttack also is under consideration. We have taken a project for Bhubaneswar and Cuttack together, where we will have the urban flood warning system. But it will take little time, about 2 years or so. Pending upon that, what we have done actually, we have started providing city-specific, within city-specific areas. Say for example, we have got different Cuttack, Chaudhar, and here say Khurda, Jatani, and then Mancheswar, Bani Vihar, OUAT. So different areas, we have taken observations and accordingly we are providing the forecast for different parts of the city. So there is another adverse impact, what I told in public climate change, what is happening actually, if there is heavy downpour, if there is continuous rain, the soil cannot absorb the water. So your runoff will be more, and that runoff will lead to no conservation of water. So therefore, government has come up with the rainfall harvesting. So that is required for farmers also. The other thing is that the percolation is decreasing. Therefore, you know that there is a decrease in groundwater. Groundwater recharge is not coming off because of this heavy rainfall impact of the climate change. So what is to be done then? So groundwater has to be recharged. So what can you do that? In household level, we go for the rainwater harvesting. So that can help to recharge the groundwater. Otherwise, it will be a problem for drinking water. Already you know, there are many districts identified where you have got the drinking water difficulty, we do not have the groundwaters. And also, you know, in many areas also people go for pumping the groundwater for agriculture purpose. So that will be affected once the groundwater is dried off. Now, thunderstorm early warning I was telling you about, yes, India is one of the 5 countries in the world. And in 2019, as the chairman of the task force, we started this one, I was chairman, because in 2018, actually, there was a thunderstorm event near about Delhi in Agra. About 100 people died. And that was a hue and cry because everything happens in the national capital, it becomes an issue. So we were asked, and NDM asked us, I was the meeting, then finally ministry decided that we should have something for lightning warning. So we came up with the modeling system. Now, for last 3 years, we are providing lightning warning. India is proud of that. And this lightning warning is being provided in terms of various ways. You might be getting dangerous lightning. You might be getting the mobile app that is going from state government. We also have the Satak system that is also going. Then we've got Damini mobile app. There also for 40 minutes forecast is going. Then of course city specific district forecast is going for next 3 hours, whether there will be thunderstorm and lightning or not for all the cities and all the districts. So if you just look at heat wave and cold wave, yes, it also have the impact on agriculture. The temperature is a major parameter for the weather, the agricultural parameters. So be it different stages of cropping or be it the harvesting, it depends upon that. So therefore, what we have done actually, we have come up with the impact-based heat wave forecast and impact-based cold wave forecast. And you'll be happy to know that number of deaths due to heat wave has decreased significantly. Last year, only 4 people died because of heat wave in the country. So that is a great success. Earlier in 2020, there were 2,040 deaths in the country. And if you consider Odisha, in 1998, more than 2,000 people died in the month of May and June because of the heat waves. So that has benefited to reduce, etc. So this is just an example of how the forecast and warning is improving. You can see how the heavy rainfall forecast accuracy is improving. Just like riding a ladder, you are going up and up. And you can just look at cyclone forecast, how it is accurate. So if you take any cyclone Amphan or anything else, and accuracy is also improving over the years. If you compare any country in the world with the cyclone forecast, you will see that India is second to none. Our forecast accuracy is far better than any country in the world, if you just compare. Now, if you just look at the heat wave and cold wave also, you'll see that there is a sharp rise in the forecast scale. The percentage accuracy has improved significantly. Thunderstorm also, it is 85% accurate about thunderstorm. If I say that there will be thunderstorm during next 24 hours over this particular region. If I say in your station, say for example, you are in Banivihar, I will say Banivihar, there will be thunderstorm in next 3 hours, 79% accurate. It will not be 100% accurate. Now, for warning dissemination, we have come up with redundancy. You will find various types of new initiatives been taken off to warning dissemination, like social media. We have come with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, the blog page of IMD, you can find out. In addition to that, we have got the mobile apps like Damini for lightning, Meghdoot for agrometeorological services. Meghdoot, you can find out, it will be for your district, you can find out. Say, for example, you belong to say Jagatsinghpur district, you can find out Jagatsinghpur district forecast. And this forecast is updated twice a week, valid for next 5 days in local language. You can find out the forecast and its impact and application required with respect to agriculture. Then you've got a Mausam mobile app where you can find out general forecast, whatever is happening in your city or what is going to happen in your city or any particular state, any warning anywhere in India. Outcome, all of you know, I was telling that there has been a huge gain to the society and the economy. Number of deaths has reduced, but property loss is not decreasing. Why? Because socio-economic condition of the country is improving. So therefore, more property is at stake, or more property are vulnerable now to the disasters. Same is the case with farmers. So now the objective is there to reduce the property loss. And for that purpose, the impact-based forecast. If you can have more realistic, dynamical impact-based forecast, as I explained to you, with all together, then certainly it can reduce the losses and properties. Now coming to the specific to the Krishi Mausam, that is a forecast for farmers, it is called a Gramin Krishi Mausam Seva. The objective is that at every village, every farmer should have the Mausam information and weather information, and so that it can utilize. We are planning for that, and at present we are giving the forecast up to block level. We have not reached up to village level, even though the name is Gramin Krishi Mausam Seva. At present, block level forecast is available for each and every block of the country, and for Odisha also you can find out. And out of all the blocks in Odisha, for example, 314 blocks, 240 blocks are being provided the impact-based forecast. The remaining blocks at present are not having impact-based forecast, but only weather forecast is there. The objective is that we'll go to panchayat level from block level, then we'll go to the village level. And all these are being carried out with the Ministry of Agriculture, as I was telling you earlier, and being disseminated by all the means. Now, if you just look at the Agromet Advisory Service Network, you see 130 agroclimatic zones in the country are having the KVKs and all these institutional mechanisms where state, center, universities, etc. working together with IMD to provide the forecast. The target is to have the district agro-meteorological unit for each and every district of the country. But at present, we have come up with 200 plus 130, total 330. Target is to come up with 735 agro-meteorological unit. That is called district meteorological unit. So this is being done in association with the ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and they've got KVK, and of course the state government. So this is observatory network of Odisha. We have got quite a good amount of observatory network, and still it is going to be improved further, and it will help certainly the improving the agrometeorological informations. So this is just GKMS network, Gramin Krishi Mausam Seva network, where we have got 10 agromet field unit in the state. We have got 8 district agrometeorological units. That means already directly we are covering 18 districts out of 30 districts, but the 10 agromet field units are covering the remaining 12 districts. But and similarly, the 240 blocks we are covering at present, block level forecast. So advisory is being provided in Odia language. Similarly, for all the states, we are providing the local language informations, and the informations are identified which are required for the farmers, and accordingly we give this. But these agromet advisory services which are being provided on Tuesday and Friday is being followed up with the severe weather warning on every day, and now cast every 3 hours. Now, to disseminate the agreement advisory services, we are utilizing and public-private partnership. As I was telling you, there were different types of mobile apps. We have All India Radio, Doordarshan, DD Kisan, and various types of mass broadcasting. And in different languages, we have got different farmers covered in lakhs. If you look at the Odisha state, yes, we have got Magdut, Damini, Umang, Kisan Mitra, and Kisan Suvidha. We have got websites, we have got IMD agreement services, and then state agriculture services, then KVKPIC, then State Department of Agriculture. And also IFCO urea, that is IFCO, you can say IFCO Kisan Sanchar Limited, Reliance Foundation, NGOs in public-private partnership are also working in the state. And block-specific WhatsApp group we have formed with different farmers, all active farmers. We are trying to communicate directly with the active farmers in each village. We also try to build the capacity of the farmers, that is farmers awareness program. Our scientists who are posted at Damu and KVKs, they are also working with the farmers, especially the active farmers. It is not possible to each and every farmer, but we are targeting that WhatsApp group. If one WhatsApp group reaches out one farmer, at least in the village, that can be communicated to many farmers in that village. And apart from that, the SMS also goes to the farmers. We have got a lot of collaboration, as I was telling you, because it is not possible to provide service to each and every farmer independently. We take care of the service with the help of the state government, state universities, central universities. Even there is another institute called as RIMES in Bangkok, and that is also helping the state to augment the agreement advisory services. OUAT is the major center here to have the agricultural services. And then we have come up with some long-term plan, that is the forecast application for risk management school in agriculture as part of the international research application program. So with IRI USA, we are taking up this program. It is being now piloted in Bihar, and afterwards it will be extended to different states. This is the strategy I am not going to discuss. So concluding remarks, I'll just tell you that we have come up a long way in improving the forecast informations and early warning, but still we have to go a long way. And all of you might be listening day in and day out about the AML. Yes, the data science is playing a dominant role at present. The days are maturing now, the numerical weather prediction models are growing up, but at the same time, we have got a huge data from various types of observational platform and also from models. This data can be played by each and every person, whether he knows science or not. AML, I will tell you, AML, everybody perhaps knowing, I will just tell one sentence. AML does not go into science. It is the exploitation of data only. So you can say that this is the data science. It is not a physical science. It does not understand what is the physical principle. Indirectly, it takes care of physical principles. But however, it is a tool now, and it has been a very successful tool in different types of forecasting and warning, not only in weather, but also in other fields also. So what is the future now? Future is a dual engine concept. We are going to have the numerical modeling for weather forecasting. At the same time, the data science or utilizing artificial intelligence and machine learning to have the forecasting, decision making, etc. And both will complement with each other. So therefore, I always say it is a dual engine. It will be dual engine. So if one engine fails, other will be there. Or both engines are working, they will complement to each other. So what is the objective? The objective is to convert the data into the value, just like converting the petroleum into the petrol or the power. So this is the objective. But at the same time, geospatial applications, impact-based forecasting, etc., will be augmented so that each household and each individual gets information each time. So that is the vision. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can ask. Yes.
Comes with a different name. So the who do funny, and so how does it happens actually? This your country specific or the international body takes this.
India Meteorological Department acts as a regional specialized meteorological center for tropical cyclones. This is one of the 6 centers in the world. It is headquartered in Delhi. So it provides the monitoring, forecasting, and advisory services to all the countries in Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, 13 countries. And in that sense, there is an added responsibility that it will name the cyclones. Cyclone naming was not there before 2004. September 2004, we introduced cyclone naming here. Earlier, cyclone naming was done earlier. The first cyclone naming came in Australia. Then it came in USA, and afterwards many countries adopted. But we are not adopting in this region because it is multi-ethnic and multicultural diversity is high. So people may not accept. But finally, we agreed and it was attempted. The basic SOP is that all these 13 countries, they have proposed the names. Condition is that these names are neutral names. It will not hurt the sentiment of other countries. So a committee was formed. I was the rapporteur of that committee, and chair of the committee. We finalized the names. And that names, once finalized, now 13 countries, 13 into 13, 169 names have been finalized from last 2 years. Earlier, 64 names, that is consumed now. Now 169 names. So what we do actually, we arrange these names as per the alphabetical order of the country. That means Bangladesh proposed name will come first, then India name will come, then Maldives name will come, then Myanmar name will come. Like that, the one cycle will over, then another cycle. There will be 13 cycle now. So when there will be a genesis, a cyclone will be formed. That means wind speed will be 34 knots or 62 kilometers per hour. It is called a cyclone. Once it is a cyclone, then RSMC New Delhi will pick up the name. It is not according to his will. As for that cycle, it will pick up the name. And that name will be given. That means the name is known. Just like the parents know what will be the name of the child before the birth of the child, they go on dreaming what name will be there. There may be conflict among the parents also with the others also, but finally one name will be given. So there is no conflict here. It is pre-decided. If you go to IMD website, RSMC New Delhi website, you can find out all 169 names. So you can say that next cyclone name what will be there. The media persons, they know very well. So they, before cyclone becomes, they will give the names. And I will tell the name afterwards. And sometimes it so happens that does not occur the cyclone. It dissipated as a deep depression, did not name, so that name. But we do not use the names as long as it is a cyclone. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Fine. So thank you. Thank you very much.
So ladies and gentlemen, that was the very affectionate cyclone man of India for all of us. Let's have a wonderful round of applause for the gentleman. Keep making the country proud, sir. We definitely learned from you today itself that why people across different nations trust Indian Meteorological Department, and that definitely is a matter of pride. So once again, a clapping for achieving that height. And now I would request Dr. Nigamananda Swai, Head Afghanistan from ICARDA, to please join me on stage and speak to the gathering for a while. Okay, virtual. Okay, if he's there on virtual screen, can we please connect with the gentleman? Is he there?
Hello. Yeah, I think host had muted me earlier, so I could not say. So good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this discussion. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So thank you, Divyansu, the organizer, and the audience in the room, and the audience joining virtually from different places. We had a very nice presentation from IMD man. So I think I work with ICARDA. This is the International Center for Agricultural Research in the Dry Areas. Okay, I can see the audience. I think my presentations will be of interest to all of you. Let me share a brief presentation so that you all can what we are doing. You please allow me to share the presentation. The host is disabling the presentation. Allow presentation from your side.
So, yes, we have allowed it. Please try it again. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So I think I have presented in last Agrivision 2021. No presentation was there. I had participated in a farmers interaction session, and this year our colleagues, they have joined physically yesterday, and I take this opportunity to thank organizers, the Bensu and all his team members, and various sponsoring agencies. I belong to Odisha. I look after ICADA's program in Odisha, and also we have a research platform in Madhya Pradesh, and I also look into the country program in Afghanistan. So ICADA is the International Center for Agriculture Research in the dry areas. The people who work with agricultural research education like OUAT or Centurion universities or IMD or IRI or other agricultural professionals, they must be knowing this kind of agencies. We belong to one fraternity, we call it CGIAR. So now it is called one CGIAR, one CG. So ICADA work with various genetic resources around pulse crops, food legumes, that simply the beans, the legumes, dal, like chana or masoor, the pulses we eat, the dal crops we eat, the protein, vegetarian protein source. So those are the crops around which ICADA works, apart from durum, wheat and barley and small ruminants. But we also contribute to global efforts around adaptation to climate change and building livelihood resilience and promoting agricultural value chains and policies and enhancing water productivity. So we work with various country governments and state and central agriculture universities and research organizations. We work in 3 countries globally, and in India we have our head office at Delhi. So that office looks after South Asia and China operation. So we have a team of different scientists who contribute to these domains. So may I know what is the time limit for one slot, my slot? Accordingly, I will present. What is the time limit for my presentation discussion?
So it's 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, I'll do accordingly.
Yes.
So this is where ICADA works. It has different country offices, regional offices, and research platforms. So in India, we work with all ICR institutes. Those work around food, legumes, pulses, and wheat and barley. And we work with state government and SAUs, state agricultural universities, to collaborate on agricultural research, fellowship, studentship, publications, like this. We also brought various issue-based scholarships with different universities. So this is our research platform in Madhya Pradesh, where we evaluate our international nurseries, international materials, varieties, and we share with different universities and scientists working around these crops in India and in South Asia. So in Odisha, I come very brief on Odisha's work. Our focus is basically to promote seed system and resilient varieties so that we have various, 63% of rice fallow means after rainy season, our land remain fallow. A lot of land you can see remaining fallow. It is around 1.2 million hectares. If we estimate, this estimate vary, but this 63% land that remains fallow can be brought under suitable policies, and ICADA is working with government to intensify policies in those areas through introduction of suitable varieties and some research materials with universities, because we don't release varieties. We provide the material to state universities for research and development, and building farmers-based seed systems. So these are the efforts we have made in last 3-4 years. Quality seed system, we have worked in 10 districts in Odisha, and we are linking those quality seed produced by groups to Odisha State Seed Corporation, and the surplus grain to NAFED and other purchasing institutes. So we target women and youth smallholder farmers in our projects. So this is what I have discussed in brief. These fallow areas, how we are putting them for additional crop with suitable legumes, and that enhances a lot of farmers' income without a lot of or overexploiting water. So any other crop you will take in place of pulses, you will use more water. As you all know, the crop water requirement is very high for other crops than pulses. So these are the challenges we are addressing, like seed adequacy, to improve the seed adequacy, to shift crops for land line sowing from manual sowing to line sowing. We have introduced we have supplied suitable equipment to farmers groups. And instead of centralized seed systems, we have promoted farmers, producers groups based seed systems, and we have trained them how to manage it, how to certify it, how to upscale it. And we provide hands-on training. So this is the achievement part. I would not elaborate, but we have introduced suitable legumes that does well in place of green gram and black gram. So our effort is to put green gram, black gram in summer, and put lentil, chickpea, grass pea, and other winter pulses like field pea in the winter season. So that is the change we have seen in our project villages. So these are certain things, field-based activities, training, capacity building on doing whatever I discussed. So these are the recent photographs from the field. So coming to the scalability, we started the project in few districts in 2018, 17, 18, and the impact in ground is good, and the government has supported for scaling it up to replicate in more villages, more districts, and we are doing with in partnership with government and local community-based organizations. So we are visualizing to build the farmers institutions we call FPOs or producer groups, whatever. These are some groups from Thailand, and we want such groups to be developed in this region in coming days, who will directly work with farmers to transfer the input, link to markets, and to help in upscaling good agriculture practices. So this is what I discussed now, that in winter pulses, we want other pulses than green gram and black gram. And in summer or the warm season pulses, we are promoting green gram, black gram and arhar. So this is an integrated model to intensify rice fallows in different seasons. So this is what I think various speakers might have discussed yesterday, that we have so much of rice fallow in our state as well as in the country. And we are promoting these crops to intensify these rice fallows. Some case studies are there from Odisha. This is from Mayurbhanj. This is from different parts of Odisha, how they enhanced their one more crop brought around 31,000 rupees additional income per hectare, and how they can do it without more irrigation. So ICADA is, I told earlier, working around crops that would perform with less water. And similarly, these are some villages where they did not grow any pulses earlier, and we have tried to make it a adoption in such villages, and a few farmers, they got high income compared to other crops like rice or vegetables. Similarly, rice fallow I discussed, we are also targeting some hilly degraded lands we call watersheds, where we have a lot of erosion, hilly stony patches. So we are trying to make adaptation of spineless cactus, fodder cactus, which is used for fodder as well as conserving soil and water. And some fruits are also edible part of the plant is fruit. This is similar to dragon fruit, and it is very costly also. So we are introducing those edible species in India, also in Odisha. These are some varieties we have evaluated in Odisha, and which one doing good in which district, that we have done in last 3 years. So I think those scholars who are interested, they can discuss personally. So these are some degraded lands brought into conservation, water conservation, soil conservation, as well as fodder for these animals. These are the tender parts that is used for fodder, and everybody know, all of you know that. So this is the collection of pads, chopping it, mixing with grass pea or other straw. Then this is the mixture, and this is the food for animal. Because it has minerals and moisture, this enhances around 10 to 15% milk yield and body mass index. So apart from that, we also work with precision agriculture innovations to forecast or advisory on pest management and soil fertilizer management on NPK and weather-based smart agriculture decision support systems, monitoring of groundwater, sensor-based monitoring, say micro monitoring, basically for supporting the farmers, and integrating everything under our GeoAgro portal for advisory. So this is a typical plan how we operate micro weather advisory or agriculture advisory. One station contributing to a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. So we collect. We have farmers groups who take advisory of these stations on all these parameters I told. So these are the stations we station, and we train the farmers to operate, and we make the farmers group to take decisions based on the soil moisture, pest incidents, and nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash kind of advisory, looking at soil, leaf, and other parameters our experts do. So I think all of you know all these devices under precision agriculture, and ICADA promotes very specific devices, not range of devices that benefits the farmers. So I thank all of you that I presented very briefly. If any questions are there, I will be happy to take it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. That was a brief explanation about ICARDA. And now let's proceed further and officially begin the valedictory ceremony. And as we always say, that any good thing should be definitely started by seeking the blessings of the Lord above. So I would request our honorable chief guest of the day, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, to please come forward. I guess he's busy with the media bite. Director General of Meteorological Department of India. So would be here in a while. With that, I would also request Professor B.C. Tripathi, ex-VC, Ravensa University, Professor JNU, to please step forward. Sir is personally visiting all the stalls, so we'll wait until he comes back. So now we are all set to officially begin the valedictory ceremony. I would request our chief guest of the day, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, Indian Meteorological Department, to please step forward and do the honors of lamp lighting. Along with him, I would also request Professor B.C. Tripathi, ex-VC Ravenshaw University, and Professor JNU to also join hands. I would request Dr. Sarat Kumar Pradhan, Principal Scientist, ICAR and RRI, to step forward and do the honors as well. Mr. Devi Prasad Das, Director of our Agri Vision 2K22. Divyanshu Prasad Das, I'm sorry. So please step forward. Our Program Director, he is. Mr. Arup Kumar Mukherjee. Dr. Arup Kumar Mukherjee, if you are here, please join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Can we all stand up for a while?
शन्नो इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि.
Thank you so much, everybody. To begin with, let's have a wonderful performance by the side of Nrityanjali Dance Academy. Today, it's a Sambhalpuri number, something which is related to our tradition, and from the state of Odisha, from the western belt of Odisha, this dance form has derived, and here we have the performers to perform in front of all of you. Let's have a wonderful round of applause for the Nrityanjali Dance Academy. These people have been performing from the last 2 days with showing us different forms of Odissi, today with a Sambhalpuri attire. Can we please have all the performers on stage?
किस पी ताके देमी तमके नडियार रस सुई ताके देमी तमके जड़जड़ी भितरे करे माछ मुडा मुडा माछ मारी कई झोलपी आमी चालजी मा बामडा बामडा र टुकेल माने आंजुरी पांजुरी और तोर संगे लमे देमी धनगा तोर संगे लमे देमी धनगा छोकर थांगिरी काए रसर केली हो
So I hope that might have changed your mood a little, and now it is a good time to start the valedictory ceremony officially. Can we please have Mr. Divyansu Prasad Das, our Program Director, AgriVision 2K22. We want him on stage because the entire show that you just witnessed since day before yesterday, and today is the commencing day of the same, has been planned, done, executed by him. Yes, of course, with the support of a lot of people out there. Cannot be said that anything as good as this can be done alone, but he definitely deserves a huge round of applause. Let's have him on stage. Sir, can we please have you here? Also, thanking all the special people who could carve their time out to be a part of this wonderful event. First of all, a token of gratitude to our chief guest of the day, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra. Sir, can we please have you on stage with a huge round of applause? Please accept this token of gratitude from the entire family of AgriVision 2022. Thank you so much, sir. Our guest of honor of the day, Professor B.C. Tripathi, ex-VC Ravenshaw University, Professor JNU. Sir, please join us on stage. If that we know, sir, but then we love you a lot and we are not letting you go like this. Please come on stage. Let's have a wonderful round of applause for the gentleman. Keep guiding us like this always. So we have a long list of awards. So what I'll do is I'll quickly name the people who are to come next. Please, when you hear your name, step forward. And if you miss that, we can still give it to you later, but I won't repeat the names anyways. So here we have all the keynote speakers. We'll start with them one by one. Dr. Arup Kumar Mukherjee. Okay. I would request, since we have our chief guest with us for a while now, sir, please can you also join us on stage? Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra ji. So we want you as well on stage to, along with Mr. Divyansu. The one who is accepting this is Dr. Arup Kumar Mukherjee, ICAR National Rice Research Institute. Do we have Dr. Saroj Kumar Swai from ICAR SIFA here? I guess no. Dr. Jitendra Kumar Sundarai. Dr. Soren Das, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. Dr. Ashna Oruj, University of Mysore. Dr. Pushpalata Ganesh, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Parla Khelmundi. Dr. Sharat Kumar Pradhan, ICAR National Rice Research Institute, Cuttack. Professor Pradipta Kumar Mahapatra, HOD, Department of Botany, Revansa University. Clap a little loud because he is the one for whom we are able to do this show here. There's a long list here. We just took the name of the people who are present, and I'm also taking the name of those people who we know are not here, but in case they are, please step forward and accept your token of gratitude. Dr. M. Nedu Cheziang, ICR CTCRI Regional Center, if he's here. Dr. Kutubuddin Ali Molla from ICR NRRI. Dr. Yashashvi Nayak, CUTM Bhubaneswar. Dr. Ashok Kumar, ICR NBPGR. Dr. Rukmani Mishra, Centurion University of Tech and Management. Yes. Professor Luna Samanta, Revansa University, Cuttack. No. Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu, SOE University, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Sangamitra Samantre, ICAR National Rice Research Institute. Dr. Gyanaranjan Mahalik, CUTM. Dr. Ranjan Kumar Sahu from Centurion University of Tech and Management. Dr. Samrendra Mahapatra, OUAT. Professor Soumendra Kumar Nayak, Revensa University. Professor Sanhita Padhi, Revensa University. Okay. So the next list is of the speakers. So here are few awards. Everybody was special, but then some of them were little more special. So the research wizards, this is not in hierarchy, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just people who we loved a lot. And starting with Dr. Sahanawaz Ahmad Dar from Kashmir. In the category which we call Research Wizard, the next name is Mr. Hare Krishna Swai from Botanical Survey of India, Shillong. From the category same Research Wizard, the next one goes to Dr. Khirot Sahu from Revensa University. The next research wizard is Dr. Gyanaranjan Mahalik from Centurion University of Technology and Management. Come on, clap for the gentleman. Why are you hesitating for that? Last but not the least, the next research wizard is Dr. Ravi Kishore Pamarthi from ICAR and BPGR, New Delhi. The next category is of shining stars, some of them who were extremely good with their presentation and thoughts that they curated in their small slides and described a lot. So the first one goes to Dr. Usha Kiran Betha from Hyderabad, ICR IIOR, Hyderabad. I guess she is not here. Yes, she has joined virtually with us. Okay. Chaitra C. Kulkarni, Bagalkot. She was also a virtual presenter. Dr. Sudhir Rajput, IAS, BHU Varanasi. Dr. Manish Pandey, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. And the last one for the category is Dr. Sutar Suhas Bharat from Centurion University of Technology and Management. Sir, even you seem surprised. Did not expect this. Clap for the gentleman a lot. Come on. So we were having parallel session in the other hall with the young investigators. So we have some special people from there who were extremely great. So the first one goes to Rupalin Jaina. She is from ICAR and RRI Cuttack. This is Young Investigator Forum. When I say your name, please try and come fast. S.R. Harish Chandar, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Parla Khelmundi. S.R. Harish Chandar is here. Shrija Priyadarsini, SOE University, Bhubaneswar. Prachitara Raut, ICAR NRRI, Cuttack. Srimoy Mitra, ISI, Kolkata.
Thank you.
On the day 2 of our Agri Vision Summit, we had poster competition. So some of the best poster wins this category. So the first one goes to B. Jyotirmai from Centurion University of Technology and Management. The next one is Ipshita Ishwari Das, ICAR SIFA, Bhubaneswar. Byomkesh Das, ICAR NRI, the third one in the category of best poster. Dr. Vijay Bahadur Singh Chauhan, ICAR CTCRI, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Vijay Bahadur Singh Chauhan. The last one for the category of best poster goes to Payal Kapoor, NAFBI Mohali. The next category is of the best oral presentation. Trust me, each and every presentation was extremely powerful and knowledge sharing, but then some of them won our heart. So first one from this category goes to Dr. Anjula Pandey, ICAR NB PGR. If she's here, please join us on stage. Dr. Kalidas Pati, ICAR CTCRI. We have 3 awards in this category. The third one, this is actually a special one. This was not decided earlier. It just happened randomly. And on this podium, the third one from this category goes to a very special person who is supposed to be an alumni of Revensa University itself, Dr. Chinmay Rath, Ministry of Ayush from National Medicinal Plant Board. Over. Okay, now we'll have all the exhibitors one by one on stage. Shrija Priyadarsini, if you're here, please join us on stage. She was one of the Young Investigator Forum Award winner, Shrija Priyadarsini from SOE University. So exhibitors, the representatives of each one of them is requested to come on stage and collect their reward. From Botanical Survey of India. These awards are sponsored by Ruchi Food Line. A big thank you to them. Let's have a wonderful round of applause for them. Prachitara Raut, another Young Investigator Forum Award winner. Please clap. Do not hesitate to do that. That doesn't take any extra money of yours. And from the stall exhibitors, Botanical Survey of India. Next, NMPB. BSI first. They're already here. After NMPB, it's ICR CIFA. Please form a queue and stand there so that it would be hassle-free and easy and quick as well. ICR CIFA, ICAR CMFRI, ICR CIFA, please join us on stage. ICAR CMFRI, ma'am, please join us on stage. ICAR CIBA, please join us on stage. ICAR CIWA. CIWA, followed by NRRI, ICAR, NRI, ICAR, NVPGR, any one of you from the team can collect the reward, no problem. ICAR, NVPGR, ICAR, CTCRI, CHES, CHES, CBD, CBD, he's from CHES. CBD, CDB, in fact. Followed by TriFed. Okay. PCRA. PCRA. Crypto. Coffee board.
Thank you.
Icarda. Icarda, followed by Omfed. Coir board. Coir board. Coir board, Apeda, and DBT. DBT. These were all our exhibitors. Let's have a wonderful round of applause for them.
Last, before closing for the day, I would like to felicitate our supporters who have worked tirelessly for organizing this AgriVision 2022, a grand success. I would like to call upon Kunal Dukar Jain to come on dais. That guy has been working tirelessly to coordinate with all the scientists and all. Kunal Dukar Jain, can we have one on stage? Kunal? Okay. Bunda Vision, Mr. Jitendra Nath Kattes, for this beautiful publicity of the event. Mr. Jitendra Nath Kattes, can you please have on stage with a big round of applause? Sir, please join on stage, sir. Please come fast. We have with us Kunal Dukar Jain. Followed by Jitendra Nath Kattes. Thank you so much, sir, for beautifully publicizing this event. Since last 3 days, we are being entertained with the cultural aroma by Nutyanjali Dance Group. Can we please have Nutyanjali Dance Group on stage? Last but not the least, without her, it would not have been possible to conduct this 3 days long conference. Can we have Ms. Pinky Jha on this? Thank you so much, ma'am. You coordinated brilliantly. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, please have a seat. We'll close this with a vote of thanks. I'm really thankful to Mrutyunjay sir, who surprised me in the last moment, confirming his presence. I'm really thankful and indebted, sir, with your presence. Thank you so much, sir. So finally, AgriVision 2022 is coming to an end. So I believe all must have been enlightened, encouraged, and if there has been any glitch in this 3 days long program, I beg my sincere apologies from all the participants present over here. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm really thankful to all the media house for publicizing this event well. So I am thankful to Department of Botany, Ravenshaw University, for collaborating with Evasion Business Solution in organizing this AgriVision 2022. Professor Mahapatra has been really very supportive and in helping me in coordinating all the events. And it all got possible because of Professor B.C. Tripathi, who is the main kingpin behind this AgriVision 2022. Last but not the least, before closing, I would like to thank all our sponsors and supporters, not in order. Larsen and Toubro, Central Bank of India, Odisha, Department of Tourism, Bank of India, APEDA, NABARD, Tea Board of India, National Medicinal Plant Board, Department of Biotechnology, NALCO, TRIFED, CTCRI, COIR Board, Botanical Survey of India, CIWA, CIBA, CIFA, CHES, Mahanadi Coalfield Limited, Canara Bank, Coffee Board, ICATA, CMFRI, Coconut Development Board, NRRI, Odisha State Warehousing Corporation, Bharat Petroleum, OAIC, NBPGR, NSC, CRIPCO, PCRA, Ruchi Food Line, Paradip Phosphate Limited, OMFED, ORMAS, Odisha Language, Literature and Culture Department. Thank you so much for all our sponsors. I'd like to call upon Mr. Pradipta Mahapatra for token of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Department of Botany, Ravenshaw University, I must thank the Aviation Solutions Private Limited and the grandeur of this entire conference. The credit for the grandeur of the entire conference goes to the Aviation Solutions and his team. And I thank you all for coming to this conference. I thank the organizers for choosing Ravenshaw University to host this to conduct this AgriVision 22, and we will be happy to collaborate with the organizers in the next events in the next year. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed your stay in Ravenshaw University, and also I hope we will meet again in the next year's conference. Thank you.
So before we all disperse, our participation certificate would be given by Professor B.C. Tripathi. Please collect it from her. Check. I'll quickly read out the names on the certificate. If you're here, please join us on stage. Gaurav Hansda, Kanika from Katak, Shivangi Mohanty, Lakshmi Priya Behra, Laharika Mohanty, Suchitra Rani Sahu, Sweta Padma Sahu, Suchismita Behra, Gunjan Parida, Nirnaya Jaina, Vishnu Prasad Sahu, Sangeeta Biswal, Subhasri Shamal, Aishwarya Majhi, Itishri Behra, हाँ. Buna Vision and team. Buna Vision and team. Kunal Duggar Jain, এটা আমি রেখে দেব. Itishri Behra, Baisakhi Mohanty. Team, can we please have you on stage quickly? Baisakhi Mohanty, Dayanidhi Sahu, Dayanidhi Sahu, Prajakta Bhuiya, Aryaputri Beda Prabha, Gayatri Parida, Tapaswini Kundu, Smruti Priyadarshini Badapanda, Vijay Lakshmi Sahu, Dhanurjaya Halba, Annapurna Shyal, Debasmita Nayak, Roslyn Gochi, Kankana Chakraborty. Sir, how about it? এটা পোস্টার কম্পিটিশন रो जो मैंने पार्टिसिपेट करथिले तांकर मोनालिसा दास महापात्र सुचिस्मिता पृष्टि बी ज्योतिर्मयी Suchismita Prusti is there. Ananya Mishra, Ananya Mishra, Sunnayana Das, Asmi Ranjan Sutar, Sonu Priya Sahu, Devasmita Das, Sonali Sucharita Jena, Sridhara Ambarish, Samikhya Jena, Ram Prasad Behra, Santanu Mishra, Shreya Sri Nayak, Tanmay Mohanty, Sanchita Mishra, CH Sai Sweta, Raghavendra P, S Veera Vishnu, Sanchari Pandit, Sanchari Pandit, Dr. Vijay Bahadur Singh Chauhan, Nivedita Swai, please come quickly, Ipsita Ishwari Das, Bomkesh Das, Sudhanshu Shekhar Bhuiya, Manjusha Chandravani, Namita Muduli, please come in sequence. The name which I have taken, come in sequence. Sanjay Kumar Madkami, please come in sequence anyways. Bhashwati Mai Mahakur, Srushti Pragya Mohanty, Smruti Rekha Mishra, Varsa Bhushan Swai. Hare Krishna Swai, Vijay Lakshmi Mohanty, Tamrapalli Sarvya Shruti, Rupalin Jena, sequence में come in order of the sequence which I spoke. Rajashri Datta, Ekta Bhattacharya, Shrimoy Mitra, stand in the queue of the order. Madhurima Datta, Prachitara Rao, Vivekananda Panda, S.R. Harish Chandar, Srija Priyadarshini, Shakti Shri Jena, Rajashri Swai, Pragya Raut, okay, these are the participation certificates of the doctors and the professor who were present here. Dr. Sahnawaz Ahmad Dar. पहले ये complete करो. So just a second. Let's first complete this. S.R. Harish Chandar. Srija Priyadarshini. Now starting with the doctors. Sure. Dr. Sahnawaz Ahmad Dar. Dr. Sutar Suhas Bharat. Dr. Anjula Pandey. Dr. Manish Pandey. मैं मनीष पांडे से हूँ. Dr. Kalidas Pati. Dr. Shashmita. Dr. Debashis Mahapatra. Dr. Parmeshwaram C. Dr. Khirod Sahu. Dr. Devanna BN. Dr. Sushil Kumar Raina. Dr. Dilip Ranjan Sarangi. Dr. Reshmi Raj KR. Mr. Sudhanshu Ranjan. Dr. Reshmi Raj KR. Okay. Mr. Sudhanshu Ranjan. You. Mr. Dhirendra Kumar Bhanubhai Desai. Mr. Jyoti Prakash Mohanty. So there's another one for you. So there's another one for you. Please collect it as well. This one is for you as well. The certificate of recovery. Mr. Manoj Kumar Bisoi. Dr. Ravi Kishore Pamarthi. So that's all. That's all. Thank you so much for being a part of Agri Vision 2K22. You guys were gracious. You guys were a wonderful audience. We loved it thoroughly. Thank you so much once again. From our event entire team, we would really want to appreciate all of your patience throughout. Thank you.